Will you whining fucking sissies stop worrying about who got banned, when, and how, and by fucking whom? Nobody gives a flying fuck if one of your faggot ass friends got banned by some other faggot ass friend, okay? Get over it. Move along, please. That fucking train has left the goddamn station. Move along to who you're gonna ban next, not who you banned last. Nobody fucking cares, okay? Figure it out. Jesus fucking Christ. The king gets tired of having to treat you motherfuckers like 2-year-olds. Move along, grow up. You can't act fucking 12 like you got fucking hair between your legs. Get the fuck out of here. And have a nice day while you're doing it. Hi Dave, how you doing? And I'm just giving you shit, babe. You know me, I love you, honey. But every once in a while, the king's got to lay the smack down on your ass, like The Rock says. Everything has to do with the king. You'll figure that out the longer you know him. The king's involved in everything. There's nothing that escapes the king. Hi, Dave. How you doing? And the king, every once in a while, is a dumbass himself. He left his cup sprayer full of paint and didn't clean it. So today, as you can imagine, when I tried to spray paint the next fucking set of windows, it's all clogged and fucked up and made a big mess and almost exploded in the fucking king's face. That's why the king is in a bad mood. But I did manage to fix it and get the first coat on the window. So all is well. In Kingland. I guess that's Kingdom. Never mind. Anyhow, moving right along. Come on in the room and chat with me there, Dave. We can have a chat. You old grumpy motherfucker. I hope that's in a platonic way, Jonathan, but I love you too. The king loves all of his loyal subjects. Yeah, well, I'm painting the trim around the windows, baby. But if I said painting the windows, no. I spent a lot of time masking the windows up with fucking newspaper and tape because this shithole third world country's never heard of a fucking masking machine. Another thing the king has to complain about in the world of painting today. Hey, Christ. Try to do a first world job with third world fucking materials, you end up with a second rate fucking job, naturally. For those of you who don't know, 1 plus 3 is 4, divided by 2 is a second rate job. Anyhow. I love people that have to tell somebody there's no point in talking to you. Well, if that was the fucking case, why'd you say it in the first place? I don't want to talk to you, so I'm going to type in there's no point in talking to you. Well, the joke's on you. Armando, why don't you voice chat anymore? I think you're a different Armando. I think Armando gave away his channel to maybe his son or something, like little Armando. And little Armando's too shy. And the reason I know that is because big Armando is supposed to be hooking me up with the hot Chinese girl that he works with, and that hasn't happened yet. So I don't know. I think little Armando Jr. hacked into Dad's computer and is pretending to be Armando Sr. That's what I'm thinking. You never know. What a clusterfuck of bullshit trying to paint that first fucking window was. Holy shit. If I'd ever done some shit like that when I was painting professionally, my boss would have fired me in a second. Yeah, leave the fucking cup sprayer filled with paint for a day and a half and then try to use it. That was just really fucking dumb all the way around. Really fucking dumb. I'm gonna have to go get 2 fucking beers and it's only 10 o'clock in the fucking morning. I think I've been up since 2 days ago yesterday. Fucking tired. I gotta put my glasses on to see this bullshit you ignorant ass motherfuckers are writing in the chat room. Little Armando Jr. argues better than you fuckers. You ought to hear Armando Sr. He probably learned it from his dad, though, I suppose. Somebody posted a real picture of D-Beck in the Google Hangouts page. It's pretty funny. But who posted that? Let me see. Oh, ray of sunshine. It might not be real after all. I'm not sure. Hard to tell. Hard to tell. See, I see what's going on here now. Little Armando Jr. Created the Wee Mando name, deflecting so we wouldn't know that Armando is actually Wee Armando, Little Armando, and Wee Mando is also Little Armando. That's what's going on here. He's posting the Christian stuff, pretending not to be Little Armando. Sort of, kind of. Something's going on here between Armando, Armando Jr., and Wee Armando. We got 3 people trying to be Armando all at the same time. I'm guessing. Who knows? 2 or 3, 1, who knows? We're going to have a whole fucking flock of Armandos before you know it. And this fucking Kanushi dumbass doesn't even realize that the fucking Senate is the one that does these investigations. This idiot thinks the Attorney General does the investigation. The investigation is already going on in the House Intelligence Committee. What a fucking moron. This guy is so dumb, it's inescapable. Fuck me. The whole Flynn issue is already under investigation in the House Intelligence Committee. The Attorney General prosecutes if the House Intelligence Committee tells him to, or he could do it on his own, but it's pretty stupid as a prosecutor to prosecute before the investigation is over. That would be ignorant. Nobody in their right mind except Kadushi would do something like that. Fuck me, this guy's an idiot. I'm going to do an investigation on him, and I'll bet you that he's either in a mental hospital or receiving mental disability, because nobody can be that dysfunctional and have a job and things like that. So in a way, we should be nice to Ronan, because he is definitely mentally challenged. Cubans are dark brown, by the way. They're not black. Get some black and put it up next to your skin, and you'll figure out the fucking difference. What are you, colorblind? You're black. Jesus Christ. Black people are black. You're Cuban, not black. What's the matter with you? Well, let's see. 20 posts later, Lysurge is still talking to the person not worth talking to. Why am I not surprised? Crazy people. This is all your fucking fault, Armando. You know, if I hadn't have met you, none of this shit would be happening to me right now. I'd be out painting my fucking house instead of sitting in here listening to assholes. You're supposed to be a Christian, helping people out, being charitable and nice. And you got me involved in this shit. I hope you repent, and I hope God forgives you after you do repent. Some Cubans are black. No, some black people are Cubans. You're a fucking idiot. Cubans. Some Cubans are black. No, some black people are Cubans, you fucking moron. King's on a roll today. Don't fuck with the king after his cup sprayer fucked up on his house he's trying to make beautiful. I'm telling you. You want to come in and argue with the king? You'll go walking away with 3 assholes. I won't rip you just one. You'll be shitting fucking triplet by the time I'm done with you. I'm not drunk. Like I said, I'm getting ready to go buy a couple of fucking beers. This paint thing pissed me off. But I feel like an idiot going buying beers at 10 o'clock in the morning, even though it's like I've been up for 2 days already anyway, and it's not fucking 10 in the morning to me. But no, I'm not drunk. I wish I was. Fuck, if I was drunk, I'd have probably figured the fucking paint deal out better. Fuck me, everything I have spilled it, fucking dropped it, fucking turned it upside down to see if it worked, and naturally all the fucking paint spilled out, you know, or not a lot, not all of it, obviously. Fuck me. Fucking ridiculous day so far. But anyway, I got about an hour and a half to wait for it to dry before the king puts the next coat on, which I'm hoping goes a little bit smoother than the last coat. But of course, when I'm done, it will be king-sized fabulous. Paris Hilton would even call it hot when I'm done. Bum, 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 bum. Water burning. I'll tell you something fun to do to your friend that you don't like. Get distilled water and clean a container with it, and then put it in the microwave on high for a really long time, and the water won't boil because water boils because of impurities in the water. So the water will get super heated and super way hotter than boiling. And then when like they put a fork or put something in it, it'll blow up and burn the fuck out of them. Yeah, that's always fun to do to your enemies. You know, you can heat water. Most people don't know that. You can heat water above the temperature of boiling by using distilled water and taking the impurities out. More news you can use from the king. Here on the People's Cornerstone. Shouldn't this be called the King's Cornerstone, by the way? I'm sorry, I think somebody made a typo when they titled this thing. Oh well. I'm going to forgive you this time, Armando. You're probably little Armando Jr. because you won't chat with me like big Armando. Are you like retarded? I think everybody in this room's like retarded, pretty much, you know. People who are not like retarded probably don't come here very often, I'm guessing. I don't know. I could be wrong. I'm not brain damaged. I'm not brain damaged. What would I think if a Russian ship sails 30 miles away from an American shore? Well, what I think is the international line is 12 miles. And I say what's good for the goose is good for the gander. When I was in the Navy, we used to sail 12 miles up the coast of Libya to prove that the international line is 12 miles because they wanted to claim further. In fact, we shot down a Libyan plane once on that exercise. The point being that if the United States is going to send huge flotillas of ships up and down people's coasts that don't want them there at 12 miles, they aren't exactly in a position to complain when someone is almost 3 times further away than that. On the other hand, I would say that if your enemy is 30 miles off your coast, you need to watch them very carefully and make sure that they don't launch a missile or something of that nature. But the point being, the international line is 12 miles. And if Russia wants to put ships 30 miles off the American coast, they're within their international law right to do that. And when you have American ships, whole aircraft carrier groups going up and down the coast 12 miles of every country in the world, you can't really complain because somebody comes over and does that to you. So that's why that ship is able to sit there. It's well within the law. Donald Trump knows that. He's, the only way to handle something like that is diplomatically and politically, or you could, I suppose, petition the United Nations and all the countries of the world agree that due to better technology, longer range missiles, we want to extend the international border to 30 miles or 31 miles, and then they'd have to move a mile back. But it's a provocative action, but it's not an illegal action. So that's pretty much the story on that. See you later, Faye. Bye-bye. Have fun. So did you get all that, Armando, about the 30 miles in the ship and what's going on with that? You asked me, so I hope you did. Anyway. Well, there are 30. So what, I understand what you're saying. You think 30 miles is too close. Okay, so let's say it was 50 miles. I don't know. I think part of the reason it's 12 miles is because if you made it 50 miles, there's less, the fish, it really has to do mostly with fishing and oil and things of that nature. And, you could say, well, I want all the fish 200. That's what Libya does, is they say, well, we want everything 200 miles off of our coast, which is not what international law says. But, the fish in the sea, for example, kind of belong to everybody. They move around here, they move around there. So if you're to extend it out 200 miles, um, how are you gonna, we could only fish, we'd have to stay 200 miles off the coast of Canada to fish. You know what I mean? And you'd have to take a 200-mile trip out into the Pacific Ocean instead of going 12 miles up the coast of America to be able to fish legally in the ocean. You know what I mean? It's it's just one of those things where, if you put look at an island like Bermuda, right? 200 Bermuda is barely 200 miles across. And if you give them a 200-mile circumference outside of their island, that seems a bit silly. You know what I mean? And who wants to patrol? It's hard enough to patrol 12 miles off the coast. How are you going to patrol 200 fucking miles? You need 5 more navies, And the other thing is there's like gambling ships, for example. They have little gambling tours that go 12 miles, 12.1 miles off the coast. You can start snorting cocaine. You can do whatever you want because you're in international waters. It would fuck up the gambling cruise business to do that. In Florida, for example, they have those kind of things all the time. People go out and do that. But, there's a limit. And, there has to be a limit. And the limit right now is 12. Like I said, if anybody wanted to change it, they're going to have to petition the United Nations and they're going to have to vote on it. It's just the law. It might be a bad law, it might be a good law. I don't know. But the law is the law for now. And I don't know, I studied international law, but I don't know what the exceptions would be. You know what I mean? Like you couldn't, it's probably a lot like chasing somebody. If you tried to arrest somebody before 12 miles, you could certainly chase them outside of that zone. But I'm guessing that there are also exceptions, like if they're an imminent danger or an imminent threat, like pointing missiles at your country or that kind of thing, there may be some exceptions to the 12-mile limit. And I believe that fishing might actually be different, but not really. When we encircled Cuba, we did that legally. We didn't encircle it at a mile. We had our little blockade. Well, yeah, legally is questionable, but what I meant was we did it according to the border of the law. We didn't encroach on their waters. We did it in international waters. But yeah, Ron has a good point. The exception is always the warlord with the big guns that gets to do what he wants. I suppose that's a very legitimate point. Yeah, and once again, we don't have much to complain about with Russia. You think we don't go over to Russia and float our little ships 12 miles up the coast? You would be wrong. We do. It is common. Well, here's something else that's interesting. If the international waters were 200 or 50 miles, Armando, who owns the water between Russia and America, between Little Diomede and Big Diomede Island in Alaska? The islands are 12 miles apart. So basically, both sides will say, well, I own your island because I own all the water, around your island, and that makes it mine, right? Both America and Russia, if the international waters extended that far, what do you do in a situation like that? There are plenty of places where, if you had a 50-mile border, that would both sides couldn't have 50 miles. Both sides would be encroaching on the other person's water. That's probably why it's 12 miles, is there are a number of islands and things like that that are so close to the other country that it couldn't be 50 or 200 internationally. It'd have to get really complicated, like, oh, 50% of the distance between things that are this, that, and the other thing. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, I've heard about that today on the news, but I didn't look into it. Exactly what kind of ship is it? I'm guessing it's a spy ship, is probably what it is, but is it like a Russian aircraft carrier or a battleship, or what is it exactly? Do you know? Well, a bridge between Little Diomede and Big Diomede Island, who fucking cares? It's like two groups of loser Eskimos out in the middle of nowhere. What do they need a bridge for? They can ride a fucking seal back and forth, or, strap a harness on a polar bear or something. Who fucking cares? Who wants to spend tax money to build, why Russia would want to build a bridge on little Diomede Island? Who fucking knows? Yeah, exactly. It's a spy ship. What's the difference between a spy ship 30 miles off the coast or the 50 spy satellites they have looking down? Who fucking cares? I mean, fuck, they can get on Google Earth and spy at ground level. I mean, it's just silly. The whole concept of a spy ship is kind of dumb nowadays anyway. You know. Yeah, well, spying on Groton, Connecticut makes sense because that's a big Navy base and a big building base. They build submarines and ships, and they may be going over there to look at some, try to get some ideas on technology. That could be it. Yeah, Groton, Connecticut's a big Navy base for sure. Yeah. Submarine base too, actually. Yeah, that makes sense. They're just kind of being dipsticks, I guess. What they're really trying to do, Trump kind of nailed it. He said they're just trying to gain leverage for any negotiations. So they can say, well, we'll move our spy ship if, you know, the smart thing to do is say, we don't care. Bring your spy ship along. We don't give a shit. You want to stare at Groton, Connecticut through your little spy binoculars, go ahead. Who fucking cares? Just ignore it is the best course of action, really. Ronan Kadushi and his conspiracy theories again. Donald Trump is owned. Donald Trump, the multi-billionaire, is owned by Putin, who barely has 10 million bucks. Well, I wouldn't go so far as to say war, but I think that there's if you want to use the war, I guess that's okay with me. But there's a war on unscientific thinking aimed at religion. I would say that. There's this war against the idea of anything but empirical science. And anybody that believes in anything that's not empirical science is a nut job. The war is really on people that say that believing things without empirical evidence makes you stupid. And so that obviously their best target is people that say they believe in God because they can't demonstrate that with empirical evidence. So in a way, yes, I would agree that there's a war on religion, but mostly because the war is really about promoting the scientific method as really the only and the best way to determine truth. That's like the warriors, that's where they're coming from. They're coming from, we don't like anything that people believe that they don't have good evidence to believe, and religion is their number one target. So yeah, I suppose that you could say there's a war on religion. I think that's probably accurate. And there's a war, and that would be a war against all religions, not any particular religion. You know, those people, and I suppose myself included, don't find any religion to be any more or less, you know, a target of that, you know, empirical science problem. You know, they're all the same as far as, you know, the scientist is concerned. And I don't want to use the word atheist because it's really not about God and not God. You know, the war is really between people who are just tired of people making claims they can't back up without evidence. And religion is an easy target for that. But those same people, you know, or, you know, like I always ask Ronan Kanushi, I say, well, back that up with evidence, because I don't want to hear any claims that can't be backed up with evidence, because we should have learned by 2016 that just making shit up is wrong 99% of the time. And that's where the real war is. The real war is trying to stamp out people that make up bullshit and can't back it up. That's what the real war is, because most of us are tired of that kind of nonsense. People like Ronan Kanushi, you know, do it all the time. It has nothing to do with religion. It has to do with people that just make shit up. You know, it's kind of like saying, is there a war against the flat earth? You know, yes, there is, but that's not what the real war is about. You know, that's not what the people fighting the flat earth are really trying to accomplish. They're really trying to get people to realize that you need science, the scientific method, in order to have a solid basis for belief. And of course, that could be wrong. I mean, it could very well be that your faith in God turns out to be perfectly true, even though it didn't follow the scientific method. But unfortunately, the only people that would know that are going to be dead people, you know, and they, you know, they can't come back and give their report to the scientists, unfortunately. But the thing is that in every other area except is there a God and is there a heaven, everybody who's made shit up in the course of history, science has proven them to be crazy and wrong. You know, I mean, people, you know, the claim, you know, that, you know, God, you know, how does rain happen, or is the earth flat or round? You know, people, the problem with making shit up and hoping you're right is you didn't know anything in the first place. You're just making a wild guess. And wild guesses are just hard to get right because you have no idea what you're talking about. Some element of your bullshit story is always going to be flat out fucking wrong and stupid once the empirical evidence comes along. I don't think, you know, along with your question, I don't think there's a war on Christmas. I don't think there's a war on Christians in America. I think that there's atheists that just want people to follow the Constitution. You know, if you're going to put the Christian symbol in town, you know, you should put any other symbol that wants to go there, including Wiccans and Jews and Muslims. And if you don't want to do that, then you're not following the Constitution, you know? Well, I don't think you know all that much about how it was formed and all that. The Constitution was made to essentially build an army to take over the world, and it was written in such a way that all the rights get chipped away and chipped away and chipped away until they can not only enslave the whole world, but also the people that paid for the army. And you can see that happening. It's not the misuse of the Constitution that people think these crazy rulings come from. It's that the Constitution was intentionally written to take your rights away that you thought you had. You know, why do you think it says that you're protected from unreasonable searches, and unreasonable searches need a warrant? They could have said that all searches without a warrant are unreasonable and therefore require a warrant. That would have been the way to do it to protect your rights. But what they did is they said any search the government deems reasonable does not require a warrant. So over time, more and more and more searches are deemed reasonable until all searches are deemed reasonable and don't require warrants. You know, that's the road they went down. You know, look at freedom of speech. You know, it says you can't abridge any speech at all. But over time, you know, you're limited to, say, fire in a movie theater and call somebody a nigger and all this kind of stuff, you know, that just one limitation after the next until it goes back to the day it was where you couldn't criticize the government. You know, you're a national security threat if you know, decide you want to criticize Donald Trump or some guy maybe 100 years from now. You know, it's against the law to demonstrate outside of McDonald's against beef under a terrorism act, not the terrorism you're thinking of. I'll think of the exact name of it in a minute. But the food lobby, if you cost McDonald's the sale of one hamburger, you can be arrested as a terrorist for demonstrating against meat outside of McDonald's or the grocery store or anywhere else. I think it's called the Animal Terrorism Act. I forget the exact name. But that's how these things get limited over time. They just chip away and chip away and chip away because the founding fathers intentionally worded that. You're talking about slave owners. You know, you're talking about General Washington, who had $500 million. You're talking about Alexander Hamilton, who wanted a president appointed for life and to be a dictator and a House and a Senate as an advisory committee. That's what he wanted because he was a crazy guy, but they were all crazy. You know, all men are created equal except for those niggers down the road I own, you know. What the fuck, you know, they're not good people. You know, they're fucking scumbags who wanted to dictate the terms of the new world to the old world. That's what they said they wanted to do. They wanted to be dictators. Yeah, and do you know why? It used to take 100 in our first form of government. It took 100% of the people of the states to ratify the Constitution. The reason they changed it to 2/3 is it's easier to fuck people over if you only need 2/3 instead of 100% or 90% or 80%. That's just another fuck job. You know, when we changed our form of government from the Articles of Confederation to the Constitution, it got 100 times worse for the citizens. And they just didn't know it. They didn't really care, I guess. They got bamboozled. It's really what happened. They got bamboozled by the Federalist Papers, which was the first form of government propaganda, promising all kinds of things. They promised over 100 protections, 100 amendments, 100 different things, and you ended up with 10 because the Constitution was passed before the Bill of Rights. So they whittled it from 100 down to 10. It's like, well, we already passed the Constitution. That's all we wanted, but, you know, let's throw them a bone and give them 10 instead of the 100 we promised them. Because they're fucking scumbags, dude. The founding fathers were just as big as scumbags as the people in politics today. You know, they're no fucking different at all. You know, you think Alexander Hamilton and his bank was any different than Goldman Sachs? You're out of your fucking mind, you know? And he was George Washington's best friend. You know, here's some interesting history for you, Armando. There was one person, there's one founding father that voted against the Constitution, right? He said this thing sucks and it doesn't give anybody any rights and it's fucking horrible. He voted against the Constitution. 4 presidents later, he won in the biggest landslide in history in his first term, aside from George Washington. In his second term, because he had proven that the Constitution sucked ass and everybody knew he was right. In his second term, he was so popular that the opposing side did not even field a candidate. The founding father that voted against the Constitution after he was proven correct is the only president in history to run unopposed. Now, chew on that. And those were people who lived it during the time. Those were people who were alive when it was written, lived through the first 30 years of it, and realized it was a smokescreen of bullshit, and voted the guy that said so and voted against it into office, who became so popular it was pointless to even field an opposition candidate. People forget about stuff like that, you know? And frankly, I know history and I know what I know, but I forgot the name of that president. I'm going to look it up right now. The 4th president. List of presidents. Washington, Adams, Jefferson. Yeah, James Madison. No, actually, he would have been the 5th president because it was James Monroe that, or was it Madison? Shit. Man, I'm going to have to look it up. I always forget whether it was Madison or Monroe. But 5th United States Secretary of State, 7th Secretary of State. Anyhow, you get the story. You know what happened. Well, that's what matters. Why isn't anybody joining chat, Armando? Do you have a link posted somewhere? Or am I the only one that got invited? What's up? Oh, you're a flat earther. Well, aren't you a fucking genius? Fucking idiots. You're not a flat earther, dude. You're a troll, okay? You don't believe the earth is flat. You just want to argue ignorant nonsense because you don't have anything better to do. Now, I'm not saying that's bad. Maybe it's entertaining for you. Maybe it's fun. But you don't believe the earth is flat. You just want to argue the earth is flat. That's what you want to do. That's what you are doing. And we all know that. So there you go. He doesn't need a wrench to argue with me. He can argue all he wants without a wrench. So, yeah, go ahead and give him a wrench. If he feels he needs a wrench, go ahead. Well, no, you're an idiot. You don't believe the globe model is a lie. You just want to argue about it. You want to try to trigger people with your insanely stupid nonsense. No, you are. You're just a troll who wants to argue about everything. Oh, you're a flat earther and the globe is a lie and I'm pissed off about it, but I really don't want to argue. Who do you think you're kidding with that ignorant nonsense? The flat earth is dead because everybody knows what kind of people you are. We've talked to you enough to know. You're not going to fool anybody. Well, actually, that's not true. I guess you could fool the people who haven't talked to flat earthers before. I mean, let's go ahead and play along. What's your best evidence the earth is flat? What evidence do you have that you formed your belief on? I'm waiting. Well, you know why that is, Milk Truck? Because anything that spins, the center of any spinning object has more pressure on it and it bows out. There's no such thing as a perfect spinning sphere in the universe. It's a physics impossibility. The size of it might be very, 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 very small, but it's impossible to have a spinning object where the equator is not larger. Your evidence for a flat earth is the sun and its localized light. Well, you have no idea what you're talking about, obviously. But the point is that science people have already explained to you why all of your bullshit makes no sense. So you've found a different room to come to, hoping that we don't know the answers that have already been explained to you. Just, stop repeating disproven nonsense from idiots on YouTube, dude, is my advice. Try to learn things that will help you, not regurgitate garbage as entertainment for yourself. That's my advice. Yeah, Trump is kind of comedy gold. I'll give him that. Hell, I don't know. Sarah Palin was better for comedy than Trump, though. You know what's interesting is as popular as Sarah Palin was, Trump has nothing to do with her. You know what I mean? You haven't heard Sarah Palin's name mentioned, like at all during once Trump won the presidency. And that's kind of surprising because she was really popular. People liked her. She has a big base, but Trump knows better than to bring her along. Maybe in his second administration he will, but yeah, she's in the background nowadays. Well, let me ask the flat earth guy this. If the sun was really close and the earth was flat, it would have to be rotating above your little plate, and you would be able to take pictures on all 4 or 360 degrees around it on the earth. when anyone that can see the sun that takes a picture sees the exact same face of the sun, that would be impossible if the sun was rotating overhead on a plate. Somebody could be in front, somebody could be behind, somebody could be to the left, somebody could be to the right, and you would have you could take four different pictures of the underside and part of up towards the middle of the sun. The reason you can't do that is because the sun is not close and it is not above the plate of the flat earth. Doesn't any place where you can see the sun sees the same face of the sun. Even, and the sun is spinning, of course, but you can't, everyone on the earth where the sun is up sees the same face of the sun. No, that's not evidence of a globe. It's evidence that the sun is not over a flat plate. It's evidence that the sun is very far away, because you can do the geometry and figure out it has to be far away for that to happen based on the size of the earth. No, the evidence, the best evidence for the globe, dumbass, is the fucking space programs and fucking pictures of people flying around it, you dumb fuck. Fucking ignorant ass mother. Oh, space doesn't exist. Space programs don't exist. It's all CGI. You're fucking ignorant ass nonsense. There's fucking 500 people from 5 different countries that have fucking fly around the earth in space shuttles, you stupid fuck. Fuck is wrong with you? Ignorant ass motherfucker. Fucking pictures. They're fucking pictures every 10 seconds sent back from fucking satellites to the pictures of the fucking earth, you ignorant moron. Does it look like a fucking plate to you? Dumb shit. Don't take a look at the Himawari satellite pictures, you ignorant fuck. Oh, that's all fake. Those Japanese people, they're CGIing the earth every 10 seconds in a new picture, and the clouds above the earth just happen to magically match up with it. Duh. What the fuck is wrong with you? You fucking stupid ass shit. Get a life, man. Christ, Mike. Yeah, somebody with space is made out of water. What fucking ignorant assholes. Fuck me. What's the temperature of space? Space is 2,000 degrees. How can the space station be cooling itself? Fuck, we've heard it all, dude, believe me. Haven't we, Armando? Is there anything about the flat earth we missed? You know? I mean, it's a pretty small book, but I think we heard it all, didn't we? Oh, Eric Dubay is a cross-dresser? Really? Are you joking, or is that true? Now, now that's just ironic. Ronan Kanushi calling Adam Dwyer stupid. I mean, quite frankly, Adam is a really kind of nasty guy, but he's 100 times smarter than Ronan Kanushi. He had a pineapple dress on. Huh. Well, that's interesting. You sure it was? Well, yeah, don't like Hawaiian men wear those things. Maybe it was like a cultural thing. I don't know. What, you're done arguing with Pei, so you want to create an argument with me because that's all you can do is argue with people or something? I mean, fuck you. How's that? How about you go talk to somebody else, and I'm not going to be baited into arguing with a douchebag. How's that grab your ass, punk? I don't give a fuck what you want. You don't have to mute the room. I am alone in the chat room, and I'm talking to Armando Vargas. If you don't like it, mute the fucking room. Fuck you. You're a punk. Get a microphone and come talk to me, you little silly bitch. And Adam's not hooked on meth. That's another nonsense story. Fuck me. Of course, it's committing mentalphilia against children, which is worse than pedophilia. They're trying to molest and pervert the minds of children. So they're basically one level above pedophiles in the hierarchy of scumbags. So of course it's dangerous. It destroys the minds of young children. And they should be stoned to death or hung or shot or, imprisoned for life is not enough. Anybody who is going to intentionally commit mentalphilia, you forgot the L, but anyone who's going to commit mentalphilia on children should be put to death. We don't need people like that on Earth any more than we need pedophiles. It's just they're a sick, demented, dangerous group of scumbags who laugh and get entertainment out of perverting the minds of the ignorant and children. And yes, they should absolutely be put to death in a dramatic way. And that's why I use stoning and hanging and being shot, because, a needle in the arm and going peacefully doesn't really get the point across. You can have a needle in the arm and go ahead and go peacefully. Maybe if you murdered somebody or whatever, but mentalphilia deserves an extraordinarily stiff penalty, So anyway, yeah, that's what I think about that. I mean, people think that the First Amendment gives you the right to lie. The fucking Supreme Court thinks that. And that's not true. You do not have a human right to lie. You have a human right to tell the truth. And lying is an unfortunate byproduct of that right. And we don't want to go out on that limb and have the truth police. But unfortunately, when you have these mentalphilia people, we may very well have to go out on the limb of the truth police to protect children. It's really getting to that point, and there's no reason not to. There's no reason that you can't prosecute someone for lying that causes harm. We do that in things like fraud. We do that if you get caught lying to the police. There are a number of situations where lying is illegal all by itself, such as lying to the police. And intentionally lying to young children in order to pervert their minds is worse than lying to the police. Nobody gives a shit about your stupid, you want to stab your ears out. Go ahead. Stab your ears out. Nobody fucking cares. You're an argumentative douchebag who's had nothing positive to say for the last 2 hours. Nobody gives a fuck about you. Why would anybody care about what you have to say except for other complete douchebags like Ronan Kanoushi? Go get in bed with Ronan Kanoushi and make friends with him. You'll get along fine. Nobody gives a fuck. Why are you even here? Just to promote the fact that nobody cares about you and you're going to spend 2 hours making an asshole of yourself? Why bother? Go watch some porn. Go watch a movie. Fuck, read a cookbook and learn how to cook. There's a million of better things you could do than prove you're an asshole to everybody on the internet. But anyway, Armando, I think, has it been about an hour since I came back talking to you? I'm going to go check I thinned it out a little too thin, so it's going to take a little while to dry, but should be about ready for the next coat. I'm hoping. I think I'm going to put 2 coats on it, let it dry overnight, sand it down, and put 2 coats on it tomorrow, so it looks really nice. We'll see. I didn't even hear about that. There was an assassination attempt on Trump. Tell me about it. I have no idea. I haven't heard anything about it. When did this happen? Is this old news or new news? Hmm. Wouldn't surprise me if it was real, frankly. You know. Thank you. I appreciate that, but I don't have, it's a cup gun sprayer, and I don't have an air pressure gauge, and the air pressure is not adjustable. It's just a typical, the air compressor, the tube, and the cup gun sprayer. You know what I mean? But thank you for that. I appreciate your advice on helping me paint my house. Any advice is most welcome. I was a professional painter for 2 years, but I can always learn. I can always learn. I know what you mean, but like I'm saying, the air compressor doesn't have a way to adjust the air pressure. It's just a simple cup gun sprayer. It's not an airless. I can't. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. I can adjust the amount of paint coming out of the cup gun, but the air pressure from the compressor is always the same. There is no adjustment to make it higher or lower. Are you familiar with a cup gun sprayer and the difference between that and an airless sprayer, which you could? Yeah. Okay. So anyway, it's a cup gun sprayer. Right. But it's not a problem. It works, and it's not a problem to spray it. The problem is that I was stupid and being an idiot, and I just left the paint in it for like a day and a half, and it clogged it up and fucked it up, and it's working fine now. Well, I'm in Thailand, dude. This is not a first world quality cup gun sprayer. You know what I mean? But it works perfectly. There's nothing wrong with it. I'm absolutely not complaining about the spray pattern or the volume pattern or any of that of my sprayer. Um, it's anything that doesn't work, doesn't come out properly, will be my fault. I'm not going to blame it on the cup gun sprayer. In fact, it works just as well as the cup gun sprayer I used when I was a professional painter that my boss had. It's actually heated. It has a heating element in it, so it heats the paint, which is good. I didn't think it did. The guy told me it didn't, but it does. paint comes out hot, not air temperature, which is good, obviously. Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's fantastic. In fact, I painted a bunch of trim now without a single run. And normally, when I was a painter in Alaska, I would get runs on a semi-regular basis. So the quality of my painting with no practice at all for 30 fucking years is actually astonishingly luckily good, I guess. I don't know. But anyway, Armando, I am going to run down and check it and see what's going on. I'll be back after a while. Um, Especially since Life Surge just muted me, I'll go ahead and take off, and he'll think I'm still here. The joke's on him. Don't tell him, anybody.
Man, please help me. I'm in serious trouble. This Russian guy asked me, "Do you love America?" I said yes. He's gonna kick my ass right now. He's waiting me. What should I do? Come on, man. Any suggestions? Richard. You gotta be kidding me, man.
Yeah, I heard you, bro, but
Richard.
I'm just going to do some painting, dude. I'll be back in, a few minutes, half an hour, something like that. Sorry, bro, but
Well,
I'll be back. Talk to you later.
hope that I'm alive when you come back, because this Russian guy is gonna kick my ass. Okay, see you, guys. Okay.
Hold on. Hello.
Hello, Deez. How you doing?
Hey, what's up, Ron?
Oh, I'm doing well, Deez.
Hello. That's good. I'm sick, so I'm coughing and stuffed up and all that good stuff. Hey, what's up, Ron?
Oh, I'm doing well, Deez.
That's good. I'm sick, so I'm coughing and
So, will you be able to communicate to a degree?
I don't know. How is it now? Can you hear me now, Ronan? Can anyone hear me?
Yeah, go ahead, Deez. I'm listening.
Okay. Yeah, what up to today?
Well, let me hear about it, man. Whatever it is, let's go.
Can you hear me?
Well, yeah, you're clear now. You apparently worked something out with your computer.
Yeah, I have to turn a bunch of stuff off, man, so it works right. I just turned the camera off. So what's going on with the Trump right today?
Oh man, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals said again they just slapped old corn silk right upside the head, as they say down south here. And he got all that hairspray just flaking off on the road, cutting up tires and stuff. And they told him no, but he comes back, well, we're gonna do this and do that, and his lawyers, yeah, well, this and that. In other words, no, he's gonna do nothing about the travel ban. That's it. It's over. He lost.
Now, who did he nominate to for national security advisor.
Well, so you know, Deez, what he did is he's
I'm being interrupted here. I'm being interrupted.
You're interrupting me, sir. You're interrupting me.
You're interrupting me, man. Do you understand this? You're interrupting.
I was talking, and you're interrupting me.
Business. You understand that?
I was talking, and you're interrupting me. Now you chased somebody out of the room.
No, because you're talking nonsense. And I'm warning Armando Vargas here exactly about the thing you're doing right now, being petty and autocratic. And I'm talking.
What I'm doing is explaining that Trump is going to issue a new executive order.
Waltz in here like a stumbling fool that you are and show you.
You're an idiot, dude. You're angry. You're angry because you know what I'm going to say.
I wouldn't mute you. I wouldn't mask you. But you know what? You'd be that petty. Everyone.
Look, nobody wants to hear your bullshit. Just be quiet, dude.
No, I'm going to speak up because it's fun calling you out, you clown. You stupid, stupid clown. You're the next contestant on the cackles. You know, the cacklers on
right.
Henhouse Mountain.
It's fun for you to do what you say others shouldn't do.
That's right. That's right. You're going to try to mute me again? Go ahead. Have fun. I'm going to call you out. Everyone's going to know.
Call me out on what?
You're muting me. I don't
call
mute
me
you.
Out on
I've never
what,
muted you.
Silly little
You
whiner.
understand that, you petty, stupid man? This is fun. Guess what?
Right. I know it's fun because you have an 8-year-old mentality.
You slow, stupid person. You are that petty. I know it. It's fun.
You have an 8-year-old mentality.
You want to keep
That's why it's fun for you.
That pretentious caterwaul that you call a pretty voice. It is a pretty voice, by the way. Guess what? Everybody's going to have fun pointing and laughing at you.
No, everyone laughs at you.
You an imbecile.
You missed that? Everyone laughs at you.
But if you're being that petty and that slow, congratulations. I'm going to back it up by calling you out. Because I'm not afraid of your stupid talk. You got nothing but nonsense, man. That's it.
Could we stick to the topic of what Trump said today instead of your ad hominem attack?
That's what. You don't know everything, though you claim to know. You got nothing on anything.
Do you have anything but ad hominem attacks?
You don't know much else, and that's the whole point of it all. And I'm going to continue this. I can go on for another, 6 hours. That's right. That's right. I'm going to have fun with this. That's right. You cackling fool. You're one of the cacklers on Henhouse Mountain, by the way. King stupid. And everyone knows. And that's the funny part. You can talk all over everyone, but guess what? I'm not going to put up with it. I'm not going to tolerate it anymore. I was polite before, courteous before, and now you want to be stupid after having had ejected me, muted me, masked me. Guess what? I'm going to keep calling you out. And if you're going to be civil about it, guess what? We can go there. But until you get to that point, I'm going to have fun japing you. Do you understand the word jape, sir? It's 4 letters. You should be able to understand 1 syllable. You stupid, stupid man, King Richard. Well, one of the cacklers.
You're angry because I proved you were wrong about the clause today.
Armando Vargas is having a lot of fun, just enjoying me ridicule you and you showing yourself as the petty, stupid man that you will now and forever be. You've been there before. You go there now, and your future is at that point of the horizon. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We have.
Could we discuss Trump?
Well, one of the
ad hominem attacks for 6
hours? Okay, we'll talk Trump. But as soon as you start getting stupid, the instant I'm going to go back to this tone of voice. Go ahead, please.
Right. Well, what Trump actually did today was point out that he tailored a new executive order based on the court decision. It's not over. He's going to issue a new executive order next week that his lawyers have tailored to abide by the court decision.
Well,
that is what Trump said he was going to do.
Kept up. I'm watching the live news right now. I'm watching it right now. Not whatever story you reference, but that's all way in the past. As a matter of fact, 4 hours in the past.
Right, exactly. And
it's gone. It's gone. He's got
You're
nothing.
Echoing, dude.
He's got nothing anymore. He's got
You're missing the point. He's making a new executive order instead of taking it to the Supreme Court.
That was an idle threat. There's nothing behind it. because he would have said so in today's press
He
conference.
did say so today in the press conference. That's why I know it.
Well, that's just it. After the fact, he got nothing. His lawyers have to do something, not just him.
Right. They're making a new executive order. That's what they're doing. You made it sound like it was completely over. The point is it's all going to restart again with the new order.
It has nothing to do with the press conference. Outside of the press conference, the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals said no again. They didn't say no again. They already said he has to go through that legal process, the legal ladder, if you will.
No, he can just make a brand new executive order.
Yes, but he cannot circumvent the ladder. In other words, he cannot jump to the Supreme Court instantaneously. He has to go back through the Ninth Circuit Court.
You're missing the point. He chose not to pursue legal action on that first executive order. He's just going to rewrite one and issue a new executive order.
Right, but that's not going anywhere because it has to go through the same court, and there's no way he can.
No, it only has to go through the court if somebody sues.
Well, it would be the administration that is suing. That's the difference.
You're missing the whole point. He doesn't care about the old executive order.
You get stupid.
He's writing a brand new executive order.
You're talking out of line. You don't know law. You know stocks. I can respect you for that.
I do know law.
I know
you're
what
missing
law
the
is.
point.
I knew that.
Let me try to explain it one more time.
I knew that when we debated the emolument clause, you're ignorant, completely ignorant of that.
Dude,
and
you brought up an
you don't even understand.
Dude. You want to go through that again? You brought up the part of the emolument clause that has nothing to do with domestic issues.
It was embarrassing to talk to you.
Nothing to do with domestic issues.
You don't know anything about the law.
Part of the emolument clause.
Look, you can quick Google search all you want, but I've studied it.
No, you haven't. Dude, you don't know anything. Everything you say is wrong. Demonstrably wrong.
That's why I bought it up. I knew where I could find it, and you were
100% wrong. You don't get that.
You don't know what you're talking about. Talk about stocks.
Okay.
Talk about stocks. You know that.
Okay.
I agree with you.
So when Trump issues his executive order next week, will you admit I was right about that?
You're okay. You're okay on that. Well, I don't know. I don't know what he's going to do.
No, what I'm saying is, I'm telling you what he's doing.
We can't say that because you don't know what he's going to do. Neither do I.
I know what he said he's going to do.
You're speculating.
I know what he said. I know what he said.
He said a lot of things he's never lived up to. He said things he's never lived up to.
Such as?
Today, a Jewish reporter came up and he says, I'm not blaming the administration for anti-Semitism. I'm asking what the administration is going to do about all of these crimes against the Jews. And then President Trump gave a real stupid face and he said, well, I know the rest of that. Sit down.
I saw that.
Well, yeah, right there. You should be jumping on my side and saying, oh, corn silk is wrong, because you know what he's going to do about it? Absolutely nothing. So that's where you will agree with me or prove that you are an anti-Semite by supporting what old corn silk is saying, because that's exactly what he did. He tried to avoid taking responsibility for that. He actually worked his way around it by telling that gentleman to sit down, which means he's saying, I'm going to do nothing about it. There have been I forget the percentage I forget the percentage of number that went up in anti-Semitic crimes once he was elected president. But they've been going up at a steady rate by white supremacists, outright people.
Well, not just against Jews, but bullying in general has gone up.
Well, yeah, but nobody wants to pay attention to minorities like black people, and if anything, he's got a son-in-law named Kushner. He's Jewish. And
Could I address your first question?
What's that?
Could I address your first question before we move on?
I was making a statement all along here, but make it up as a question. Go ahead.
What do you mean? You asked me a question and said if I didn't answer it properly, I'd be proving I was anti-Semitic.
No, I
remember saying that?
I'm doing a very poor job of trying to mirror the way you are as character, so I apologize.
Well, why don't you just be yourself and not worry
I
about it?
cannot be that petty and whiny. My apologies. I'll go back to my natural character and nature.
Okay, very good. But the thing is, you said that Trump was responsible, and I was thinking Israel, but you're right. I do agree with you that his attitude has spawned some people into bad behavior, but those people's behavior is their own behavior. You can't blame the president of the United States because you bullied a Jew. That's just asinine. That takes personal responsibility away from the person committing the bad act. People that do that are crazy liberal Democrats that don't know what they're talking about.
Well, actually, a percentage. I don't know exactly what that is. What a percentage, but let's just call the block of people that actually did vote for him. A percentage. I'm estimating 30, maybe 35% tops. Those are the actual alt-right, the Ku Klux Klan, the racists in this country.
You think 35% of half the country is racist?
No. I said 30% of the total number of people that voted for him. Okay? In other words,
you're sort of just making that up. I appreciate that you believe that.
No. I'm trying to give an example here. Let's just keep simple numbers here. 50% voted for Trump, 50% voted for Hillary. Call the 50% that were for Trump 100%. That scale that up, and 30% of that, okay, 30% of that 100% that voted for Trump are the actual racists. Yes, it's in the country. Yes. And that group right there is the group that causes all the problems on the Republican side, not the Democratic side.
Well, they're the racists, so yeah.
Well, yeah, okay, that's it. And he's not calling them out.
Actually, he has said that's not true. He has said in speeches that people should not do that behavior and don't blame it on him. He has said that. He has pointed out that racists. Now, let me ask you this. Do you think that those, we'll call it 15% of the country, because that's 30% divided by 2, and that's half, right? So do you think that the Ku Klux Klan and those racists committing bad racist acts were racist before Donald Trump even announced his candidacy to run for president?
Of course. Steve Bannon.
So how is it Donald Trump's fault that racists commit racist acts?
Because he has as a top advisor Steve Bannon. Bannon.
But those racists were already racist before Steve Bannon came along. The Ku Klux Klan and those crazy people are doing the same thing they've always done. That's not Donald Trump's fault.
Well, why is Steve Bannon sitting right there next to him in the Oval Office?
Because why would he have that's not the point. We're talking about racists.
Why would he have a racist? Why would he have a racist? Steve Bannon is a racist. Why would he have him?
According to you.
No, wait a minute. You don't know Steve Bannon. My apologies. Maybe you don't.
I know the news spin on Steve Bannon. Yes, but we're jumping the issue. Whoa, we're jumping the issue.
No,
what we're talking about are racists in America.
You're going back to playing stupid. I'm going to go back to yelling.
You jump. Don't need to call ad hominem attacks because you jumped the issue. The issue is, did Donald Trump create racism and racism?
What did Steve Bannon own? What did Steve Bannon own before he became a top advisor for President Trump? What did he own?
Forget. Tell me.
Let me. Breitbart. It's an alt-right. They're alt-right. Breitbart has been known historically.
Sure. I know what Breitbart is.
Right. Historically, they've been known to support alt-right, okay? And Steve Bannon is the man, top man. And Steve Bannon has been quoted as saying, my kids are not going to go to any school that has Jews. Okay?
So how does that create a problem?
He's got a racist right there. You get it now? Thank you.
But how does that give racists who already existed before Trump came along any sort of excuse for their bad behavior?
It doesn't. The fact that it's
it's
the fact that it's supported now because of Steve Bannon being in the Oval Office. That's the difference. If I
No,
was,
what would
if
be
I was
supported?
president, if I
Hold
was
on.
president, if I was president, I would not be hiring Steve Bannon, a known alt-right supporter, to work
Well,
in.
first of all, Breitbart doesn't support overt racism.
Put it this way: everyone can read between the lines, and I know you're smart enough to know that phrase, should I say? I know what reading between the lines is, and I'm sure you do too.
Breitbart is far right, but they're not so
It's
far
racist.
right. They're not.
That's
Hold, let
what
me
it
finish,
is.
please. Calm
That's
down.
what it is.
Please calm down. In my opinion, they're not so far right that they align themselves with people like the KKK or the Black Panthers and that sort of thing.
Well, you're wrong. See, you're
Show
wrong.
me an
there.
article from Breitbart that supports the KKK.
No, you're gonna play stupid again, like when I pointed out the emolument clause. Get out of here.
You were wrong on that, by the way.
No, you don't know what you're talking about. Let's move on.
Dude, the emolument
next
clause
topic.
you pointed out
You
has
do
to do
not
with
know what you're
international
talking
business
about.
with the president.
You're embarrassing yourself.
No, everybody in the room read it and knows I was right, Ronan. You remember that?
No, because
You ran out of the room after the discussion because you knew you were wrong.
You bully people.
But it's not for us to decide, dude. It's for other people. We both made our points. It's for other people to decide who is right, not you or
That's why I'm
me.
calling you out. You bully people.
According to you.
No, it's a fact. Everybody doesn't say anything because they know you're going to turn on them.
According to you, we had a wonderful 3-hour-long conversation after you left that was nothing like this one.
Simplicity of it all, and you can't get it because you won't admit it. Fine.
According to you.
I acknowledge you. You don't read the text chat when it's not convenient for you. That's obvious. I've seen it. I've seen you read the text chat.
Dude, you act like an 8-year-old in the text chat. Do you want me to post what you wrote for 2 hours and made yourself look stupid? It was 8-year-old nonsense.
No. All you could repeat is
every time, everything you posted, I wrote, you're acting like an 8-year-old because you were.
Proving how boring of a person you are. You can only repeat the same thing. No creativity. Only what you can find in a quick Google search is the only thing you can use.
I don't Google anything while we talk.
You don't have that creativity. I do, but you don't. I know you don't.
Why do you want to just argue
all the time? All you did was
do the same thing with everyone, dude.
Well, yeah, because I know what I'm talking about when I say it. If I don't,
you just said a few minutes ago you weren't going to act this way. 5 minutes later, you're acting the same way again.
Because you're starting up.
I'm not starting up anything, dude. I'm just talking calmly.
I warned you. I did warn you.
I'm talking calmly about the issues, and you're going off on a tangent.
Make sure. No, I'm not. I'm following.
Listen to you trying to control and dominate the conversation by issuing orders on how the conversation has to go.
Right there, you're making. That's where it is. Okay, we'll continue on. We'll see what you say. Like I said, and when I start up again, it's automatic because you missed it. Go ahead.
Right. You're laying out the groundwork for how the conversation should go, accusing me of doing the same thing, and I'm not.
I'd like to have a civil conversation with you.
You said that 5 times, and then you go off on a tangent yelling and screaming. Yes, I am.
You claimed a 186 IQ, and you can't do it. That's amazing to me.
I am doing it. You're not doing it.
Prove it. Go ahead.
You said that 3 times now. Please try to maintain.
You can't do it. You are that slow.
Could you please give the example of what I did? Please give the example of what I did.
That smart. Prove it. Go on to something else.
Okay. We were talking about racism and Trump. Why don't you pick something you'd like to talk about? I know you love Trump, but how about a different subject than Trump?
The fact that he broke the law in terms of nepotism laws. He hired Jared Kushner, and that's against it's a law. It's nepotism. It's against the law. But he just circumvents that. Says I don't care.
What position is he in? I don't really know. I know who you're talking about. His brother or his son-in-law, I guess.
Yeah, his son-in-law, 31-year-old Jared Kushner.
I believe he's an unpaid advisor. Isn't that right?
No, they're all paid advisors.
No. What is his position exactly? He's not in
advisor. He's an advisor to the president. That's an actual position. I mean,
That it would be incorrect to say that it's against the nepotism laws to let your brother-in-law advise you.
no, the fact that it's nepotism is against the law. No,
No, it's not against the law for
It
him to
doesn't-
have an advisor who's his wife or his brother-in-law or his daughter or son. You're not limited now. That's why I said I believe he's an unpaid advisor because he didn't want to get into the nepotism issue. Now, if you could post a link or something showing me that he has a paid position, I'll say I'm wrong. But near as I recall,
Okay, go ahead. No, keep
he's an
talking.
unpaid advisor. Now, you would agree that it's not nepotism to have an unpaid advisor, wouldn't you? Would you agree, Ronan, that an unpaid son-in-law is not nepotism? Because nepotism has to do with giving people money and putting them in positions because they're your relative, right? I'm guessing you're looking it up for me. Thank you.
Well, yeah, that's what you asked, and I have to.
Appreciate it.
I have to focus. You know, I'm not.
Appreciate it.
I'm not multi-talented that way. I focus on things because I know exactly what I'm doing when I'm doing it.
Great. Yeah, I'll go ahead and Google it while we're Googling and see what I find too. His name's Jared Kushner, isn't it?
Yeah, Jared Kushner, Kushner.
Now, have you, okay, here we go. Jared Kushner's position may not be legal. We'll look at that one. That's from the Washington Post.
Is that
Jared Kushner. Let's pick an article. Are you coming up with the same ones as me? I see one from NPR, the Washington Post, ABC News. Let's pick the same one and read it and then talk about it.
Time out. Let's shop and compare. You read a couple and I'll read a couple and then we can come to a consensus.
Well, let's read the same one so we will, you know what I'm saying? We'll know what we're talking about because we both read the same one. But all right, if you want to do it the other way, that's fine with me.
What did you enter into the search box then?
Jared Kushner's position and nepotism.
Jared Kushner, position and nepotism. Hold on.
Yeah. And the Washington Post article says may not be legal, not is. And let's go with NPR. They're kind of non-biased, right? The Washington Post, they're a little biased. How nepotism law might affect Jared Kushner from ABC News. I mean, our choices are ABC News, NPR, Washington Post. You can pick. The Guardian, New York Times. They hate Trump and he hates them, so that's probably not a good one. But
okay, I entered Jared Kushner's position and nepotism, and the first one goes: does Jared Kushner's White House appointment violate nepotism? People.com, Vanity Fair, and I read Washington Post, and then it's the Guardian.
All right, let's read the Washington Post one because I've got that one. I actually use a Yahoo search, not Google. That's why ours are different. But they'd be different anyway because of the algorithms they use. But I'm punching up the Trump son-in-law, Jared Kushner, to join White House as senior advisor. So that apparently he's a senior advisor to Donald Trump. Kushner, who will not take a salary, is expected to have a broad portfolio, blah, blah, blah. So according to this article, now if you have one that says something different, but this confirms what I had to say earlier, that in order to make it at least appear not to be nepotism, he's not taking a salary. So that's why I asked you before, would you agree, before we even got into it, that an unpaid position from a relative is not nepotism? Because nepotism pretty much requires money. You have to be paid. That's the whole point of the nepotism law, is so people don't, make their relatives rich who are unqualified for the job in the first place.
Okay, I'd like to back up a little bit. So you're referring
Okay.
to the Washington Post. I want to make sure that we are on the same page.
You want me to post the link in the chat room?
No, I'm
But
looking.
yes, I am referring to the Washington Post.
Okay,
Yes.
the title reads Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, to join White House as senior advisor.
Yes.
Calling no formal. Okay, let's go. Okay,
Yes. In the very first sentence in the second paragraph, Kushner, who will not take a salary.
Is expected to have a broad portfolio that includes government operations and trade deals. Okay, he got around it. However, can you imagine that being in that position, he will not be granted favors by other people?
Well, anyone would be in that position. You could say the same thing about the other person.
Well, yeah.
The fact that you might be granted favors as an advisor to the president would apply to everyone. What we're talking about is it nepotism? So it goes back to the question. The answer is it's not nepotism, because nepotism requires financial gain.
Under the strictest definition of the law, you are right. You are right.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Yeah. However, but that on the surface of it all, but we do know, right?
The laws, but the thing is, the law is a law. In law, they have the expression that the law's a bitch, and it is.
No, I like the law. I agree with you. That's what I concur. I concur. I do.
Well, I appreciate. See, we can have discussions, and I'm glad that and that's why I said we should go to the exact same article, because when we both are looking at the same thing, we can't really have some big crazy argument. Now, would you like to back up and let me show you why your emolument clause thing was wrong in a calm fashion?
Very well. Let's go back there. After you.
All right. Hold on. Okay, hold on.
No, wait, excuse me. I think it would be. I think your suggestion was adequate, and you could post the link, and you find something, and I just click to that link here in the side chat, and we can be on the same page much quicker.
Right. Okay. Yeah, this is the shit. This is the first place I went, which isn't good. This is the Heritage Guide or Constitution. That's kind of.
I mean, your pick. Your pick. You have the option, please.
Let me. Okay. What you are referring to. All right. I want you to go to this page first, because this will sort of demonstrate to you the differences in the emolument clause itself. So let me copy and paste this for you. Okay. And the point here, Ronan, is that there are three sections of the emolument clause. There's the foreign emoluments clause, and then there's the domestic emolument clause. So let me post this link so you see that, right? Here's that link. There's the link in the chat room. And what you'll find, then go to that page. That's the Wikipedia page, I think. Now, when you click foreign emoluments clause, you're going to come up with what's called the nobility clause, which is what you quoted. Okay, so click that and it'll take you to the nobility clause. And if you go down to the text, you'll see that's what you quoted. No title of nobility, blah, blah, blah. No person holding any office of profit or trust under them shall, without consent of Congress, accept any present, emolument, office, or title of any kind, whatever. But the part you kind of missed was from any king, prince, or foreign state. And that's because this section of the emolument clause has to do with making sure that the president isn't bribed by a king, prince, or a foreign state. And this is the section that you quoted, and I wanted to calmly point out by starting at the beginning that this is the foreign section that has nothing to do with domestic issues. So we've been here.
Well,
now let's go.
Go ahead. No. You're jumping.
What does it say? It says they may not read the text. Read the text out loud.
Excuse me. Let's deal with the point you made right now before you start to just so-called stroll away.
Sure.
This is why I raise my voice, because you start doing this, And I
Just
don't
let's
appreciate
deal with the point. Go ahead.
Okay, fine. Don't interrupt me. Text. No title of nobility, I can agree, shall be granted by the United States, our country, colon, and no person holding any office of profit, which he owns businesses, or trust under them, shall, without the consent of Congress, accept any present, emolument, office, or title of any kind, whatever, from any king, prince, or foreign state. Now, getting back to that text again, it says no title of nobility will be granted by the United States, colon.
That's right.
Right. Now, and no person holding any office of profit or trust under them shall, without the consent of Congress, accept any present, like somebody giving him, a car, right? Emolument. Somebody saying, "Hey, Donald Trump owns this hotel, and we want to get access to him, so we're going to rent rooms there." That's why I pointed out the vestiture, right? The blind trust. That's the point I had made, to divest from that, so he does not know how much money he is making or losing. That's the point. Any present or emolument, someone paying to stay at his hotels, that's an emolument. Okay? That's the point I was making all along. Now, do you want to go to another point? Let's go there, because I just pointed that out. That's what it says right there in the law. Right there. Again.
Right. What it?
No
Okay.
title.
Now read the whole thing,
I'm
though.
not finished.
From-
I'm not. No,
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
You asked me to. You told me you were finished.
No, here we go again. No title of nobility shall be granted by the United States, colon, and no person holding any office of profit or trust under them shall, without consent of the Congress did not say, okay, accept any present emolument, like somebody renting a room in his hotel, or office or title of any kind, whatever, from any king, prince, or foreign state. Now, that covers a lot of things, and emolument was the key word right there in that text. That someone, hey, he owns this hotel, he's going to be there this weekend, let's go rent a room, and yes, we can get access to him, and you know how things go, right? And so-called social circles, pay to play. And that's the point I was making all along. Okay, now you want to go to the next point, please?
Are you finished?
I said please.
Okay. Well, you said that before, and then you said I interrupted you. But anyhow, what you're confusing is that the money that let's use for example, a king plays golf in Scotland on one of Donald Trump's golf courses. Okay, what the purpose of this is not to keep a king from using the president or any other person's business interests. What it is it's designed so that the king, prince, or foreign state, that the president can't accept money directly from them. Now, I understand what you're saying, and that it might be a good idea if the law was a little different and they couldn't even use their businesses. The problem with that is that the reason it's not like that is because there are wealthy people that have their hands in so many different things that, for example, let's just say somebody involved in the food business, they grew oranges, and they would have no control over their own livelihood if a king ate an orange that happened to come from their farm. So what the correct reading of this, and what any court would tell you, is it's a direct gift or a direct present or emolument, not an indirect use of the Trump hotel. However, if it turned out that a bunch of people, it would appear that a bunch of people were simply staying at Trump hotels and they got some sort of favors, my guess would be the Congress would come along and change this law or make a new law so that indirect presents, emoluments, and that sort of thing, gifts, presents, and emoluments would also be illegal, and then a blind trust would be required. But the way this law is written, what is being barred are direct gifts to that person. It does not say that a king, a prince, or foreign state can't go buy something at the person holding office's store. For example, Mitt Romney, right? He owns a lot of different businesses when he was the governor of Massachusetts, and he wasn't required to put everything, virtually all these politicians own businesses, and they're not required to put them in blind trusts because people are not directly giving them presents, emoluments, or gifts.
Well, the difference is that it's a state right under the 10th Amendment, and this emolument clause is federal, whereby an emolument is a salary, which he's not getting, obviously, a fee where people do.
Oh, what do you mean? He's getting a salary. He gets $400,000 a year. What do you mean?
No. You're not getting it. An emolument is outside of the government, outside.
Right.
Of the
you said he is not getting a salary.
Well, no, but I was giving you the definition of emolument.
I know what an emolument is, dude.
Okay, give me the definition. I'm reading it right here. Go ahead, because this is where you make your mistake, and I'm trying to point that out to you.
No, what I know, it doesn't have to do with emolument. It has to do whether it's a direct direct compensation or an indirect compensation.
This is where you
emolument, the profit arising from office, employment, or labor.
This is where you just proven to me that you do not know what emolument means, because
it doesn't matter. Emolument is compensation for.
That's why they use that word, emolument. Now, emolument is a salary, a fee, which he does collect because he owns a golf course. You said golf course, fine. That's an emolument.
He doesn't get that. The Trump business gets that.
But he is the owner. So he, after that, or profit. The man is profiting. He has not divested himself from his properties.
You're missing the point. The law is about direct emoluments.
It says
it's not about indirect emoluments.
A profit is a profit.
That's right.
Direct or indirect, it's a profit. That's it.
And when the courts decide whether a king on his golf course fits the law, they're going to say no, because the intention of the law is for direct emoluments.
Right. It is a direct emolument.
No, it is an indirect emolument.
You're not letting me finish. He has not divested himself from the businesses and placed everything in a blind trust. He doesn't have
to divest himself from the businesses. He could put it in a blind trust. And
putting it into the control of his children is not direct divestiture. Period.
Well, he would have to put it into a blind trust.
And he has not. He has not.
Right. Of course he hasn't, because it's not required under the law.
Yes, it is, because he's breaking the law right now.
We already had this debate, man.
He is doing it right now.
Okay. So we've gone over it, and we still agree to disagree. So let's not beat a dead horse. That's all. I did my best to explain it, and we disagree. And I guess we'll find out in court. If in court I lose, then I'll admit I was wrong. And I hope that if he wins in court, you can admit you're wrong, right?
I can accept.
How about we let the courts decide instead of argue about it forever? That makes sense, right?
Well, no, you were positing that you were correct about everything, and I asked why, and you
because it's an indirect emolument. That's why. That's my answer.
It's like alternative facts. You're doing that now.
No, it's an The purpose of the law is so people don't give direct bribes to government officials. not so that they don't shop at their businesses.
It's a noun, not a pronoun. Okay, it's a thing. It's a
Right.
noun.
Like I said, we agree to disagree, and there's no point beating a dead horse.
In other words, I agreed with you that Jared Kushner is unpaid and he basically circumvents the law under nepotism, right? Limitations. And you are concurring with me, except you don't want to admit it. Yes, you.
No, I'm not concurring with you at all. And what I'm saying is, hold on, let me finish. You're interrupting me. What I'm saying, you're interrupting. I understand you believe I'm wrong, and that's fine.
I've proven it.
What I'm saying
Let him talk, Ronan.
What I'm saying is that since we're not going to come to an agreement, we just need to let the courts decide, because if it is illegal, somebody is certainly going to sue to make, all it would take is any individual can sue. This has been discussed by lawyers in the news all the time, and they all disagree with you, which is why nobody's suing them now. But we are not going to come to a decision. We simply have to let the courts figure it out. And when they do, one of us will be right and one of us will be wrong. So let's just leave it until that happens. That's all I'm saying.
Well,
Doesn't that make sense?
well, no, it doesn't make sense, because I know that Jeff Sessions, the Attorney General, will not bring up the administration on charges.
Well, that's another issue that I'd like to address.
Okay, go ahead.
You were bringing up Flynn and Jeff Sessions. What you don't seem to realize is that the House Intelligence Committee is the investigative body, don't interrupt me, please, not Jeff Sessions. There's already an investigation going on. Prosecutors, that's what the Attorney General is a prosecutor. They don't conduct prosecutions until investigations are done. That's why the police do the investigation first, and then they hand the material off to the prosecutor, who decides if he's going to prosecute. Your contention that Trump will get away with this, that, or the other thing because his Attorney General won't prosecute is a spurious complaint, because those things are conducted by the House Intelligence Committee or the Senate Ways and Means Committee and all these other. That's why we have the balance of power allows for the investigation to be done by not Jeff Sessions, the Attorney General, but by the House and Senate themselves. And when they conduct an investigation, if they want the Attorney General to prosecute it, they can order the Attorney General to prosecute it. But generally, in the case where the Attorney General, like your contention is real good buddies with Trump, and of course he is, he appointed him, that's where the term special prosecutor comes along. The Senate and House will appoint what they consider an unbiased special prosecutor to carry out the wishes of their investigation. So your concern that the Attorney General is good buddies with Trump is an unnecessary concern, because that's not how the process works. Right now, there is an investigation going on into the Flynn matter by the House Intelligence Committee.
No, the difference is that it goes directly to the Attorney General, and it
doesn't have to. No, it doesn't. It goes to wherever the Intelligence Committee says it goes.
I listened to you finish, and you're not listening to me.
Right. I'm sorry.
Is that the way this is going to go? I'm going to raise my voice again. I'm going to raise my voice again and have fun with you.
No, just
make your point.
I let you finish.
I heard you, and I said I was sorry. Go ahead.
I don't accept your apologies, because you will not change.
Well, just go ahead, Ronan.
Now, one of the other cacklers is coming up.
Right. Just
the point being, you're right. There are the House and Senate. Yes, they do conduct these investigations, and they hand the information over to the Attorney General. And the Attorney General at this position, at this time, said he will not recuse himself. So there won't be a special prosecutor appointed unless he recuses himself, and he refuses to do so at this time.
That's not true. The Senate, the House and Senate can demand.
I was not finished.
I'm sorry. I thought you were.
Yeah. Go ahead, Ronan.
You made your point.
Well, no, but you keep blabbering on. What's wrong with me listening to you? Nothing.
Let him finish, Rick.
But I do let you finish.
Go ahead. I thought you were done. I'm sorry.
Let him finish.
Again, I do not accept your apologies because you're going to go right back to that same nonsense. Okay, I do not accept your apologies because you're going to go back to that same
Fine, then I
nonsense.
won't apologize.
We'll find out. We'll find out. Like I said,
Make your point, please.
You're right to that point. However, Jeff Sessions himself has said he will not recuse himself, thereby not allowing, or should I say, he'll block a special prosecutor from coming in because he is the attorney general under law. That's it. If he does not recuse himself, maybe there'll be pressure. I agree with you. Maybe there'll be pressure from the Congress. Maybe. I don't know. We don't know. We can table that for now, and we'll find out as history passes.
Right. So you got angry because I interrupted you and you said the exact same thing you said when I thought you were done. But you're incorrect. The House and Senate committees can appoint a special prosecutor all by themselves. They don't need the Attorney General to recuse himself.
The difference is, Richard, the fact that the Attorney General is in place and they're not going to brush him aside. They have to go through him. That's the difference.
They don't.
Well, yes, but they can do that, but it really gets into a lot of legal problems. That's
all they have to do is say we're appointing a special. They don't even need a reason. They don't have to say because we think Jeff Sessions is bad. They just say we're going to appoint a special prosecutor in this situation, and end of story. The House and Senate is more powerful than the Attorney General.
Yes, if there's enough votes. And the way
now that's a perfectly legitimate point. You're absolutely right.
That's just it.
And when I went, go ahead. Well, I just wanted to say real quick, and I'll let you go, that when I talked about this the other day, I pointed that out. That's one of the dangers of having having one party control all three branches. And the good thing about that is they get shit done. The bad thing about that is when corruption comes along, they can all work together. So whether that happens or not, we'll see. But you are absolutely correct. They would need the votes to do the special prosecutor thing. That is absolutely true.
Now I can say I concur. I can say that right now. Yes.
Very good.
Yes.
See, we can have conversations. Don't get so bent out of shape because I think you're done when you're not, dude.
No. Like I said, it's that attitude that you've had all along. That's annoying. And so I'm going to have fun with it. But now that I can get you to a point where, hey, we can talk as adults. Let's move on. Well, Buddy's here. Yeah. Buddy's here. I guess we can chat with him. Go ahead, Buddy.
No, man, we're all three on this thing. I just wanted to throw in something on the all that stuff with Trump taking gifts and all that stuff. Did you see the interview, Richard, where he had the lawyers talking to it was a big press conference, and this was weeks ago now. He's got lawyers working on everything, on all of that stuff. He does not have to turn his business over, but he's doing it as an extra measure to stop controversy on all that stuff. He's not allowed.
Right. The complaint. Yeah, I did see that. And the complaint, even on like channels like Bloomberg and CNBC, the complaint is that he put it in a trust and he gave it the control of the trust over to his son, right. But it's not an irrevocable trust. So that's what a blind trust would be, an irrevocable trust, saying that he can't ever get control of it while he's in office. The only real complaint is that he might in the future revoke the trust and take back control of his business. But right now, you're right. It's in a trust. He does not have control over it. The only complaint is that he made it revocable to where he could. And the reason he did that, by the way, the reason. Let me tell you the reason he did that is if he didn't do that and the person running the trust did a shitty job, he would have no recourse to fire him and appoint someone else. That's why he did that.
Exactly. Only a dumb businessman would make it non-revocable.
That's right. Exactly.
I mean,
But it is in the exact kind of thing it should be. But even that was not necessary. There are many presidents with huge piles of businesses that never put it in any kind of trust at all.
exactly, Richard. Where were all these damn people when everybody else, was doing it? Where were they then?
Exactly.
And, I mean,
Well, the thing is, though, I will say this: Donald Trump is actually he's not the richest president, by the way. If you inflation adjust some other presidents, I think he falls near 5 or 6, and they didn't complain about those other 5 or 4.
Right.
You're right.
Right,
and the
exactly.
reason is because we want people who have, you know why we agree on that is because we want people to be able to make a living, so we don't have career politicians. That's what the founding fathers wanted, was rich businessmen able to run their farms and their mills and their mines and volunteer to be president, but not lose control over their livelihood.
But for me, the main talking point of this subject is, number one, he didn't have to do it at all. Number two, only a stupid businessman would make it to where he couldn't get control if something happened to his business.
Right, irrevocable.
Right, and then the third thing on this subject is, he didn't have to do it. So why is this even a talking point of these people?
Because they have nothing better to complain about.
Right, they have nothing. They have nothing. He's about the damn most.
I mean, let me put it to you this way. The next point after this was that he committed nepotism by hiring his brother. And I brought to Ronan's point that no, that talking point the media sold him on is actually incorrect. And Ronan agreed. He said, yeah, I guess you're right.
Yeah, well, the thing is, and I'm going to let Ronan talk too. I just wanted to jump in there on it a little bit. But me and Ronan had this debate, I don't know, a couple of weeks ago, whenever it was, right after I saw that press conference. And it was fresh in my mind. And I was going, no, Ronan, he doesn't have to do that at all. And we argued and argued and argued. But anyway, it's all good at the end.
And what I want to say before you talk, Ronan, is I'm not all pro-Trump, dude. I am scared to death. I went from thinking there was a 0% chance of recession for the next 6 years, and in a week, I decided there's a 50% chance of recession. I am not some flag-waving go Trump kind. I did not vote for Trump. I wouldn't, I didn't vote for Hillary either. But I am, don't confuse me as thinking that Trump is, some saint or some great guy. He has to demonstrate. I need demonstrable, evidence before I go out on that limb.
Right. History will tell us all that. But I can tell you this, with everything that I am and everything that I've experienced in my life and going by my gut and everything I know about Trump since the 70s, he's the real deal.
I got a question for you, Ron. Here's my take. If Donald Trump was able to accomplish 10% of what he wants to accomplish, I think our country, just for a random number, would be 50% better off in the long run. And my question to you is, do you kind of take the opposite tack, that if he gets 10% done, we'll be 50% worse off? I'm kind of curious, even if he gets just a little bit of what he wants done, I think that would be great for America. Do you think even him doing a little bit will cause a lot of damage?
That's a good question. Go ahead.
Yes.
Okay.
If 10%, well, it's not defined. The 10% is not defined.
It's just a general idea question, dude. Come on.
Well, no, then no, he couldn't do that. Back to the nepotism thing, just for a moment, please. Jared Kushner is in debt to China to the tune of $500,000. If China does something, some kind of trade war thing, he can speak into the president's ear, and if it goes against what he needs done or what China will threaten him with, that's a problem. Nepotism.
As opposed to the 500 Fortune 500 companies that are in debt to China for $1 trillion. I mean, what's the point?
The Fortune 500s are private corporations. and this is
And he's a private. And he's a private. My point is that $500,000 in the world of China is like a one drop of water in all of the oceans. So what?
Yeah, but it's an important drop of water where our nation's security is at stake.
No, it's not. What if he's in debt to China and there's some big trade war? You just tell him to go fuck himself, and you get $500,000 for free. So what?
Well, that's just it. I mean, that's not the way it
It'd be
works.
different if China owed him $500,000, but you have the opposite problem. If China owed him $500,000, you might have a point. But if he owes China $500,000, who fucking cares?
Well, they would if he said something wrong according to what China is thinking or doing.
Mm-hmm.
China could call in the debt and say,
so what? And he say, "Fuck you, I'm not paying."
Wait a minute, that's like a breach of contract. That's,
Yes, it is. In a war, those kind of things happen. But I don't see why you would bring up $500,000 in a $3 trillion world where everybody has the ear. I mean, why aren't you complaining that people with billions and billions and billions of dollars involved with China are sitting down with the president every single day?
Well, that's the problem because
why is it a problem?
Because it's part of the government, not private corporation. That's the difference. If it was private corporation, you're right. Trillions of dollars, who cares? But that's private, not public.
I mean, you're honestly concerned that a guy who's not even taking a salary, that's just advising the president, has business dealings in China. Really? I mean, come on, dude. This is an international world. You know, everything is interconnected nowadays. In 50 years, it will be impossible to find anybody that doesn't have any businessman that doesn't have connections in numerous different countries.
I agree, but the businessman is private. It's private.
It just astonishes me that you're really concerned that, I mean, he would listen to him even if he wasn't appointed in the position. He's his brother-in-law. They'll be talking about shit at Thanksgiving dinner. You know what I'm saying? It's a ridiculous concern on your part.
Son-in-law. He's a son-in-law.
Right. Isn't that what did I say?
No, you said brother-in-law.
Okay, right. But you get my point. He's his family. He'd be talking to him anyway.
That's the problem. It's not part of the public trust where they need to divest themselves, and they have not.
But they don't. There's no law requiring that.
Yes, but it's under. I mean, you're right on that point. Yes, on that point. However, you're smart enough to figure out what the machinations are going to be behind closed doors when favors need to be granted. Come on.
I don't know. I don't believe. Donald Trump is rich enough so where I don't think he gives I will give him credit until somebody proves that he's a liar. I'm taking him at his word that he has nothing to do with being bribed by special interests and lobbyists. I mean, the guy, I don't know how much money he has, but he has more than enough to not worry about being bribed with $500,000 fucking dollars. I mean, come on.
Okay, excellent. Let's go from there. Did you hear about the recent today story where a Russian sub was near our waters?
It's actually a Russian spy ship with surface to air missiles. Yes, and what Armando asked me about that. So let me tell you what I told him. When I was in the Navy, every year we would go up the coast of all the countries around the Mediterranean Ocean, one of which declared that their border was 200 miles. The international law is 12 miles, and what's good for the goose is good for the gander. One year, as we're going 12 miles up the coast of Libya, they sent a fighter plane out, probably just to harass us, that we blew out of the fucking sky. Now, if we are going to go around to all the countries in the world and demonstrate, one of the jobs of the Navy is to protect the sea lanes and protect the international law to do with waters. If we're going to go around the world 12 miles off the coast of any country we feel like going on, even if they say not to, we really can't complain when somebody's 30 miles off our coast.
Right. If they don't recognize it because they're not in agreement, well, it's their right. That's it. That's it.
Well, it's not their right. They sign international law treaties, and the international law is 12 miles.
Are you saying
They can fit 13 miles instead of 30 without breaking the law.
Are you saying all nations of the world have agreed to that? Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that's what the international law is.
Well, that means everybody agreed to it. I imagine that's what.
Well, enough people to pass the law. There may have been dissenters.
Okay. See, the dissenters can say we disagree. I don't know.
And they can send a plane out and they get shot out of the fucking sky by the Navy, whatever.
Right. I don't know if it was Libya.
But that's not the point. The point is we're talking about a ship 30 miles off our coast. And what I said is I'm demonstrating that we would be stupid to complain that somebody else is 30 miles off our coast while we're going 12 miles up and down everybody's coast in the world.
Right.
All right.
But yeah.
So that's what I think about that. So you're in agreement that there's nothing wrong with a Russian ship being 30 miles off our coast?
Right. Because it's their right to do so. However, it obviously so forth, maybe taunting the U.S.
Well, what I think they're doing, and what the best course Donald Trump could say is to come out and say exactly what I said. What they're trying to do is get some leverage by saying, if you do this, we'll remove our ship. Well, fuck them. Your ship can be there what they're doing is they're trying to be provocative by putting it off Groton, Connecticut. The reason you got it confused is Groton, Connecticut is a submarine base for the United States Navy, and it's a surface ship that's spying 30 miles off the coast of a submarine base. And so what? In today's technology, they have satellites with better pictures than the assholes with binoculars on the spy ship anyway. Who fucking cares? It's just nonsense.
There you go again, making those snide remarks. I don't appreciate that.
My snide remarks were towards Putin, not towards you.
Well, no, you said you. You said you. That implying me. That's why you don't get it. That's why you don't get it. I was agreeing with you, and you're just trying to so-called elevate yourself. To
what? Give me the. Ronan said no. What did I say, buddy?
All right, hold on. That's what I was going to say, Ronan. That was not directed at you, man.
I am talking to him directly, and he is responsible for his words.
Yeah, but
buddy, what did I say?
How he framed and how he framed it.
Ronan, you have an impartial man telling you you're wrong, and I'm telling you you're wrong. Maybe you should listen.
When I interrupted you and said, no, that's his son-in-law. That's an example. Okay.
Wow, are we going back to that?
Go ahead.
But anyway, here's what I wonder about everything to do with any of these talking points. I want to know why Ronan and these people that keep criticizing every little tiny move that Trump makes, I want to know why they're not complimenting all the jobs he's already bringing back and putting these American families back to work. He's done more already than any fucking president.
He did more before he ever even got into office than any president.
He ever even got inaugurated. He's done more than Obama in 8 years and did more than Bush in his terms also. So I don't know what these people are complaining about. There's half of America out of fucking work, Ronan. Why aren't you complimenting the guy where compliments are due? That's what I don't understand about you. It's like you're so focused on finding something that this guy's gonna do wrong. When look what he's already done right. Do you think any of these fucking corporations would be coming back here and creating all these jobs if Trump didn't get elected? If you say yes, Ronan, you know that you're full of shit. They wouldn't be here. They were continuing to leave.
Carrier would have certainly moved to Mexico.
Know why Ronan is not worried about the American people over trying to find something wrong with Trump? That's what I want to know.
It's a good question.
You got an answer for that one, Ronan?
And yes, we'll let you talk. Well, I guess, buddy, what I would say is not directed towards Ronan himself, but the people that do that it's a 20-year, as we were discussing earlier, it's a 20-year mindset of I'm going to block even the things that I agree with because my guy didn't win.
Exactly.
That's what I think it's all about. It's
Yes,
that
it is.
I don't care what they do good. I'm not going to lower myself to compliment the guy that won that's not my guy. And all of us in America need to change that. If Nancy Pelosi does something good, even hardcore racist KKK Republicans need to come out and say that was a good thing to bring the country together.
Exactly. And it goes deeper than that. These corrupt politicians that sold all these deals for the foreign interest, they got a lot of shit to answer for now, see?
Well,
Yeah.
I would back up on that, buddy. The truth is that people were not so much corrupt as wrong. People really believed back in the Clinton day or just past the Clinton era that a rising tide would raise all boats and that the cheaper imports would actually raise the standard of living of Americans and that they would find other jobs in the service industry and everybody would be better. It wasn't so much corruption as they really thought that globalization and moving these factories to cheap places would actually on the margins benefit everyone, not just the corporations. And they were dead ass fucking wrong. They weren't so they didn't do it nefariously. They did it by mistake, in my opinion.
You know how I know they were wrong when it all started happening? I'll tell you how I knew it was wrong. They were sitting there if you'll go back and watch the interviews with Al Gore and Ross Perot and all that shit with NAFTA, I'm just saying go back to the NAFTA, even though it was happening long before that. But NAFTA was kind of like the biggie that brought it to the forefront where people understood what was going on.
Right.
But during that NAFTA thing, go back and listen to what Al Gore was trying to fucking blow smoke up everybody's ass and believe. Bottom line.
Well, let me tell you this, just so you know. I'm in the camp of people that was wrong. Economically, I believed that whole plan would not own. What I believed is that plan would raise the standard of living of third world country people so tremendously that while they couldn't afford to buy a new Camaro, they would be able to afford Marlboro cigarettes and Tyson eggs, and that slowly they would be very much better off proportionally in the beginning, and it would have a very slight negative effect on America in the short term, but in the long term, the whole world would be so much better off that it would be worthwhile. And I would be in the camp of people that thought it was a good idea, was wrong, and I wasn't nefarious about it at all. The card that we forgot about, people like me that made a mistake, was the tremendous power of the economic engine of America being such a high percentage that all of that extra income that these people going from $1 a day to $10 a day, when you have people going from 100 grand to 30 grand, there wasn't enough of them being enough better off to make that program work. That's the part we all forgot about, was the tremendously different scale of the drop in wages in America versus the rise in wages for the rest of the world.
And that's a large scale way to look at it, but I was kind of in the core of it. And the way I view things, it's interesting to talk to you for one reason. You've got this larger, like, stock investing guy way of looking at things, to where I look at things more real and down to earth as they're happening in real life, in reality, if that makes sense.
Well, so do I, but what the main difference is that I'm just as happy to invest in a Chinese stock, a Malaysian stock. I'm looking at things on a worldwide scale. You're looking at things at a more local level. That's the difference, not that I'm looking into the future.
Not so much local, because remember, I was a field technician. I was in every state. So I watched this going on a large scale, actually.
Well, to me, America is local.
Oh, I got you.
The entire country of America is local to me.
I got you.
Okay. Well,
Go
just
ahead, Ronan.
just a couple of points. The January job numbers had come out, and there was a 226 plus thousand new jobs created, and the Trump administration like did it so much at a time, but it did point out, oh, look at what we did, but that's a really false equivalency, because the jobs are basically part of the wave that continues over. We can look at it, let's say 6-8 months down the road, and then we can start to say, okay, is this administration creating new jobs? And the idea,
Absolutely.
oh yeah, okay, and the idea of more jobs coming back, well, from what little I understand currently, the pushback is not necessarily the idea of bringing the jobs back. I do agree with that. I do agree. I would like that to happen. However, Congress, the people in Congress are the ones pushing back, because those larger corporations are lining their pockets. That's the problem, the pushback that the president will be having, where more jobs could be coming in, under his so-called leadership or directives, yes, but the pushback is from Congress, whereby these jobs that are offshored, right, are basically making them more money in contributions. Okay, so I can say that. Go ahead, please.
I was just going to say that it's political suicide to have a pushback against jobs being created in America, and I don't know what you really. That just seems like a crazy statement to me. What senator or congressman do you think is pushing back against, for example, Carrier not going to Mexico? Who did you hear complaining about Toyota when they said they're going to create new factories in the country to appease Trump? I mean, I don't see any pushback whatsoever from anybody when somebody comes out and says they're creating jobs in America. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Okay.
Do you, buddy?
Well,
No, I'm lost. I guess he'll explain.
Okay, the pushback does not necessarily mean saying something. It also means saying nothing, whereby
what is pushback? Define pushback.
In other words, they're resistant to that. Okay?
How do you know that if they don't say anything?
Because they would have said something officially already as a group. Yes, we agree with President Trump. We want these jobs to come back. They have said no such thing. They've basically.
What?
Well, no, they're saying it, but there's no legislation in the works. They can politics.
Yes,
remember,
there is. They're working on trying to figure out how to make our tax system the same as the rest of the world, with a border tax and lowering corporate taxes. What do you mean there's nothing in the works? They're working on it every day.
Yes, but the taxes that they're going to lower is for the top 1%. Everyone else has to make up the difference. That's where that's going. It's been going.
That there is some truth in that. The problem with that complaint is that that everyone else in the world has no export tax when they bring their Toyota, or they don't really bring Toyotas, they make them in America, but when they bring their Sony TV into America, it's not taxed when it leaves Japan. When we let it in, it's not taxed, so the Sony television is a really good deal. When we send an Apple iPhone, it's taxed when it leaves America, and it's taxed when it enters Japan.
Correct.
So this border tax is simply leveling the playing field the way it should be. Now, if leveling the playing field to where it should be means that consumers pay what they should pay, we should still do it, even if that means that consumers end up paying more. Now, let me finish. Now, to compensate for that extra amount of money people are going to have to pay for, by the way, imported products, not products made in America, because that doesn't apply to the border tax, which is the whole point of why these people are building factories in America, which is why it's a good plan. In order to compensate for that extra expenditure, he is also going to lower taxes through the lower middle in income taxes. That's the kind of, now that's not Trump, by the way. That's Paul Ryan. Paul Ryan knows full well that the border tax needs to be compensated for by lowering the taxes on the consumers. But what you really have to grasp here is that it's on imported products. And the problem is that people say, well, all the products are imported. That's right. And the way to stop that is with a border tax. So yes, the system is so completely fucked up that the beginning of fixing it may actually cost people slightly more who buy imported products. And as we build factories, as Toyota builds factories in America, they're not imported products those people are buying anymore. They're products made in America that are not subject to the border tax. So Carrier air conditioners, for example, will be made in America, and it won't cost you more to buy those Carrier air conditioners.
Right. That's why he's also capitalizing on products being made in the U.S. again.
Exactly.
Well, okay, the Carrier deal, United Technologies is the big company, but Carrier is just a division of United Technologies. What was done is, well, President Trump said 1,000 or something X jobs, but it's actually 553, and Vice President, well, then governor, he kept his position as governor because he had control of a fund, and that fund was used to so-called bribe Carrier. And
so
Carrier did agree. Okay, we'll do this, but Carrier has subdivision of its own, and they're offshoring other parts, other departments.
Of course, everything's offshore. So did I correctly hear what you're saying? You're saying thank you very much, President Trump, for 553 jobs. Is that what you said?
Well, yes, but see, that's basically a ruse. Just
no, it's exaggerated nonsense. There's a lot of exaggerated nonsense in the world of the number of jobs Trump has brought back already. That's absolutely true. But according to you, he brought back 553. That's a good thing.
No, excuse me. He kept because Governor.
That's right. He kept. That's right.
He didn't bring anything back.
Right. That's true. I misspoke. You're right. He kept 553 jobs from leaving.
Hold on.
Okay, now with what you had just explained just prior, right? The import-export tariff, I think you called it a border tax, the tariff. Okay, right. Based on your model, I'm agreeing with your model, and you're saying they can ship something in and it won't be taxed. Who said that was legal? That's Congress. Why? Because they took the bribes. That's what it is. And the big corporations say, hey, we want to ship things in here. We don't want to get taxed. Here's some money. The legislator said, we agree. And that's why that's in place.
And when did that happen? Like 100 years ago, when they replaced tariffs with income tax. That's not any recent person's fault.
Right. It's been building over time, like the Rust Belt in Detroit. It was happening way back in the Reagan, basically around Reagan, the time President Reagan was in. That's when it was the U.S. Chamber of Commerce, to be specific, right? The U.S. Chamber of Commerce was talking these U.S. corporations into offshoring jobs. Okay.
So wouldn't you expect a system that's been this fucked up for this long, correcting it is going to cause some amount of pain that we should be able to live with if the end result is fixing the system permanently? I mean, can you agree that ripping the Band-Aid off, it might be a good idea rather than just letting it continue with no border taxes and high taxes and one of the highest corporate taxes in the world, so companies don't want to build here? I mean, all this stuff, you're right, it's really, really, really fucked up, Why are you complaining so hard that there's a guy in office, both Trump and Paul Ryan, who are trying to fix all this stuff? You're nitpicking here, you're nitpicking there over these little tiny things when the main goal and the main stated objectives are to fix all this garbage.
Because it takes one stitch at a time to basically heal a wound. I mean, well, close a laceration, and it takes a little bit at a time. It cannot be undone overnight. I mean, it took, like you said, you were right. It took decades for this to build up.
But that doesn't. So why are you complaining that they're trying to put stitches in?
Let me just
Because instead they have a Band-Aid. I agree with you. Tear off the Band-Aid and start stitching it up.
But you're nitpicking, complaining about all this other nonsense. It doesn't matter.
Because it takes all of the little pieces to add up to one big change.
Okay. So with what Richard said, you really didn't answer his question. He was asking you why are you nitpicking, but you gave the response of you got to do it one stitch at a time. I personally don't believe in that philosophy at all. I believe it's been fucked up so long to the right that you got to fucking hardcore fucking knock it to the left to get it back in the center.
But that's the problem. It's too much of a shock economically.
I don't think so. Not with the way he's doing it, Ronan. I don't think it is.
And I can tell you that what happens, we don't even know. We haven't seen that. We can't say it's a shock or not a shock. But both Paul Ryan and Donald Trump have stated that they understand that they could do something that is too much of a shock, and that they understand economically it can't be fixed immediately. They've stated that. They know that. Now, we can't complain that they're doing something too fast, too hard, because we haven't even heard the tax plan or the border tax or the tariff. You're right, it's a tariff, but they're calling it a border tax because Americans are so stupid they don't know what a tariff is. But we can't complain that they're doing it too fast or too slow because we don't even know what the plan is yet.
They don't have a plan. That's like I said, one stitch.
So why are you complaining they're going to do it too fast if they don't have a plan?
I didn't say too fast. I'm saying if they try to do it too fast, it's a shock to the system.
That really isn't what you said, but I agree with you. If they do it too fast.
One more thing into that.
You're going there again to try to make yourself look better than the point I'm making. You're doing that again. Okay.
No, I'm correcting what you said. You didn't say if the first time. Whatever. Let's not worry about it. I agree with you that if they do it wrong, it will be a big problem.
Because you want to hear yourself speak, and that's why I keep calling you.
Dude, we're having a great conversation. Don't derail it with nonsense.
That's the point I'm talking. You're misquoting me. You're misquoting me because I know exactly what I'm saying. And I know you overlook things.
Why don't you let Buddy talk, please?
You have that habit of overlooking things because it does.
Go ahead, Buddy.
You got this, dude. You just got stupid again. You just got stupid again. I love it. I love it. You stupid man.
Ronan.
I tried to get you to be civil, and all of a sudden you get all into your own pretty voice and misrepresent everything I'm saying. You stupid man. Now you want to be civil again?
All right, yeah, Ronan, finish, please.
Yes, you're misrepresenting what I said. That's the problem that you're having most of the time, and I'm not going to tolerate it anymore. Now, if you're going to mute me again, I'm going to go all Muppet drama all over again. You stupid man. You're doing it again. You're doing it again. King Stupid. One of the cacklers on Hen House.
Thank you for recognizing I'm the king. I appreciate
King
that.
Stupid. King Stupid. That's your title.
Ronan,
you live up
Come
to
on,
it.
dude. You asked me to mute you.
Doing it again.
Not so many words. You know you did.
And
I gave you what you wanted, bro. I really did.
Stupid man. You know, Buddy Weak over here. Weak. W-E-A-K.
All you know is insults, Ronan.
Well, no, I'm not going to be petty.
Why are you picking on Buddy? Buddy
didn't do anything like the rest of you. I'm not going to be petty like you people.
You're not,
Why should
really?
I go into your
That's
rut?
what you were saying.
Why should I go into your rut when I have a lot of fun pointing and laughing at you both?
Okay,
Now,
well,
if you want to listen to what I'm saying, that's fine.
I do.
But if you want to misrepresent,
Sure, we would love to listen to you, Ronan. Go ahead.
I will disagree and make a Muppet drama again. So I'll let you
Okay,
continue.
great. We
Go
love
ahead.
Muppet drama.
Really? You like
Yeah,
me
really.
calling you out for what you really are? A
Absolutely.
stupid man that just talks
Yes,
over people
absolutely.
because you want to hear your own voice and you know very little about a lot of things. Very little. Man,
I've
as a matter
demonstrated
of
in this
fact,
conversation I know
you got
nothing.
a pretty
I get it.
voice, but when you talk about stocks, you're very smart. You know, you're lucid. Everything's very clear. But when you talk about other things, you just touch over things to make yourself sound pretty and ignore everyone else. And then you start
Such
insulting
as?
people.
Ronan.
Wait a minute. He asked for the Muppet drama. He's getting it. I can be civil.
Great.
Civil. Now go ahead, gentlemen. But if you start up, I'll start up. Have fun.
You were trying to make a point. Go ahead.
No, his point was that if things are done improperly, the result would be bad, and that's true. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, that's true, but they've already talked about that endlessly. I mean, let me. I got a question for Ronan. So, do you think? Hey, I'm even ready for a fucking bad plan. Okay, with what I know exists out here and all the buildings sitting around in every single state where there used to be flourishing companies, and half of them, and I just say half. It's not half. But what, 93 million people out of work? Hey, I'm ready for a bad plan. I'm ready for any other fucking plan than what we've had. But on the side of that, I mean, come on, man. How much bad of a, I mean, can we really get a worse shock than what we have right now?
Wait a minute. Time out, please. Hold on. You said 93 million out of work?
Whatever the number is, I said I don't know. I know it's a lot.
Wait a minute. We have what is it? 307 million people in the United States. 308. It's growing.
Well, what was the
let's just call it 300 million. Simple number.
It's record.
And if you're saying approximately, well, just short of 1/3 of our nation.
Trying to nail me now.
But the official number is 4.3% unemployment. And that obviously just straight unemployment. It's not including the elderly, disabled, or students. I don't see how. Where did you come up with that number? I guess that's the question. Where did you come up with that number?
I know where you came up with your number. It's the lying politician number that they've been running off to the public forever, so they don't have to answer for how many fucking people's out of work. It's more like 6.5 or 6.8, if not higher. And that's the real number, Ronan. We've already talked about that.
No, but
here's my point. But here's my point moving forward, because you and I have already talked about that lying politician number. Same way as they say there's only 11 million illegals here. That's a fucking lie. There's 35 to 40 fucking million, if not more. So getting past all that, which we've already talked about endlessly before, you've got that, what I call a lying politician number at 4.3, which is a fucking lie. It's not.
Well, hold on. Let me interject something real quick, buddy.
All
The U6 number is the number of people that have stopped looking for work. What I'd point out is, yeah, if you sort of add in some of the U6 number to the U3 number, which is the 4.6, obviously you're going to come up with something higher. But I just want to interject real quick and point out that the U6 number has been dropping steadily. It's actually getting better. It's not like stagnant or getting worse. I just want to interject and let you know that number of people that have stopped looking for work and have re-entered the workforce is slowly dropping for the last, I believe, almost 18 months.
Yeah, I'm aware of that, Richard. But along with that, nobody wants to talk. Yeah, but there's something that goes along with that, which is more important to me. I don't care about the people that are flipping hamburgers at McDonald's. They used to make $30 an hour, and now they're making $12. Okay,
that's right.
You know what I'm saying? The standard of living of all of these people, whether they're working or not, have gone down to the lowest it's ever been in the fiber of America.
And so has the median income range of $50,000. That standard of living hasn't gone down as dramatically, But even the people that have gone from 80 to 50 or just stayed at the median wage, which is about $55,000, the amount of buying power they have is much less than it was 20 years ago.
Exactly.
So
but my main point, but my main point I wanted to make was, I don't even care if it's a bad plan in it. What can be worse, man? I mean, really?
Right.
I mean,
what can be, a slow death? I would rather, what you're kind of saying is a quick death is better than a slow death, so let's take a risk. And I'm all for that, too.
Hey, Ronan, you need to stop that shit. Now, you're the one in fear, and you're the one that's ignorant because you keep trying to find out something that Trump is doing wrong. You want to write in the fucking chat room that I'm based off fear and ignorance. See?
Yeah. You said 93 million.
See, that's what makes me not respond. Hey, Ronan, I said I don't know what the fucking number is, but it's record high that it's ever been before. Now,
how many of that 93 million are in college? How many of that 93 million are elderly people that retired? We have the largest population in history called baby boomers retiring. So let's subtract the people. Let's subtract the people who left work for retirement because they're in the U6 rate.
With my point while it's fresh. Now he just fucking stomped that shit. Now you just sat here and heard me tell him that whatever the number is, it's massive. I don't know what the number is. I haven't looked that up lately.
Well, you pulled out the number and it doesn't jibe with.
All right, stop right there. Hey, Richard, do you hear that?
You're being pedantic, Ronan. You're being pedantic.
What percentage?
See, he's waiting to hear something he can twist around. You see how he just twisted what I said?
Of course.
He does that every time you talk to him.
Had I not called it out, you would have gone on. That's the difference.
You're being pedantic.
Ronan, you're a fucking problem character, and you don't care about America, because if you did, you'd focus more on how to help instead of trying to find something wrong Trump's doing.
No, had I not pointed it out, you would have kept going. And you said,
I'm about tired of you saying I'm operating off fucking fear and ignorance, Ronan. You stupid fuck. You're the dumbest son of a bitch I ever met in my life. What are you talking about, fear and ignorance? I'm goddamn operating off fucking real life issues, you dumb son of a bitch.
No, wait a minute. You're the one that brought up 93 million. Okay,
you're the one that sucked dick and stayed in the company. Everybody else.
You're being pedantic. He brought up some round number we didn't. Every sensible person would know wasn't an exact number.
He talks about this fear and ignorance. Fear and ignorance is what he's trying to do to Trump. Fear and ignorance is what you're doing to Trump.
Exact U6 number anyway, Ronan.
That is fear personified.
Fear and ignorance is what you're doing to Trump. Fear and ignorance. You're stupid.
I'm not doing that. That's what
yes, you are, Ronan.
No, you're wrong. If he's going to say 93
fear and ignorance, everything you're saying about everybody else is what you are.
He pulled out a wrong number. Everybody knew it was an approximation to make a point.
An approximation?
You're being pedantic.
You're in fear, Ronan.
Do you know what pedantic means, Ronan?
I looked it up. I'll look it up again.
Thank you.
You better analyze yourself.
It's basically a synonym for nitpicking. You're nitpicking his number when his overall point was very clear.
I could understand if he had said 10 million, if he had based on his statement on a percentage.
Yeah, but you still continue with your lies and bullshit, see? That's why nobody can have a conversation with you.
Actually, the number 93 million is fairly close to when the U6 rate was its highest. That's probably where he got that number. The number 93 million you would have seen on shows like Bloomberg and CNBC 18 months ago when the U6 rate was highest. So that's he was simply making a point, and the fact that that number's dropped somewhat is pointless. You're nitpicking at that number doesn't take away from his overall point. That's being pedantic.
Right. He wanted to
outrageous numbers.
He wanted to put his own spin on it and stick to the 93 million when I told him point blank that that's not the right number.
If he was off, if the percentage was off let's say the percentage, well, the one I understand recently was 4.3%. Had he said 6%, okay, I can live with that.
No, you're talking about the U3. You're talking about the U3
30%?
unemployment rate. He's talking about the U6 unemployment rate.
He didn't say that.
Do you know the
He did
difference
not say
between the
that.
U6? It was obvious. Do you know what the U6 rate is?
Ronan,
Ask him. Go ahead. I dare you. Question him.
He knows what it is.
No,
He's already explained what it is, and you didn't hear him.
Ask him right now. Go ahead.
All right, fine. Do you know what is the U6 rate?
Richard, I'm not playing his game anymore. If it wasn't clear the first
He
time.
just proved my point. He doesn't know.
But you're missing the point, Ronan.
You're being evasive.
Ask him.
Ask him.
Hey, Ronan,
Ask him.
you're so fucking smart. Why don't you guys
fear and ignorance.
put all your time and energy
Go ahead.
on helping America instead of trying to fuck America? Why don't you answer that fucking
The U6 rate is the number he was talking about, which is people who have stopped looking for work.
Fear and ignorance, Ronan. Fear and ignorance. Fear and dumbfoundedness.
So hold on. Let's calm down all for a second. And you know, I guess I want to ask you, Ronan, in the politest way possible, what Buddy's trying to get across in kind of an argumentative way. And what he's trying to say is that this guy wants to bring jobs back. He wants to make exports and imports more fair. He wants to lower taxes across the board. Paul Ryan, not really Trump, but the whole idea and the whole outset of the plan of securing the borders of America, making the military strong, helping the veterans by improving the VA, helping the inner cities in education is what he said, and medicine is what he said, and policing and crime. And he talked about people too scared to get out of their houses, and he wants to stop that. And on and on and on. You're concentrating on the fact that his unpaid brother-in-law is an advisor, and Ronan and I are curious as to why. Why don't you, if you really believe what his plans and the things he wants to accomplish, what you said before was, when I asked you the 10% question, you said that they would make America worse. Why didn't you explain to us how lower taxes, more jobs, helping the inner city is so bad for America, and why we should join your beliefs?
I didn't say join my beliefs. I was pointing out specific points in the whole canvas. Okay, the whole canvas of what is happening right now. Okay, okay. What do you want to call it? The stream. A drop in the stream. What do you want to call it? Doesn't matter.
You're not really answering my question. You're giving me word salad.
He interrupted, okay? And you didn't ask him
to explain
anything, okay? You're just trying to cover up.
Word salad. You're giving word salad and going off the
question.
The one. The question is, why don't you, if you think his plan is so bad, why don't you point out what's wrong with his plan?
You just gave me a word salad where I have to consider jobs, employment, inner cities. That's word salad, okay? That's word salad.
No, word salad means making a whole bunch of statements that are off topic.
Right. You were trying to mix them all together. That's a word salad. Doesn't matter what.
No, that's not what word salad means.
The topic was unemployment. You're talking about inner city problems now.
No. The topic is why. The topic is why do you nitpick?
I told you I'm going to go all Muppet drama here. I'm going to have fun.
Why are you nitpicking Trump's nonsense instead of explaining why his overall plan is so bad for America? That's the question that Buddy's asked you 4 times now.
No, he didn't. No, he was talking about unemployment. See, like I said,
he didn't, Buddy. You didn't ask him that question, right? Okay, right.
Word salad. Anyway, if you want to deal with what Trump,
he's going to spin it anyway. It doesn't matter.
Right.
You want to focus on.
How about that as a new question then? Can you explain what's wrong with the overall plan of Trump with lower taxes and the border tariffs? And because you seem to really, I think you hate the ideology more than you actually hate. I don't think you hate Donald Trump as a person. I think you hate the ideology of the things he wants to accomplish. And I'm wondering what's wrong with securing our borders. What's wrong with improving the VA and trying to help the inner city.
No, he says Trump is a racist, bigot, and everything else the liberals squawk all the time.
But that's just squawk. I'm asking what's wrong. What does he have against the overall plan?
Well, no, that's a valid point. He's got Steve Bannon. Like I said, Steve Bannon.
That's not the overall plan. That's one guy in office.
Wait a minute. You can go on for an hour and a half.
You're concentrating on the person.
Give you one short statement.
What he asked you.
You go on for 1.5 hours.
You're not addressing the question. That's why.
What's
wrong with Trump's overall plan?
Gish gallop. What you are doing is called a Gish gallop.
Mike out.
That's what you're doing. It's called a Gish gallop. Now, what President Trump should be focusing on
is some guy with 500 grand. What do you have against his ideas of how to make America better?
He's not focusing on the job.
He's not.
He is more. No. Did you see the actual news conference today?
Wow.
I did.
For the first, I think it's approximately half hour. All he did was talk about how he won.
That's right. But how do you not focus on jobs by bringing all of these? How many other presidents have brought all these CEOs to the White House to discuss jobs?
You asked me to explain, and you interrupt me.
Sorry, go ahead.
That's the point. That's why I keep calling.
Because you're bringing up nonsense again.
So I was dealing with the actual press conference, and that
press conference has nothing to do with creating jobs.
Instead of talking on how to create jobs, how to secure our borders, he went on bragging about his.
So you think press conferences have something to do with creating jobs, as opposed to bringing over 50 CEOs to the White House to discuss how to create jobs?
What you do at press conferences.
You're gonna ignore the 50 CEOs that the first president in history, or for the last 30 years, has brought 50 different business leaders from across America to discuss at the White House how to create jobs, and say he's not trying to create jobs because he didn't talk about it in a press conference.
That's what
that makes you an ignorant dumbass.
Not see now you're doing that again. You're proving King stupid again. I'm
pointing out that you're being an ignorant dumbass.
But it's okay for you to call everybody dimwit, henhouse mountain, and all that.
You're a condescending bigot, and this man is basing
everything. Yes, I am definitely condescending to somebody who concentrates on an hour and a half press conference instead of 50 CEOs going to the White House. Absolutely, I am.
I'm more than happy to keep talking with you. It doesn't matter. You ask me a question, I'm trying to answer, you interrupt me.
Your answer was asinine.
I listened to
your answer was in an hour and a half press conference, he didn't do anything to create jobs.
It gets basically nowhere because all you want to do is listen to your own voice. And you're
so let me ask you the question differently. Do you think that bringing 50 CEOs to the White House to discuss creating jobs is a good thing or a bad thing?
Everything you say is based on a quick Google search and a cursory study of the basic.
Listen to the Google King squawking like a chicken.
No, that's the difference.
Let me ask you another question, Ronan. Do you think bringing 50 CEOs to the White House to talk about creating jobs is good or bad?
The president, there you go. You're trying to deflect now. Get back to the point. You asked me a question. I'm trying to address that question. What should the president be doing? He should be stating policy, not bragging about a win back at the election. He does not go on with the topics at hand.
He's not answering your question.
Stating policy doesn't create jobs. Bringing 50 CEOs to the White House to discuss it does.
Answer that question because he doesn't have an answer.
He's being a brat by nagging about his win.
Ad hominem attacks don't do anything.
There it goes again.
It's over. He's taking the
right there.
You're complaining about a press conference.
Talking about driving a car, and he's already got behind the wheel already.
Ronan hates America.
There you go. I thought you said you didn't care.
There you go, dimwit.
Ronan hates America.
Dimwit.
That's easy enough to
dimwit. Hey, come on now.
That's why I'm going through this Muppet drama, because you can't be civil. You can't focus on the point.
And when you feel there, big boy.
So, does bringing 50 CEOs to the White House to discuss creating jobs a good thing or a bad thing?
You understand, King Stupid? You're doing it again.
There
You're
you
being
go.
a petty person. Quite petty.
Go again.
No
Come on,
wonder I don't
man.
want to talk to you, man. There's
out,
no
Ronan.
use in me talking to an
Go
imbecile.
cool off.
Then don't talk to me.
I'm
You
gonna get
claim
some
such a
coffee,
high
Richard.
IQ, 186 or something like that, yet you can't even exercise a high IQ. I'm waiting for you to do that. You're not impressing me, Mr. High IQ. You claim so.
Why do you concentrate on a press conference instead of 50 CEOs going to create jobs with
and
the
Mr. Fear and
president?
Ignorance over here wants to stumble around and you don't even ask him direct questions. Why don't you do that? Because he can't answer you.
Do you think bringing 50 CEOs to the White House to talk about creating jobs is more or less important than a press conference?
Your bellicose counterwall is just hollow points.
I'm asking you a direct question you asked for. Is bringing
You're
50
muting me,
CEOs more important
You
or
didn't let
not?
me answer you, you stupid man.
Go ahead and answer.
Why don't you let me answer you, you stupid man? You're so
Because
smart.
you can answer if you'd shut up about me being stupid. Feel free to answer. Answer the question.
Don't interrupt me. Anyway, he should be doing his job. And when he's in the news conference,
That's not answering the question. The question is bringing 50 CEOs to discuss creating jobs more or less important than a press conference?
That was the question,
Ronan. Together, you
go ride your bike. You're a dumb
man.
Answer the question. You asked me to ask you a direct question.
That is so petty of you.
50 CEOs more or less important than a press conference.
It's embarrassing to any geniuses out there. It really must be.
You think that you create jobs. You stated you create jobs with press conferences.
It doesn't matter. I'm just having fun right now because you are actually.
Please answer the question.
How stupid a man that you really are. This is fun. I'm addressing the question that you.
Please answer the question.
Decide what I'm going to say. Oh, you want to do that? Oh, you want to do that?
I don't know what that is. I'm not doing it, but I hear you breaking up in and out.
It's your friend. Because
please answer the question. You asked me to give you a direct question.
You stupid.
Say yes or no question.
I can see it in the side chat. You stupid man. You're the one muting me. You stupid,
yes, that's right.
Stupid man. And you're blaming Buddy, this ignorant, fearful
Answer the question. It could be your Wi-Fi or something. Answer the question. Is bringing 50 CEOs to the White House more or less important than a press conference?
And you want to veer off into something else?
It's a yes or no question. Yes or no.
Answer. You stupid.
Yes or no. Go ahead.
You're the one muting me. You're the one muting me, you stupid man.
Yes, I just muted you. Yes or no. Answer the question.
Stop muting me, you stupid man. You're making this fun for me.
It's a yes or no question. Answer yes or no.
Question. I don't want you to.
Yes, the question is bringing 50 CEOs more or less important than a press conference?
You stupid man. I wanted to address a question.
Ad hominem attacks are not answering the question.
You stupid man. I'm going to address.
Ad hominem attacks do not answer the question.
You stupid man. You
yes or no?
Address the question, and I'm going to decide
yes or no.
That question, then we can go on.
Yes or no?
At his press conference, he went on to brag about the election.
Yes or no? Is 50 CEOs at the White House more or less important?
I'm addressing a specific question.
It's a yes or no question.
Like the stupid.
Yes or no?
This is what's so much fun.
You're not answering the question. That's why I'm muting you.
I'm dealing with another question that you.
Yes or no?
No, we're not gonna play that, Mr. Stupid.
Yes or no?
Too much fun, Mr. King Stupid.
Yes or no?
No, King Stupid.
Let me ask you another question. Do you really believe that press conferences create jobs? Because that's what you stated.
Mr. Stupid man. I'm addressing the stupid man.
No, you're not. It's a yes or no question, and you are
No, I
not
want to hear-
addressing it.
Fine. I'll tell you what. Ask the question, and I'm going to play stupid like you do and avoid the answer. Go ahead. Ask your question.
Okay. You said that Trump's doing nothing to create jobs, and and you said because he didn't address it in the press conference. My question is bringing 50 CEOs to the White House in numerous different industrial areas to talk about how to create jobs more or less, is it more important than a press conference, yes or no?
Okay, you're mixing it. Or you want to rephrase the question and just make it simple statement? You're
No,
basically
no, it's a very simple yes or no question. Is bringing 50 CEOs to the White House to discuss how to create jobs more important, or is a press conference more important? Because your complaint was that he isn't creating jobs because he didn't discuss it at the press
get to
conference.
the point. It's not a yes or no answer. You said
Yes.
more or less is not yes or no. You stupid man. Set it up as a yes or no question. You stupid.
Okay, I'll fine. Is bringing 50 CEOs to the White
You muted
House
me again, you stupid
more
man. Ask your
important
question.
than a press
So it
conference?
requires a yes or no answer. You stupid
Is
man.
bringing 50 CEOs to discuss how to create jobs to the White House more important than a press conference?
I'm going to repeat your question. Is bringing 50 CEOs to the White House more important?
That's not what I said. I said, is bringing 50 CEOs to the White House to discuss creating jobs more important than a press conference in the world of creating jobs?
No.
You think press conferences create more jobs than discussing how to create jobs with 50 CEOs? You're a fucking idiot.
No. No, I thought that was going to be another question, you stupid man.
No, that was a statement, not a question.
No, you lead it up like a question because you know how to control your voice, and I know you're playing stupid so you can get around it. So no, it's not working. It's not working, you stupid man.
Anyway, buddy, I'm going to put a second coat on my paint. It's just pointless to talk to this moron.
That's right, you stupid man.
All the
86
insults.
IQ can't prove it to me. You can't prove 186 IQ.
Ronan
Obviously,
can't prove shit. He ain't nothing but Hitler.
stupid
He
man.
hates America. Ronan hates America. He doesn't care about the American people. He sucks dicks in the
Come
head.
on, you ignorant, fearful individual.
Fucking stupid, dimwit, henhouse motherfucker.
You
Fuck
ignorant,
you.
fearful
Fuck you,
individual.
Hitler, fucking Nazi motherfucking cunt.
Buddy weak.
What do you want to do now, weak boy? Go ride your bike. Go ride your bike and oil your chain, boy.
I already did that already. I already did that. You ignorant, fearful person. I did that. Been there, done that. Both of you. The cacklers on Henhouse Mountain have spoken, ladies and gentlemen. They run off. They're evasive. Fear and ignorance. And the other one's just plain old stupid. Mr. 186 IQ. He claimed it, ladies and gentlemen. He claimed it. But he can't prove it. Life Surge is smart. Well, I take that back. Ray of Sunshine is smarter than that man. Ray of Sunshine is smarter than Richard Garnard. Fact not. But that's not another story. That's not another story. It's just something I made up. Man, these people are actually boring me. They're boring me, ladies and gentlemen. They're boring me. Yeah, buddy W, you were sniveling about Obama. Obama. That's the way you say it, right? Like a racist coward. Like a racist coward. I didn't call you one. I said like one. I'm sorry. You fearful, ignorant person. The Cacklers on Henhouse Mountain. This has been another episode. Thank you all. Thank you all. Thank you all. Good night.
Well, it's pretty clear who's scared and operating out of fear and ignorance. What happened, Ronan? Did you have to leave, man? Pow, pow, teeth flew in the toilet. Ronan, please come back. I want to help you with your fear and see if I can educate you on some of your weaker areas. Some people would say ignorant, but I'm not going to say ignorant. I'm willing to take some time to help you with these issues. Just come back in here, man. Don't run. I mean, go for a bike ride and come back. I'll be right here, Ronan. Stupid man. Ronan, I'm up here, man. Come on up here and just try to stay calm, man. Keep your blood pressure down, and we'll get through this, man. It was just a simple question, but I know it's hard to focus sometimes, but it'll be okay. I'll be here, man.
Well, I'm back, buddy. Still here?
Yeah, man, I'm trying to get you an extra paintbrush, but Ronan don't want to act right.
Well, I was kind of I actually had to break out the paintbrush to paint out a run. So it
Right.
wasn't the most successful spray, but it looks pretty good. But I can't believe anyone, when asked if 50 CEOs discussing business with the president is more important than a press conference, would say no.
Well, see,
That
Richard,
is,
you have to understand what Ronan's real motives are. It's not to like, the checks and balances to make sure, that, Trump is holding true to his promises or really trying to do anything positive. It's just, he just is fixated on despising Trump no matter what he does.
but it's bizarre. How could you possibly equate a ridiculous press conference to 5 days with 10 CEOs around the table for hours discussing how best to bring back jobs and tax the structure as
Right.
being less important than a press conference? If you're even remotely honest, I guess your point is that he's just not honest, and even
Right.
asked such a obvious question that you couldn't possibly deny, he's going to deny it anyway
No,
because he's dishonest.
he's used this as a platform for bashing Trump. That's all it is.
I see.
He's not worried about the real issues or what's really going on or how many Americans, Trump helps or, fixing the economy or helping the immigration problem. He is all about bashing Trump. End of story. And everything that he reports, I swear to God, if you don't believe this, you can take anything he posts in the room. Well, if you just read his post, you can clearly see when you sit back and analyze his post that it's just about bashing Trump because
Well, I would go even further and say not all his Trumps are all his posts are about Trump, but all his posts are about bashing somebody.
well, anything to do with the Trump presidency.
But what I'm saying is he'll go on and on and on bashing individual people in the chat room that are not Trump. I'm saying that the common denominator is that he's about bashing, and Trump happens to be one of many targets.
Right, and if you'll notice, the same way he puts a spin on every report is the same thing. He says everybody else insults him all the time, but really, he's the one that bashes and insults and condemns.
Well, of course. Else. And his excuse every time, 2 minutes after he says, well, people shouldn't do that, and I never do. When he does it, his excuse is, well, you did it, so it's okay for me to do it. He's mentally deficient in the sense that he doesn't understand how incoherent his behavior is.
Right. It's called being a 6-year-old.
Right. I say 8, 6 is fine. You have kids, you know better than I. But yeah, his mentality is that of a young child. It's just bizarre, man. It really is.
I'll tell you something about an 8-year-old that is in my house. It was interesting during the election year. She actually sat down. They had a topic going on in class, and she actually sat down and watched Hillary's talks. And this is no lie, man. It was a report she had to do. And she went back to school. And after she watched the Trump, and she became a Trump supporter, and I swear I did not sway her or say anything to her. I just watched her, and it was interesting. I mean, that's a in other words, that's an unbiased, honest, interpretation of what she studied, and that's not Ronan's deal. Ronan is about bashing Trump and anything to do with anything that he does. He lies to this day and swears to God, and then he came up with this lie about he voted for Trump to expose him. No, he didn't, man. You and I both know that's insane.
Well, he said he voted for Donald Trump so he would get into office just to expose him. He said that.
Expose what though? What is he going to expose?
Oh my, yeah. He made a comment the other day, and his backing for his comment was classified presidential briefings, as though he had access to the classified internal briefings. And I've just scratched, I held my tongue, I've just scratched my head saying, what kind of a nut job runs around slamming the president? And his explanation is because he knows what went on in the classified internal briefing. I mean, just bizarre world stuff.
But you were in the military, you know that he's a liar. I mean, you know that.
Well, I'm not saying he's a liar so much as he's mentally deficient and incoherent, and when he gets caught out on it, and even though he knows it, he's incapable of learning from that experience. That's why he's mentally deficient. He's incoherent. He doesn't know it most of the time, but even when it's pointed out to him, he's incapable of saying, yes, I was incoherent. That's a bad thing to do. Thank you for telling me. And I will try not to do it again. That's what makes him mentally deficient and different than everyone else. Everyone else, when they're called out on a mistake, whether it's you, me, whoever, they're going to say, okay, yeah, you're right. And I'm sorry or whatever, and try. Even if they keep failing, they're going to keep recognizing the reality of what they did. He's incapable of recognizing reality. That's what makes him mentally deficient.
Yeah. I tell you what, here's the way I'd handle it. And here's the way I handle it in real life. I don't let him rent any space in my head anymore, even though I ain't going to lie about it. I've left this damn hangout a couple of nights so pissed at him, man, because
right.
It's all about, in other words.
Well, that's what he wants too. Yeah.
Right. That's what he wants.
Yeah, that's why when he said, go ahead and mute me, I knew he was going to yell, and you laughed too. I knew he was going to go ahead and yell and scream. And if that would have really bothered me, I wouldn't have done it. But his lunacy, how could incoherent lunacy shouldn't make you angry. It should make you more like question. The thing with me is, yes, he's mentally deficient, but just the fact that he's mentally deficient is not an excuse for his behavior. So I don't feel the same way as taking advantage of a blind person or pushing somebody in a wheelchair into traffic, because his mental deficiency is not an excuse for his behavior, because he's not like those autistic people or the people that yell and scream swear words. He doesn't have that kind of mental deficiency.
Yeah.
There's no reason not to continue to point his incoherent nonsense and call him a moron when he's being one. That's not crossing the line of his disability. His disability requires people to call him out and tell him when he's being stupid, or he will continue to have that disability forever. That's the only thing you can do to help him, is to tell him when he's being a complete moron.
Yeah. He's just a poor old soul, man.
Really, really sad in a way. I mean, sometimes I feel bad for calling him out. Other times I recognize that the only thing that's going to help him is that. And if it makes me feel bad, too bad for me. I either want to help him or I don't.
The only thing I disagree with you on is that I think he does it intentional, knowing the difference.
Yeah, I suppose I might come around to that line of thinking eventually too. That could be. You're saying he's just straight out trolling on purpose.
Exactly. Let me fix my coffee. I'll be right back, man.
All right. Good enough.
Hi, stupid man. You gonna mute me again, stupid man?
Yeah, so I'm gonna mute you when your mental deficiency shows up in chat again, every time. Yes.
Man, based on that, you should have silenced yourself a long time ago.
Yes, every once in a while I do when I recognize
Once
I'm
in a while,
behaving
you're
poorly.
consistent. You're consistent.
But you came in the chat room, immediately started an argument, and you claim you're not that kind of person.
Buddy
That's
W
incoherent.
here. Buddy W invited me here, not you. I didn't expect you. I thought you were painting your house.
I was, and I finished.
Okay.
I was telling Buddy that I got
Okay.
a run on it, and I had to break out the paintbrush to fix it.
Hey, I don't own the hangout, Ronan. You can come and go as you please, but I'll be right with you.
He's making coffee, so you know, Ronan. And in fact, I'm going to go make some coffee too. You can feel free to insult me while I'm gone.
You're a walking insult, man. Don't worry about it. You do well on your own until you annoy me.
One thing I didn't do that was a mistake, Ronan, is I didn't ask you why. Instead of jumping to conclusions and calling you a moron, what I should have asked you was why do you think that a press conference is more important than 50 CEOs discussing creating jobs with the president?
Well, you had said you'd wanted a yes or no, but it's not really a yes or no answer. The point being that 50 CEOs are not there for the benefit of the people. It's a way for them to talk to him, to try to engage and basically work the details out so whereby they get more money. And well, with the same token, the president, because he owns so many businesses, gets a tax break also. It has nothing to do with helping the constituency.
Well, it had to do, they were there to discuss creating jobs. And what you're saying is it's all just a big ruse and conspiracy to fuck everybody over. They weren't even talking about creating jobs. What evidence do you have for that?
Well, I know you don't like the Young Turks, as I recall you mentioned. I may be wrong about that.
You are wrong, and I do like the Young Turks.
Okay, there's a couple of videos. It was, I think you have to go back a couple of months where they pointed that out. And there'll probably be, put it this way, since you brought this up now, there'll probably be a recent segment about that where they do detail those things quite well. I haven't kept up because I've been, well, focused on this hangout. And, well, yeah, they'll bring it out. And if you keep up, I don't know if, can you get U.S. television like MSNBC cable?
I asked you what evidence you have. Yes, I can get MSNBC cable.
Well, no. They can go into far greater detail without you having to listen to me. And, well, they get into those details. And
I asked you what evidence you have, not an explanation about the Young Turks, sir.
I'm giving you reference like you gave me a link. So
no, you're not giving me a link or a reference. You're just blabbering all about the Young Turks.
Well, yeah, well, that's the reference. I'm referencing the Young Turks.
What evidence did the Young Turks provide you with?
You, like I said, you have to look it up. There's no
okay, fine.
Because you're interrupting me and not paying attention to what I'm saying.
What you're telling me to do is go look at the Young Turks. I asked you what evidence you had.
I would suggest strongly Rachel Maddow and Lawrence O'Donnell.
That's not evidence. That's two people that I should go watch.
They'll provide,
you know what evidence is?
They provide the facts.
Do you know what the CEOs that have come out of those meetings have all said when the reporters ask them, you know, what went on at the meetings and how was it conducted? What do they all say?
Lies.
Well, if you sound like a flat earther in the sense that all you're going to do is say that everything you disagree with is a lie and everything you agree with is the truth. You're just sort of a conspiracy theory nonsense person whose evidence is go watch Rachel Maddow.
Well, no, you're twisting things up again because she provides facts. You don't want to listen.
What facts? What facts did she provide you with as evidence that
There's
the
no
meetings?
use in me answering you because you're going to interrupt me. That's what I've been telling you.
No, I'm interrupting you when you don't
I'm
provide
trying to
the
avoid
facts.
engaging you because I know you're going to go back to that same.
Right. I'm going to go back to what evidence do you have?
Condescension. You're
What
going to go back to
evidence
that
do you
same.
have? What
You're not
facts?
willing.
What
You're not
facts did
willing-
Rachel Maddow provide you with?
Join me in a civil conversation. That's it's been established. So versus
It would be civil if you. The reason it's not civil is you never answer the question.
time being
You go out on tangents and you
your
yell and scream.
mindset and just poor.
Ad hominem attacks are not what I'm asking for. I'm asking what evidence did
You're the
Rachel
one
Maddow
calling me
provide
a
you
child.
with?
You're the one who's calling me a child. I'm calling you evasive. That's not
What
ad hominem.
evidence
That's
did
a
Rachel
fact.
Maddow? What am I evading?
Condescending. That's a
What?
fact.
Oh well, one thing at a time. What am I evading?
And that has nothing to do with ad hominem. I'm stating.
What am I
fact.
evading?
I'm stating a fact about your character.
6-year-old mentality.
All
It
right.
really is.
Everybody weak. Come on, everybody
Really?
weak.
No, Ronan, we're telling you the truth to help you.
You're
not trying
helping.
to
You're
attack
trying
you
to
for no
basically
reason.
promote your own nonsense.
He can't be helped. He's lost.
Well, you say he's just a troll doing it on purpose, and actually, I just noticed in his voice a little laughter, and you're right. He probably is just a straight up silly
That's
troll.
why I'm trying to avoid
That's all he is,
talking to you.
Right, because I ask you a simple question: what evidence did Rachel Maddow provide him with? And he just goes off on tangents. He said I was evasive. I asked him straight out, what am I being evasive on? He doesn't answer it.
Homework. I don't want to engage you anymore. You got
then leave. Okay, great. You don't want to engage us anymore. I'll put you on mute so I can talk to Buddy. How's that? Since you don't want to engage
Buddy
us.
invited me in here so I could chat with him. You stupid.
Oh, okay.
You asked me to come in here, Ronan. You're a liar. You asked me.
There you go. Assuming again.
You're a liar, according to Buddy.
Proving
You
my point.
asked me in chat if you wanted to chat with me.
Let me hear
I
you.
said, sure, come on up. I didn't invite you. You asked me in
I
chat.
asked if you wanted to chat.
Liar.
And you
You
said
just
yes.
twisted what you did again,
You want me to scroll back? I can post it.
You're mentally deranged, Ronan.
You have nothing to go on except fear and ignorance. That's it.
You just lied again, sir.
Oh, now we're going with the sir thing, trying to look smart. We won't.
You're lying again.
No, we're trying to be nice to a mentally disabled person by calling you sir.
You lied again about coming into the hangout. You asked me. I did not invite you, sir.
What? Nah, that can't be true.
Go scroll up.
Okay,
Go bring it back up.
I'm scrolling back trying to
Ask
find it.
me
Hold on.
if I wanted to chat. I said, sure, come on in, man.
See, that's it right there. Do you want to chat?
You are the one that initiated your presence in the hangout, sir.
But that's an
You want to lie again and twist it like you do everything else.
Buddy, weak. You want to chat?
Do I have
Buddy.
it? Do I have?
Sure, Ronan. You have oiled your chain. Have you oiled your chain yet? There's nowhere in the chat where Buddy invited you to talk to him. You are a liar, as Buddy said.
That's a fact.
You don't get. You're that stupid.
That's a fact.
That stupid. Have you?
No, Ronan. We're not that stupid. You are mentally deranged and can't understand reality.
Yet? Are you ready to go? That's what it implies. It
wasn't an invitation. It was you asking to come in the room and talk to him.
Are you ready to go on this?
Sir, try to listen to other people. You have a mental problem.
You know, actually, you both bore me. You really do.
Then why don't you leave and go somewhere else instead of
fun
continue with your problem?
Your condescending bigotry. That's it. It's just fun. It's just fun to call you stupid people out. That's what it is.
Right, because of your 8-year-old mentality. That's why.
I've dealt with bullies all my life, and
adults don't behave the way you behave.
Why don't you prove
8-year-olds
that? Why don't you show that? Why haven't you ever tried that?
Okay, let me try by asking you a question. What evidence did Rachel Maddow provide you with?
Stupid man. Why don't you practice that?
What evidence?
Let me hear that.
I'm not interested. I'm not interested in personal insults back and forth. I'm interested in issues.
It doesn't matter to me if you want to hear your pretty voice, because you're talking nonsense anyway.
Great. Would you mind if I talk to Buddy?
Oh no, please. I'll go ahead and leave. Mike out.
All right. Very good. I didn't really even want to talk to you, Buddy, but I just wanted to shut him up. So I guess that worked.
You see what he does, man. It's just over and over, man.
Oh my God. You're right. It's so repetitive with the same. I asked him 3 direct questions. He said that those meetings that the CEO have are all lies. Everything they say are lies. Right. And I said, well, what evidence do you have to support that? And he sort of being evasive and dodging the question. And then he said, well, Rachel Maddow informed. I said, well, what evidence did Rachel Maddow give you? And then he went off yelling and screaming about how I'm this and I'm that. All I wanted was evidence to support his claim, and he fucking freaks out. You know, it's Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah, exactly, man. I've been dealing with Ronan now for months, and it's the, and you know, I've left here some nights going, now I want to stay open-minded. Does he really believe this stuff? And the fact is, he knows what he's spewing is incorrect, but it's the game he plays. And you know, that's why when you really, and all the things, you know, he started off a few months ago saying, oh, y'all just want to insult and everything when you know that, you know, I'm right and that you have no facts to back up anything you're saying, when really he's the guy always insulting, condemning, and blah, 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 over and over again.
With no facts whatsoever, only assertions, by the way.
Well, he'll take even what's reported on Rachel Maddow and TYT, which that's, I mean, wow, I've never seen such corrupt reporting in my life on TYT. But anyway, I watched, and I think I told you this the other day. He comes in here every day posting these things of, you know, the latest things happening in the day, you know, the latest Trump.
Oh yeah, I see them today. They're all completely twisted around and fucked up. Oh yeah, I see it. See, the reason is what he knows is that when he posts this completely asinine, ignorant nonsense, that will entice somebody to talk to him.
Right.
He knows eventually when he posts enough bullshit, somebody like you or I is just going to have to respond to it. Right. And then he can go into his trolling.
Exactly.
You know, and the trick, I guess, for us is to just, you know, but it's really hard when you have somebody perverting the minds of people that might not know it's bullshit. You're almost obligated to speak up and say it's bullshit. That's, you know, the problem you run into, you know.
Yeah, and he calls you stupid, man. Look in the chat room right now. Another exciting segment of the Cacklers on Henhouse Mountain continues. See?
Yeah, it's bizarre, man. It's really bizarre.
Yeah,
you know, and I guess the only, you know, the truth is that the only people that ever, you know, say anything at all sort of supporting him in any way are people like D-Beck. You know, he never has any topic. All he's about is insulting and complete trolling nonsense. And so you're right. You know, if in his mind, you know, somebody made a good point the other day. They said on Ronan's headstone, it'll say, I talked for hours and hours and hours and said nothing and died believing I was the most important person in the world. You know, something to that nature. But yeah, it's, you know, he's just like the flat earth people, you know, evasive and nonsense and never address something directly, can't get an answer to a yes or no question. And then it all ends up in ad hominem attacks when they know the facts don't support the idiotic nonsense that just came out of their mouth. The same exact tactics that the flat earth people use.
Yeah, exactly. And so, I basically, and then eventually it got so heated between he and I don't know, last week or whenever, he said, well, I'm just not going to. So he started making a list of everybody he wasn't going to talk to anymore. That's why I don't really think, like, in other words, he's not like a professional troll. I really honestly believe with everything that I am, he is that whacked. I think it's just who he is.
Yeah, I guess. Who knows? You can't. The sad thing is that I don't know at his age and with his so ingrained, type of belief about himself that you're right. It's just not possible. In order for him to change, he would probably have to look back at the last 40 years of his life and admit that he's just been a horrible, horrible, asinine person. And it's easier just to live the rest of your life the same way than admit that.
Yeah, but exactly, man. And it goes on and on forever and a day, and tomorrow it'll be something new, and with the same spin and the same lies and bullshit. But anyway, I got to think, so I was sitting here thinking while you and him were talking, and I was like, everything this guy's ever talked about is just slamming Trump and everything that Trump is doing, but he's not focused on anything for America.
Right.
Nothing.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of get to when we're having some kind of reasonable conversation was, what would you do differently? I mean, if bringing 50 CEOs to the White House doesn't help create jobs, what's better? What would you do? But that doesn't matter. That's just going to end up being, oh, you're interrupting me, so I can't say, and
exactly.
blah 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 blah.
And that's the interesting part about it. And you know what? And here's the biggest thing: as bad as Trump hates the media, he still lets them in there so they can film what he's doing.
Yeah, and he has a press conference for an hour and a half, and instead of people saying, "Hey, he took 25 questions from the media," rather than not have a press conference at all, they complain that the reporters didn't ask the right questions, so Trump didn't talk about. That's the thing that's so bizarre about his complaint about the press conference. The press conference isn't Donald Trump making an hour and a half long speech. The press conference is Donald Trump saying a few things in the beginning and then taking 25 questions. It's like, come on.
Yeah.
He didn't have to do that at all.
Yeah, that's right.
But I will say that, one of my complaints would be that he brought up Hillary Clinton. I mean, let's not waste our time talking about Hillary Clinton. That is, a bit ridiculous. Just move on to talking about, what he's going to do. And he did sort of hint and insinuate that he's, sort of getting ready to do something about ISIS and all that, and came flat out and said, look, I am never going to tell you what's going to happen when, and you'll figure that out and stop asking eventually. But he sort of hinted that there is going to be something happening, but he's not telling you what or when. So, and that was that's one of his campaign promises, is to put some devastating blows on ISIS. So I would imagine that within a month, there'll be some sort of horrendous bombing campaign or something of that nature,
Yeah, man, it's just on and on and on.
Yeah, same. I mean, he came in the room when you invited him in, and the first thing out of his mouth is just starting to insult me. Just ridiculous.
Oh yeah. Well, here's the thing: you'll find out that you can debate anybody else, almost, unless they already have a grudge against you or something, and they're just up here to, quarrel with you. But almost everybody that I've actually talked to up here, I get along great with them. They have different viewpoints. I say, well, I can understand why.
Sure.
I can understand why you see things that way. And here's the way I see it, and here's the reasons why. Almost every time with everybody else up here, man, talking about and you know as well as I do, Richard, on top of this, when I go to work, it is my top 3 goals to never talk about politics, religion, or somebody's family member when I'm at work.
Well, the only person that can't like let bygones be bygones and tomorrow's a new day is Ronan. Every single other person
Right.
in all of the Yahoo chats I've ever been in have knocked down, drag out arguments. Fuck you, you're an asshole, blah, blah, blah. But they understand that when the next live Google chat comes along, that you're only going to say fuck you and you're an asshole when in that particular hangout they're being an asshole. And he doesn't quite grasp that idea that you can have knockdown, drag out discussions and tomorrow is a new day, and you don't immediately come into the hangout and start bitching about that somebody's an asshole. He doesn't understand, how to operate in, actually, we're going back to the same thing. He does understand, and he does it on purpose, so I don't even know why I'm saying that. Never mind. Sorry.
Yeah. No, I know, man. It's never ending. Hey, man, did you catch that run on your wall or wherever it was?
Yeah, it just pissed me off because I had to break the brush out, which means I had to clean the brush with thinner and all that, and it just pissed me off. But yeah.
Paint, Richard?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Put two coats on, sand it down. So, they're kind of old wooden things. I sanded them so they're pretty smooth. Put 2 coats on, sand it down so it's perfectly smooth, and then put 1 more coat on to finish it.
Oh man, and that's all oil base?
Absolutely. Yep. It's bright ass fire fucking engine red enamel, bro. I'll be taking pictures. Have you seen the picture of the house with the body painted?
Yeah, the blue.
Yeah. So when I'm done, it's going to look completely different than that, and everything's going to pop. Behind the blue is all bright ass red, high gloss red. Behind the red is going to be high gloss white, and the ceiling of that carport is going to be painted similar to the Thai flag in that the middle is going to be the Thai flag is the top half of it would be 50% blue, 25% red, 25% white. So you have a big blue stripe and 2 small red and white stripes that are equal size to the blue. So the carport is going to be painted with the big blue part in the middle, and then you're going to have red and white, the half red and white stripes going around the outside of the carport. So when you look at it, what you're going to see is the red, white, and blue fence, the flag on the ceiling, and then all the popping red, and the red trim is going to have white windows against the blue background. It's going to look totally different than the picture you saw when I'm done. It's going to blend better is the point, I guess.
Yeah, right. That's especially in a tropical environment, I can understand. Me personally, they've come out with, that's here though. I just got done painting one of my houses that I rent out on the other side of town. And
I did paint I painted everything but the trim in latex. I wasn't fucking with oil-based paint for the whole house. It's so sticky and messy and fucked up,
Well, and I guess there too, but here they've got really good latex exterior paints now.
Well, they got 30-year latex. The problem is, the problem on my house is that there's sun that gets it really hot, and what that does is, of course, the heat expands the latex, which is one reason you want to use latex. It's rubbery and stretches, but it stretches and then it cools, it stretches and then it cools, and then the rainy season comes along and it's fucking wet and cold all the time, and eventually that latex cracks somewhere, and then the water gets in it, and after a while, whole sheets are going to start peeling off. But this time I was really careful. I primed it properly. I really was careful in the sections that have always been the worst to see if you do it properly, will it last? And if it does, I'll end up priming and doing all the other sections properly, or I'll just paint it. And everybody else uses oil-based paint because they hire somebody to do it. And oil-based paint really sticks on the wall better than latex here, just because of the environment. It's even the very best latex paint seems not to work very well for very long.
I understand that with those elements. One trick I used to do years ago, but now the paints have improved. I used to prime with oil base,
Right.
and
Right.
then you can go back over it with latex, and it lasts a long time.
Right. That's what I did in the areas that have consistently been the worst. And if that works really well, the thing is though, is all the other areas except, the worst areas I did properly, the other areas really don't matter because they don't get so much sun, they don't get it, the rain, the roof covers over them. So I'm thinking that the way I did it this time, it might actually last for quite a while. At least, the trim's going to last a long time, obviously. The areas that aren't really exposed to the elements will last a long time. It's really just the area in the front that gets the shit beat out of it with the sun and the rain that's a problem. And hopefully this time will be the last for a while. We'll see.
Yeah, I think it'll last a good while, Richard. Good while.
I hope so, that's for sure. But when I first met my wife, she had the same. She actually had the oil-based paint. They originally painted the house. She'd already gone through 2 coats, 2 different paint jobs. And fuck, this house is less than 10 years old.
Wow.
Yeah, I know. The fucking elements. Just the sun just beats the shit out of it, man. It's just crazy. And like I said, I painted for 2 fucking years, and this, just the way the elements hit this house is really severe. Our neighbors really don't have the same problem we have, and because they're just located, pointed differently.
Right.
They have trees in the way and whatever. I could plant. If I planted some tall trees, so there was a little blocking of the sun, it would solve. There's a lot of different things I could do, but I'm kind of curious. Really, I want to beat. I want to be the winner. I don't want to. I don't want to cheat by putting trees in the way or doing this or doing that. I really want to see if I can do it well enough so the latex actually. I'm just stubborn. I just want to make the latex work.
Well, and not only that. Do they put additives in the paint over there because of the high temperatures all the time?
I don't. I would guess there. The paint is from the paint I use is a Thailand-based company, so I'm sure they make their paint to the best they can for the Thailand elements. It's not like it's Sherwin-Williams or something. You know what I mean?
I got you. Yeah, I'm sure they probably do then.
I mean, they're not making paint for Alaska, that's for sure.
I tell you what, man. Except for the toxic part of it, back when they used to have lead in paint, man, it filled in great.
Oh yeah, when I was in the Navy, all the paint we used was leaded.
That's right. That's right. And man, it used to fill really well. And but not that it doesn't feel quite as much anymore.
Look, I spray painted in the Navy. When you spray paint compartments, you have to shut down the air, and you're stuck in the compartment because they don't want a fire from the like the overspray getting into the air conditioning kind of thing, right? So they lock you in. They locked me in this big, I don't know, probably area where like 60 people. It was actually 2 different divisions, and they were connected. And I painted. It took me all night long. I was stuck in with this oil enamel leaded based paint. They put like Vaseline on my eyelids, and when I was done, I just laid on the fucking deck, and it was like I was tripping on LSD. It was so fucking toxic, dude. It was. They basically picked me up and carried me out of there when I was done. I was so fucked up.
Right. That's the same thing they would do on the fast attack subs when they were painting down in there. Once it got up, actually, they sprayed some before it came to the piers. Of course, it would go to the you know, it would come out of the shipways and then get up to, what was that other section? Anyway, once it got to a certain stage, of course, they brought it up to the piers, and I was on Pier 6. So, but a lot of painting still going on at that stage because we're getting ready to install all the machinery on the site. Oh man, did you just bust something?
Oh fuck! I busted this really nice vase. Oh shit!
That's exactly what it sounded like, was a vase.
Oh man, I thought it was the coffee cup, dude. Fuck me.
Oh man.
Yeah, it's probably. Oh man, it's like probably an antique china vase that my fucking wife inherited from her grandmother. And it's the thing that sucks, dude, is it's a matching set, and I broke one of them.
My God, man.
Well, the thing is, we've got more that are like it. I'm gonna go downstairs and get 2 different ones, and I'll bet my wife doesn't even notice.
Hey, did it break into big pieces, Richard?
Yeah, 1 big piece and like 360 slivers on the ground, dude. You know.
That's not good. Okay, man.
No, the super glue is not gonna fix it, dude. It's done.
Yosemite Sam, man.
Yeah, fuck me.
Thanks a lot, Ronan.
Yeah. Oh man. Well, that's all right. Believe me, all she's gonna notice tonight is the fucking fire engine red front window. Believe me. Oh man. You know what pisses me off too is when I put them there, I said I want to go up to the park and fill them with sand so that, you know, if they get knocked a little bit, they'll be heavy and they won't fall off the fucking table. Well, yeah, I guess I was right. Fuck me. Oh well. What are you gonna do?
Wow, man. Go ahead and take that up, Richard. I'll be right back, man.
All right. Well, the good news is the bottle of Thai whiskey next to me didn't fall over. Oh, shit. And I know my buddy Armando is going to say, I'm sorry that you just smashed your wife's vase because he's my buddy. Isn't he? Oh, fuck. Oh, shit happened. I guess I'll have to be eating some extra pussy tonight. My life is just the way it goes, I guess. Wah, mute me, put me in timeout. Wah. I think I'm going to start whang in musical notes for Ronan. Wah. They muted me when I was being an asshole. Wah. Fucking asshat. Wah, 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 wah. And look at this guy, man. It's like you told him that he's spewing fear and ignorance. So now he comes up and says, gee, buddy, you're spewing fear and ignorance. Gee, that was original there, Ronan. Fucking asshat. Wow. Gee, AV8, Richard's never heard that before. You're very original, sir. Wow. Gee, calling Richard Dick. Is that like second grade or third grade, do you think, dude? Come on. You can do better than that. Can't you? Please.
Yeah, I just now sat back down and I'm sitting there reading it now with the big red block in the. So I looked up. Ed Buddy, weak. I cannot be as fearful and ignorant as you are. Sure you can, Ronan. Actually, you're superseding me by far.
Hey, B, are you in Bangkok? Because I'm in Bang Na, if you are. Anyway. You suppose B is like Ronan in disguise so he can talk to himself in chat? You know people do that, buddy? They create a sock account and talk to themselves.
Oh, absolutely. I've seen it a hell of a lot.
Yeah, it's crazy, man.
Yeah, that goes on not very often, but sometimes in here.
Yeah. Clarksville. So why did you cite the temperature in Bangkok? Did I miss something?
The last train to Clarksville, and I'll meet you at the station. Clarksville, Tennessee.
Ba, ba, ba.
You
will Bangkok if you walk into a wall when it's at 90 degrees. Do you have any idea what that means? Oh, okay, B. That makes sense.
You'll bang your cock.
You will bang your. Oh, I get it. Thank you, buddy. I'm a little slow today, I guess. But let me check the temperature where I'm at, as opposed to actually in downtown Bangkok. We'll see if it's different. Nope. It's actually 90 degrees in Bangkok and 91 where I'm at. So we'll call that close enough. Yeah, and actually it's getting much warmer. It was hitting in the 85, 89 was about the high. And it's eking up. So I better get this fucking painting shit done, because 2 more weeks, it's going to be too hot even in the morning. I need to get on this shit, really. I'm not leaving and getting on it now, but I do need to get going, because it's going to be too hot really fucking fast.
Oh, yeah, man. I can remember painting a wrought iron fence in Marikina City, Philippines, and it was like 105. And man, I'll never forget that. I mean, man, they just kept throwing water on me. I had a wet T-shirt over my head. Man, what is it getting up to there? Oh, that's right. You're in the cool season right now.
Yep, it's winter, but it's like 2 more weeks, dude. Normally I leave in 2 weeks because it gets too fucking hot and I don't like it. And it gets worse for the next 8 weeks after that. And I'm a little, I want to have this house finished in April. So I gave myself a lot of time, but I sort of forgot that every day that goes by, then sweat starts dripping off you. And I really don't like sweating at all, especially when I'm not sweating because I'm really exercising hard. I'm just sweating because it's so fucking hot. It's dripping off your face. I really hate that kind of weather. I really hate it.
Yeah.
Oh, well, what do you do? So, buddy, you're weak and you're fearful and ignorant. Are you the one that ran out of the voice chat into text? Or am I confused?
That was Ronan that actually left. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm just making sure I get it right. I don't want to make any misstatements of fact that Mr. Pedantic will come along and complain about.
Yeah, and in a serious, more serious fashion, every time he's ever said that in here, I remember the first time he ever said that to me, I thought to myself, let me just analyze that for a minute. I'm operating my thought process off fear and ignorance. And then I said, fear and ignorant of what? How much worse could it be? What am I so fearful and operating in ignorance off of? But see, if you'll notice everything he says about somebody else, he's the scared one. He's scared to death, so he's trying to find something wrong with Trump. So he's got to do it. He's got to do it.
This guy is still whining to Armando. You see that? Oh, it happens all the time. They mute me and you show favoritism to your friends. Wah. You only get muted when you're being a complete fucktard, you ignorant moron.
Oh,
Stop being a fucktard and nobody will mute you.
Yeah.
Ignorant dumbass.
I think he's, you know, I don't know, man. I mean, really, when he does things like that, I mean, it really is, honestly speaking, about a 12-year-old mentality.
Oh, listen to this guy. Now he's blaming Armando for allowing us to win debates. It's Armando's fault that Ronan loses debates. Now, Armando, you better stop letting me and Buddy win debates and somehow let Ronan win. You hear that? You hear that, Armando?
That's Lesurge, the socialist in Canada.
No, that's Ronan Canucci. I can flood them with facts, quotes, questions. They yammer with their condescending caterwaul, and you allow them to win. He's blaming Armando for allowing us to win the debates. What a moron. What the fuck does Armando have to do with anything, you ignorant fucking asshat? Yes, I condescend to you because you deserve it, because you're an ignorant fucktard.
Hey, guess what, Richard? That's what he does every time when you nail him on what he considers every day. He comes in here and says, I go by facts and I go by the law. And then when you nail him on facts or law, then that's what he tries to do. He comes back and starts making these insults, condemnation, talks about the fear and the ignorance, when really he's got nowhere to go but to do that because he's been found out and exposed. See?
Well, I asked him for the facts that he supposedly got from Rachel Maddow. He got all pissy and angry, and he was fearful and ignorant and left. I mean, and then he goes in the text and says, "Oh, it's those other people that have no facts and are ignorant." I mean, I asked him fucking 5 times, what is your factual evidence? And he goes in the fucking room whining because Armando somehow let somebody else win the debate. What a fucking asshat.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the same over and over again.
Yeah. Yeah, he was doing the same thing yesterday. And of course, he has to put friend in quote, like, Armando, I couldn't possibly be a friend of Armando. I'm only a friend in quotation marks, What a moron.
Yeah. It's never ending.
Yeah, I know. Well, the thing is that you just kind of wonder if it's never ending, because in the back of your mind, you're just sort of waiting for the day where he comes out and says, "Oh, I was just kidding all the time, and I'm a troll, and I was just trying to get you guys goat, and now I'll be normal." You kind of in the back of your mind wonder if it really will be never ending or not. you know.
Hey, check this out now. I will say this, man. You see the guy LaSurge in there? I don't agree with any of his views, but when he did come up on the panel, at least LaSurge sat there and listened and actually tried to understand somebody else's viewpoint. I will give LaSurge that. But man, Ronan is just dead set on this never-ending quest to nowhere, man.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah, I would like to talk to Lasser. You know, the typing thing, throwing a few insults here and there, sort of, kind of. But yeah, I'd like to talk to Lasser. He seems like a interesting person with a. I think he's like the socialist, and I have a lot of differences of opinion with him. But I mean, if one thing's for sure, he can't be as difficult to converse with as Ronan, because he is the worst. The most unable to talk to other people that I've ever seen in my entire life.
Right. Hey, I just got a question for you, Richard. I mean, you've been around the block a time or two. Would you ever, now he claims he was a supervisor, and I've heard his tactics of being a supervisor. Would you ever put anybody like that in a supervisory position in your company?
Well, that's just ridiculous. Of course not. You can't get along with a single person in any situation at all. How would you have if you had a supervisor like that and anybody came up with any idea that he didn't think of first, it would immediately get shot down. And no, no, of course not. But at the same time, he may have been in an area where everybody else was worse. You know, that he was the only person that could, walk and chew gum at the same time. So, he may have been a manager at a McDonald's or
Richard,
something.
Read that real quick before it goes too high. At Amanda Vargas, you can believe them, but I can prove them wrong, and they will retaliate by muting me and going on with the cackle. See, that's a lie right there. That's not why he was.
Of course
muted.
it is.
That's another lie. Let's read the next one at Amanda Vargas. Now they are saying they are right, not knowing what they are talking about in the first place. Okay, well, that's another lie. We had facts you didn't. So, see, if you'll just look at everything he posts, it's all a lie.
Right.
Every bit of it is. At least
I made him go to the exact same web page as me and forced him to read the sentence when he claimed there was nepotism, and he was forced to admit it. But then I brought him to the section about the Trump and his business, and he just refused to understand that it has to do with intentional, with direct gifting, not indirect buying from a business.
Right.
He was forced. There's nothing you can say because the sentence is right there in black and white on both counts, quite frankly. I muted you because you were being a yelling and screaming 8-year-old, not because you were presenting facts, you lying piece of shit.
Exactly. He was sitting there calling you stupid man, stupid man, stupid man, stupid. He wouldn't even get back to talking. I mean, anyway, it's the same song and that. But when LaSurge got up here, I have to say, man, LaSurge, I sat here and listened to him. He does. I mean, his viewpoints are totally opposite of mine, but he's pretty witty, and he's got a lot of knowledge, and yet he would sit there and listen and actually debate with you. I mean, on very good terms. So he's just a little tickler. Oh, man, I know about something else. He won't get back up here, but it was pretty nice. It was pretty nice, actually, when he got up here that time.
That's not true, Armando. I don't enjoy going back and forth with Ronan at all. I feel sorry for him, and I would rather not do it. I don't find any enjoyment whatsoever in going back and forth with Ronan. I really don't.
I'm sorry, but as deep as he's cut me, I have to say I kind of enjoy it, man.
Do you? No, I don't. I don't find any enjoyment whatsoever in his sad, pathetic nonsense. I just don't. I guess I'd say this. I got all that out of me in the flat earth room. It's just old. He's just another flat earther that just bores the shit out of me. It's not even at all enjoyable.
What I enjoy is the truth coming out and watching him try to squabble around and try to,
Right.
that's what I enjoy.
You're not letting me finish. You're not letting me finish. You already demonstrated he's an asshat and doesn't know what he's talking about, and he's still whining that we're not letting him finish. It's like, why would we? I mean, come on.
On and on.
Stupid man, stupid man, stupid man. Oh, you muted me when I was trying to give the facts. Yeah, no, that's not why you were muted, asshat.
Right, exactly. But anyway, I wish the surge would get up here again. Let's see, America is already funded. I have a friend in Oklahoma who's been working 3 jobs and is still not able to make her car payments. And she's a college grad, yet shitty lib arts degree.
Well, maybe she should have bought a cheaper fucking car, asshat. I mean, sorry, I don't mean to call you asshat. I got Ronan on the brain. Yeah, but if you're working 3 jobs and you can't make your car payment, and you're in Oklahoma, there's something more to the fucking story than you're a sensible person making good financial decisions, and it's all everybody else's fault.
Hey,
That's the problem. You don't understand, LaSurge.
A good thing is, LaSurge, those wages are going up. I'm glad to see that the teaching wages are going up for a change. I had a bad problem with the wages being so low for all the teachers.
So the problem, she has a BA in history or something, which basically doesn't allow for much more than a teaching position. So she has a teaching position, 2 other jobs, and she can't make her car payment is because she fucked up somewhere along the line, not because a teaching job, 2 other jobs is not enough remuneration to have an automobile. That's a ridiculous example of why the country's so bad.
Hey, Richard, check that out. That's the only thing he's told the truth about the entire time in here. I enjoy japing old corn silk.
Well, there you go. Yeah, okay, yeah, stating the obvious there, I guess. But,
yeah.
And he is honest once in a while. He comes in, he says, "I enjoy acting like an 8-year-old." He says that right out. He says, "Oh, I enjoy being an asshat." And I personally, when I'm an asshat, I apologize to people and say, "Yeah, I was drunk last night. I'm sorry, I was an asshole." And like the girls that I got into school, they always, "Oh, don't worry about it," and whatever. But he comes back and says, "No, I enjoy it. I'm going to keep doing it. But everybody else that does it is an asshole except me." It's just ridiculous. It's incoherent.
Exactly.
Incoherent.
Yep. And that's what I hear a lot of the stuff going on with these. Well, I tell you what, we'll just leave it to Ronan, but he reminds me of a lot of people that I've watched during the election year. Absolutely no facts and just spewing absolute bullshit.
Oh yeah, and then it's funny that he accuses everybody of Googling things. Where does that even come into play? I don't ever talk about anything that needs to be Googled in the first place. Really, it's like silly nonsense accusations. Jesus Christ. I think people like that get angry because they know you can Google and come up with, web pages that prove they're wrong. So they, try to nip it in the bud by making it sound like fact checking is a bad thing. And anybody that fact checks is a bad person.
Well, I mean, if you're going to sit here and deal with somebody like Ronan and he's talking about all these facts, trust me, he sat in here and said it one night. He's got a piece of paper in front of him where he's wrote down all his spinning points.
Oh, really? Well, yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. That's a lot of work to go to just to be in a chat room. I mean, I don't do homework to come in here and chat with you, buddy. I hope that doesn't surprise you. Am I supposed to?
Either, man. I sit down and start chatting. That's what I do every day. I sit down and start chatting.
Am I supposed to spend a couple of hours preparing to talk to people on the internet?
I just go ahead and paint your house and sit down and chat when you want to, man.
Yeah, that sounds like a better plan. Richard has sex with Thailand transsexuals. No, Richard thinks about it every once in a while when he sees a really hot one, but I don't think I'll ever get that drunk. I don't think I will. It's possible, though. It might happen. You never know. When all the other girls in Thailand that will suck my dick die and there are only transsexuals left, it could happen, I guess. You know, you never know. Yeah, that Jay Tudor guy is kind of interesting. He's kind of like Ronan in the sense that he's completely obsessed with transsexuals and he constantly brings up transsexuals, and then he comes along and says that I'm the one that wants to have sex with transsexuals. You see where I'm going with that? Is his whole mind is, you know, I know this guy from a while back. He's constantly, his whole deal is talking about transsexuals, but blaming it on me. Like I'm the one that's sort of forcing him to talk about transsexuals somehow, you know?
Yeah, Tudor used to stay up on the panel all the time, but he hadn't come up here lately.
Yeah, I know him. He's fully convinced that I fuck. You know, they're actually called lady boys here. He knows that, but
Right.
he constantly. It's like these people that constantly bring up pedophilia, and somehow they want to say that it's because of somebody else. You know, somehow they don't have. You know, somehow Jay Tudor does not have transsexual on the brain. It's somehow my fault. You know. It's ridiculous. Right. It doesn't matter what you say, Jay Tudor. It's that you have ladyboy of the brain, and that's not my fault. I have nothing to do with the fact that you're obsessed with transsexuals and that you want to talk about them and that you bring up transsexuals in every conversation you have. That's not my fault.
AB8, let's see, buddy, step closer to the mic. Mic out. Mic out. Whatever that means, I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to do with that.
Yeah, I can hear you just fine. I don't know.
Can you hear me now, AB8? Maybe the mic was too far. This is a real direct mic that won't pick up room noise, so you do have to get close to it.
Jay, it's kind of weird too, because Jay Tudor's like one of these whacked out Christians, and he still has, you know, it's like he's a Christian, so he can't really talk about it unless he can accuse somebody else. But he really is interested in transsexual sex, but he's a Christian, so the only way he can really, you know, discuss it is by accusing somebody else and bringing the topic up, you know.
Yeah,
well, I don't. It doesn't matter what you're doing, Jay Tudor. What I'm pointing out is that you're the one who wants to talk about transsexuals. Nobody else. Nobody else brings that up but you.
Okay, AB8. Thanks, man. But I wish Tudor would get up here, man. I hadn't talked to him in a while. He had a similar situation happen in his family like I did just in the last few weeks. I kind of wanted to talk to him, but I guess he doesn't want to get up here right now.
Well, if you want to get up and talk to Buddy there, Jay, I won't interrupt or talk to you or anything. I know he doesn't like me. He doesn't like me a whole lot, you know.
Yeah.
He's not one of the king's loyal subjects. Let's put it that way. So what are you doing? I don't really want to know what you're not doing, Jay Tudor. What are you doing by constantly accusing me of having sex with transsexuals? What is your objective by doing that?
Come on up, Tudor, man, just for a little bit anyway. You don't have to stay up here, man. I know that when he did come up once or twice recently, he had a mic problem. I do know that. He sounded real weak. I don't know if he's got a different mic now or what.
He's a good debater. You know, he's not a complete ass clown like Ronan or anything. He's an interesting, intelligent guy. He just has transsexual on the brain. That's my only complaint about Jay Tudor, really.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, Jay Tudor, what you really want me to do is lie because I've told you the truth numerous times and you just don't want to accept it. So, suggesting that what you want me to do is tell the truth is not an excuse or an explanation for why you constantly want to talk about transsexuals. It has nothing to do with anything. If you want me to tell the truth, you could ask a million different questions, but it's always the same thing is you want to discuss transsexuals. Why? Why is transsexual discussion so important to you? It has nothing to do with me telling the truth or not telling the truth or anything like that. That's a smokescreen for your interest in discussing transsexuals. It's just bizarre, dude. I'd go watch some porn, dude. Go Google it. Go on Craigslist on the transsexual section and email some of them and talk to them. You don't need to talk to me about them. Go directly talk to some actual transsexuals, dude. I mean, really. You're obviously interested in them or you wouldn't bring it up every time. My lifestyle isn't all that deviant. I like fucking women and some prostitutes and, going to titty bars and, there's plenty of deviancy here in Thailand that I'm not interested in at all. I have no interest in seeing the fish in the pussy show. I don't need to see that. One of those on every corner in Soy Cowboy or Pat Pong and all them places. I mean, I don't know why you would think prostitution sex is deviant. I mean, it's more normal than deviant. And the truth is that it's deviant not to have been with a prostitute in your life. You're right about one thing is the reason I tell the truth is because I am a bad liar. And I wouldn't remember the story I told if I made up lies. You can ask me about any story I've told that was like months ago or years ago about Alaska, about, when I lived in Florida and all the stories I ever told. And you will come up and you could get the recording from years or months ago and you'd hear the exact same story because my father told me when I was a little kid that the truth is really easy to remember. But when you tell a lot of lies, you can't really remember what it was exactly you said. But your memory of what really happened is really easy to remember, which is why you're never going to get a contradictory story out of me because I know better than to tell them. There's no point to it anyway. The truth is that if you get around and have interesting things happen to you, you got plenty of fucking, believe me, Jay Tudor, when you're 56 years old, you won't have to make any shit up either because you have 56 years of weird shit happen to you and there's no need to make up weird shit. You know what I mean? In 50 fucking years, a lot of weird shit will happen to you. Trust me. God, it's like I can read the first 3 words out of Ronan now, and I just know everything it's going to say. It's like so repetitive. You don't even need to read the whole thing anymore, Oh, my God. Yeah, he's like, 8 sentences saying the same thing 1,000 times in a row. It's just silly, man. Really. No homo. Oh, shit, that's funny, bud. Oh, my God. Yeah, it's funny. Jonathan N. How did Jonathan N. end up saying the exact same thing as you, buddy, at the same time? Why did you guys think of that at the same time, man? That was weird.
I don't know.
I guess the reason probably is because of Jay Tudor and the transsexual thing. You both thought of no homo at the same time, I guess.
Yeah, I converted to shake hands, and Jonathan said,
kiss and make up.
We can still kiss, but just make sure that we say no homosexual acts after we kiss.
Yeah. Well, Richard keeps muting me when I'm an asshole and say, stupid man, stupid man, stupid man, stupid man, you're a stupid man, and I get muted. Well, boo-hoo for Ronan.
Ronan, come on, man. You got your bicycle chain old and everything. It's all right, man. Come on up, man.
Yeah.
Look, Trump's going to do a great job. Yeah, everything will be fine. Just come on up on the panel, man. It'll be all right.
They're called lady boys, not man boys. What the fuck is a man boy? Jesus Christ, J2. You got transsexual of the brain and you don't even know how to say it, for fuck's sakes. Come on, you can do better than that. All right. Wow. And you know one thing is my wife is always trying to drag me to this Tiffany show. It's like this luxury kind of weird ladyboy show in Pattaya. And I've never actually been because it's just too weird for me. I really don't want to see a ladyboy fashion show. It's like, what's the point, you know?
Bring that up, Richard. When I was in Asia, that seemed to be, well, okay, so while you're watching TV over there, you see all the lady boys on the talk shows, right?
Sure. Oh, yeah. And the comedy shows and all that, yeah.
Exactly. So, see, it's kind of not looked at in the same way over there for some reason.
Well, because they're Buddhist and non-judgmental. Why it's not looked the same way in a Catholic country like the Philippines is a good question.
Well, yes, the same thing over there. I mean, they've got...
well, this is a Buddhist country, though, and the main point of Buddhism is to be non-judgmental.
Yeah, well, that's true. Now, if you... I don't know why... Well, it shows you how much it's changed. I mean, if you go back through the years... Basically, the Philippines was Catholic, man.
Right. Oh, yeah.
And now it's extremely diverse. You see churches of all denominations on every, couple of blocks.
Right.
It's all different. But I noticed a lot of the talk shows over there and everything. You see that all the time. It's just not. I don't know.
Just get some new material, dude. It's just old and boring, and maybe some other people in chat haven't seen you do it or something. But just every time you see me, you've done it like 100 times. The same old boring nonsense about ladyboys. Who cares, dude? Get some new material. It doesn't bother me. It doesn't affect me. It just makes you look silly, dude. Come up with some new material, please. I put wah for Ronan, and he's like, I'm the one that can't communicate in a civil manner while he's yelling stupid man 1,000 times. What an incoherent nut job, man.
You see how he just spun that and actually, it's just, I mean, the way I see it is, it's just a bold-faced lie. He cannot communicate in a civil manner. See, that's just a lie.
Absolutely, exactly. We ever since he left, there's been nothing but civil communication. That's what he kind of misses. The civil communication ends when Ronan Kanushi comes in the room, not when Richard is in the room.
Well, it's when he becomes uncivil.
Right, exactly. Well, like you said the other day, every single thing he has to say is what he does, and he twists it around as though it's other people doing it. You kind of explained it better the other day, but like his, the comment you made to him as though he's stirring up, hatred and dissent or whatever it was. Now he flips that around and says that's what you do. Everything he says is something that applies to him, and that's his way of trying to goad people into talking to him and about him and stuff, Well, then come on in and talk to us, Lacert. And why didn't you put Buddy's name in there? Why is it just Richard? Me and Buddy are having a conversation. Why is it only Richard you're sick of? Why didn't you mention Buddy? Why didn't you just say, I'm sick of hearing the people on the panel talk about Ronan? Why does it have to be just me?
Okay, Reese. There's still a lot of Catholic over there. But I'm not dumb. I spend a lot of time over there, so I know what I'm talking about. But I appreciate your input, man. it's still a lot of Catholic over there. I just said it's getting a lot more diverse.
What were they before the Catholics came and converted them?
Now, that's a good question. I don't really know the history of the Philippines. You know, that would be something maybe for Crystal to answer more than me.
Do you know where the 9/11 .45 caliber gun came from and why?
No.
In 1911, the Americans went over to help Philippines fight Muslims, oddly enough, and the Muslims used to be hopped up on drugs, and they used a 38 caliber round, and it didn't stop the Muslims. What happened was they commissioned Colonel Colt to make a human stopping round.
Yes.
Because of that war in the Philippines. That's why I mentioned it, because we're talking about the Philippines.
Yeah.
And that's where the 9/11 Colt 45 came from, because of that war and the Muslims and the Philippines and all that.
Yeah, that all comes to mind as soon as you brought that up. Yes, I do know about that story.
Yeah. Just a little trivia news you can use from the king that has nothing to do with Ronan Kadushi. There you go, LaSurge. Just for you. Yeah, I Googled him to see what I would find. And what's funny is it looks as though he got on the internet about 2 years ago, and he immediately went out like giving advice to people, and it just some of the weird kind of bizarre advice, and it was just, some of it was just funny, and he uses the same expressions like "it be it" and "me be me" and "I be Ronan Kanushi" and all that. And the only stuff I could find began 2 years ago, and it really looks to me like his first experience being on the internet, at least as Ronan Kanushi, began just 2 years ago.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna do more. I'm gonna see if I can find out enough to find out whether he's actually like receiving mental disability or is actually been diagnosed as mentally disabled or not. I don't believe his actual name is Ronan Kanushi, but it might be.
No, it's not. It's not.
Yeah.
That's somebody he fancies. He's talked about that in here.
Oh, has he? Okay.
Yeah, it's some. He got Ronan from one place and Kanushi from another. Put them together. Blah blah.
I see. Yeah. Yeah. There's that other guy this morning. He starts giving me shit because other people he's talked to tell a lot of lies, and he's complaining because I couldn't remember the name of my mountaineering camp stove I bought 45 years ago. He's like, what the fuck?
Wow.
Or more like 35 years ago. But he kind of left right after that, realizing that he had no evidence for anything he had to say. But my point, did I already go through this with you? My point is, none of my stories are so exciting or impressive. I'm not claiming to be in the penthouse suite and taking my helicopter to my yacht or something. I was talking about living in a fucking tent,
Richard, my man, I know you know what that's all about. That's about trying to in other words, I listened to everything Ronan said. See, man, it's all about attacks when they, it's all about attacks. The only time I attacked him, actually, that's not true. I've gotten so triggered before I actually did initiate it. But usually the only reason I attacked him because, he just started digging deep, man.
Sure. And the other thing Ronan does that's unusual that most chatters don't do is he tries to hurt people's feelings and make personal insults that almost nobody else does that kind of thing. But he tries to do that to really make people feel bad. Most other people are throwing out insults like, oh, you're an asshole, you're a con, or something like that. They're not, they're not trying to hit at their personality and, really, try to get under their goat and hurt their feelings kind of thing. And that's a really nasty kind of thing that he does. That is another symptom of mental illness, you know.
Yeah.
And it's highly unusual, you know. Like, you know, Armando, you call Armando a nigger one day and joke around with him the next, because he knows you're not trying to really be salacious and nasty about it. You know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, I don't know if do we even really want to keep talking about him so he'll actually come on, or do we want to shut the fuck up so and hope he doesn't come on? You know, I mean,
I think I tell you what, I'm gonna fix me a drink. I'm gonna mic out. Ronan, come on up, man. If you're not scared and you're not ignorant and you have something to say in a civil manner without hollering, "Stupid, stupid, stupid man! You're such a stupid, stupid, stupid man!" Then come on up and talk, man.
yeah,
Wow.
thanks a lot. You're gonna take off and have a drink, and you invite Ronan in to talk to me? I thought you were my fucking friend, man. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I'll be back. I'll be back at 1 point.
What in the fuck is wrong with this guy? Oh yeah, I'm gonna take off and go have a fucking drink. But Ronan, come on in and chat with Richard. Yeah, thanks a lot, dude. Appreciate that.
Hey, Richard's gonna leave for a minute. I'll stay here till he gets back, Ronan.
Oh man. Yeah, I'm gonna do the same thing to you one of these days. Yeah, I'll find some.
Hey, Richard, fix your mic. I don't hear anything. Fix your mic. I'll be right back, Richard. Fix your mic. I don't hear anything.
This because I want to. It has nothing to do with you, Ronan. I just want to be a crybaby, and instead of explaining what I'm crying about, I'm just going to say wham. That's the quick way. That's a short explanation right there. Wham. I'm crying about something. There you go. Come on in and talk to me, Jay Tudor, about anything but your ladyboy obsession, please. Because I do kind of like talking to you. You're an interesting character. You are. Armando, please take the bait and ask him what he wants to be funded for. I would, yeah, pretty much, Lasurge. And I know that's boring, but it's not Richard complaining. It's Richard talking to Buddy. Let's get that right, Lasurge. Let's not pretend that Richard was in here all by himself talking and complaining, okay? You're correct, but you're leaving out half of the story. Okay, Tudor. All right. Well, maybe another time. It's cool. Lysurge, can you admit that you left out half the story? And why did you do that? Please. I'm going to start crying about you, Lysurge. How's that? I'm going to spend the next 3 hours complaining that Lysurge won't come talk to Buddy and me. All right, I'm done with Ronan. He's irrelevant. Lysurge, I'm just going to start crying like every 30 seconds. You don't even know me, dude. I've never talked to you. You've only listened to me rag on about people that I don't like. You don't know me. We've never talked. You've never asked me what I think about this, that, or the other thing. You know, my panties aren't bunched, dude. I'm fucking relaxed, dude. You hear me yelling and screaming at Ronan, or trying to be calm when he's yelling and screaming? Are my panties in a bunch with Buddy? Were my panties in a bunch when I'm being accused of fucking transsexuals? No, dude. I'm not all high strung, dude. I'm just chilling out on the internet like you, man. Come on. Sounds to me like you got a lot of excuses and are trying to blame Richard for you not wanting to come on the internet, much like somebody else I know. Yes, we should all join a circle jerk of crying. That's all I'm doing that. That's why I keep posting this. You know, that's my crying circle. I'm sorry it's a straight line, Tudor. If I could post WAN in a circle, I would do it for you. But I don't know how to do that. I'm not that technologically sophisticated. I'm sorry. Well, you know, speaking of a ball of knotted panties, when I was a painter, I painted these two hot girls' house, and I have to admit that I did go into their laundry basket and sniff their panties. I have actually done that before. Sniffed the panties of a complete stranger, and they were really hot, you know, and I think I had a couple of beers, and my friend might even have dared me or whatever. But yeah, I have. Yeah, I've done that before, and I don't feel embarrassed or bad to say so. Why not? They had a whole laundry basket of dirty panties just sitting there, minding their own business. Why shouldn't the king get to smell them if he wants to? Working so hard to paint their house and all, you know.
That's pretty cool, man. I like that, man. Hey, I'm gonna go ahead and admit something else, man. I painted an 89-year-old woman's house, and I had to smell her panties too, man.
Get the fuck out of here. Are you serious, dude? Really? No. These are like hot 20-year-olds, dude. Really?
She was 89 and hot, dude. I'm telling you, man.
Oh my goodness. You are the man, dude. I mean, in the world of curiosity, it's like the reason I find it funny is because you can smell the panties of an 89-year-old woman like from 15 feet away.
I know, but
you don't really have to pick up the panties and smell them.
No, man, but I know, but when I got a whiff of it, I couldn't get enough, so I wanted to bury my thing. Man, you just okay, man, that's enough.
Dude, when you sober up, you're gonna wish you hadn't have said that.
You're right. You're right.
I know I'm right. And I bet you that Ronan Kadushi will hold that against you.
Oh, he's waiting for
I won't hold it against you. I think it's a ballsy, you know, I commend you for having the nerve to do it, quite frankly. It's something that I wish I had the nerve to do, but in fact, when my mother-in-law, they changed my mother-in-law's Depends, I kind of like sneaked a peek at her cunt to see if it was hairy or not. But I felt bad doing it, and just so you know, it's bald. We probably lost the hair 30 years ago, you know. But near as I can tell, when you get to be over 85, you're not going to have it. If you're a woman anyway, you're probably not going to have any pubic hair, because I promise you, she didn't shave it, you know.
Right.
And she's only like 80. Yeah, 80. I don't know. I have to ask my wife when she comes home, and my wife's been changing her Depends for a long time. So I'll ask my wife, you know, is she like always been bald since she's been changing the Depends or not? You know, I need to look into this now that you brought all this. It's all your fault. You're the one that brought this up. I would have never thought of any of this shit without you, dude.
I'm telling you. Well, yeah, I'll bring out the very best and the worst.
Yeah, yeah. And Armando Vargas, is it okay to laugh, or are you going to have to like repent later for finding all this amusing? I want to.
All right, Ronan, come on up. Man, if Ronan and LaSurge would come up, believe it or not, it would be a great talk. It really would.
Yeah, for about 5 minutes.
Well, I think with LaSurge, it would offset Ronan because they see a lot of things the same.
I see. Okay. So we could have a 2-on-2 debate between Lysurge and Ronan and Richard and
I think LaSurge could neutralize Ronan if he gets out of hand.
Really? Is I thought Lysurge was a human. You're telling me he's like a great big shot of Demerol?
Not really, no. but I think it would neutralize Ronan just knowing that, you know, LaSurge is waiting to back him up.
I see. I got you. Okay.
Here we go. I
But
told you.
that's not, I didn't say it meant a damn thing, LaSurge. What I asked was, in the world of possibly creating jobs, would inviting and talking to 50 CEOs in 5 different meetings be more important than a press conference? Now, you're saying that discussing job creation doesn't mean anything is fine. So what you're saying is that a press conference would be more meaningful than talking to 50 CEOs, and that's simply not true. You can spin it and claim it's not true by calling everybody liars, but the truth is, in the world of creating jobs, having a press conference accounts for 0, and talking to 50 CEOs at least accounts for +1. But Lysurge, you're kind of going down the flat earth tactic of getting off the topic and bringing up irrelevant nonsense that doesn't matter. Please don't do that if you come into chat. But anyway, Lysurge, I'm not holding any judgments or anything like that. Come talk, man, because if you come on to Voice, you can explain exactly what you're talking about, and it's just different than short sentences in chat, man. It's a much more meaningful conversation than a few sentences here and there and blah, blah, blah. You know, I get to ramble on with a complete explanation while you're limited to 200 characters. That's just not even fair for you. You know what I mean? If you were in here able to express your whole opinion in more than 200 characters, we'd have a better conversation. That's what I'm trying to get across. God, I'm getting to the point now where I don't even read what Ronan has to say anymore. It's just pointless to even bother to read it. You know, it's just a waste of time. And that's kind of sad in its way. You know, I'll read it. Crackle, preen, feathers, stuck ups. Well, that was a good use of my time, my reading time. Not. But yeah, Tudor, come. Why don't you? Just out of curiosity, Tudor? Why don't you voice chat anymore? Because I met you in voice chat, not text chat. Probably in the flat Earth stuff, maybe. I don't remember where we met, but it was on voice. Why do you not voice? And don't blame it on me, because it's not my fault, please. Well, the problem, okay, the corporate rate is high as it should be. The problem is that if all corporate tax rates in all countries were high, that would be fine. But the problem is our corporate tax rate is so high, we're uncompetitive in the world of businesses having their base here in America. That's the problem. The problem is not the tax rate itself. The problem is the comparative tax rate to other places that businesses can go to have their corporate offices. So I don't necessarily disagree that a high corporate tax rate might be a good idea. What the problem is the comparative tax rate is too high. You can't have the highest tax rate in the world on corporations and expect corporations to stay in your country. That's the problem.
That's right.
And I wish you would come in here and tell me why that's wrong in something more than just a couple of sentences. Because I want to know, you know, possibly even learn from your, you know, what I'm sure are perfectly sensible beliefs. I mean,
yeah,
I'm not.
If LaSurge comes in, man, it's interesting to talk to him, even though I didn't really hear anything. Well, maybe he said 1 or 2 things along the way that made me think a little bit. But
Sure.
I wish LaSurge would come in and just, talk a little while.
Yeah, me too. Come on, LaSurge. What the fuck, man? We're almost begging you to come in, man. Obviously, we're going to be respectful to you if we're begging to talk to you. Come on, man. I am interested in people's views on socialism because I understand how it could work well. The problem is that it just doesn't. It's not been demonstrated to work real well. What has been demonstrated to work real well is America. If China had been demonstrated to work real well, I'd say the Chinese model is the best model. You know what I mean? If I really don't believe that France has proven itself to be a better model and a better result than America. I don't see it that way. I see the medical advancements, the technological advancements, all these kind of things coming from the country that has tried to stay away from socialism. I don't see, the countries, I wouldn't expect smaller socialist countries to come up with as many things because they have a smaller population. But I would expect them to proportionally come up with more on a prorated basis if their system was better. And I don't see that. I don't think the facts demonstrate that to be the case. I think it's a good ideological idea, but the places where they implement it don't seem to accomplish very much. That's why I kind of don't agree with socialism. In practice, in theory, it sounds great. In practice, it just doesn't seem to produce anything. What it produces is people that set up factories in France complaining that they're lazy. That's what it produces. And I'm specifically thinking of a tire company that opened a shop in France and said, these are the laziest, most unproductive people I've ever seen. And they moved it to Germany. So I don't know, man. I don't know, man.
Yeah, Roden, come on back up, man. You might figure out maybe a new, I don't know. I know the hen house mountain and everything. You might come up with a new one, man.
Exactly, AV8. I mean, I know it's Z because Z is going to sleep because I really got nothing to say, quite frankly. I mean, I don't want to be ragging on Ronan forever. That's boring as fuck, Me and Buddy are just kind of talked out, man. All we're really saying now is we're just begging random people to come in and chat, Believe me, I know we're putting you to sleep, but if we don't say anything at all, you really go to fucking sleep,
Will not lose a wink of sleep. Yeah, read what LaSurge just said. See, that's how whack those socialists are.
Okay, well, that's fine. I understand you wouldn't lose a wink of sleep, but we're talking about a principle of capitalism versus socialism, which that your attempt to make somebody mad is irrelevant to the topic. The fact that, quite frankly, I really don't care either because I don't live there. The only thing I really care about is people personally harming me. I could really care less if the entire earth got blown up in a nuclear holocaust as long as me and my wife's house is left over. But that's a nonsense response when you're trying to discuss whether capitalism is better than socialism. If you hate the USA or you even want it to be, attacked by nuclear weapons, that's not going to trigger me. It's just a nonsense attempt to try to make somebody angry. I don't care either, quite frankly. I'd be angry because Buddy got nuked, but, other than that.
Yeah, I wouldn't like it too good, man.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'd be so happy that Ronan got nuked that Buddy would just, unfortunately, Buddy, I'd be so happy that Ronan was gone and just be like, well, that's the price you pay,
Well, LaSurge, man, I would have no sympathy whatsoever, and I would likely say what Pay says. It's your own fault. You did it to yourselves. Yeah, okay.
Well, that's great, man. So I understand you believe that the United States created ISIS. It's all our fault, and you hope they win or somebody else wins. Or I don't know who you think's going to nuke us, the Chinese, the Japanese, the Indians. I mean, exactly who do you think it is that hates us so much they want to nuke themselves? Is pretty much nobody except ISIS, maybe, and some Looney Tune Lone Ranger, you know. But you know, whatever, LaSurge. I mean, that's the way you think is fine. Come in and explain why. I want to know why. I don't really care about those kind of statements. I'm interested to know why you believe that, you know. I mean, you really wouldn't feel bad for the 50 million 2-year-olds and under that died a horribly painful, burning death, really? I mean, even King Richard isn't that uncompassionate or incompassionate. I'm not sure which it is, but
Well, that goes to show you where those people go in their minds. You know what I mean? So basically, what he's saying, literally saying, is he doesn't care how many innocent people get killed, as long as he can try to justify himself being correct.
I see. Yeah, I don't know if he's just maybe just straight out trolling or something, because I don't know the guy because I haven't talked to him. But you know, on the other hand, he's saying, well, he's really a bleeding heart liberal, or bleeding heart. He didn't say liberal, but he's a socialist. But I'm a bleeding heart because he's human and compassionate on one hand. On the other hand, it's okay if everybody, all the little children in America get nuked. How is that not incoherent? Please explain that. Oh, he's going to play the Ronin card of, well, I know it's incoherent, but you need to figure out why it's not. Okay, great. Yeah, he's like trying to learn lessons from Ronin or something about how to avoid questions and make incoherent nonsense, try to annoy somebody.
For somebody who's never been in the U.S. in their life to have those opinions about the U.S. when they've never actually experienced anything in the U.S., it's kind of crazy to me anyway.
Where's he from?
He's in Canada.
Oh, good God, man. Like, Canada is so much different than America, you know? Oh, my God. What a nut job. Oh, my God. Yeah, there's a lot of Canadian trolls that really what they are is they're sort of angry and jealous that Canada isn't America.
That's
because
right.
It's like they have the same kind of cities,
right.
The same basic location. I mean, America's sandwiched all around Canada, and they're just angry little Canadians that hate America because they wish they were America. That's what he is.
That's what it really is. Because did you see the interview the other day with Trump and the what do they call the head guy over there in their country? He's not the ambassador, but the damn it,
diplomat.
Yeah, I believe so. Trump just met with him the other day. Believe it or not, the majority of Canada is I mean, they're our closest ally.
Yeah, like Serge, what FDR did is he didn't do it. It's called Keynesian spending, where you borrow the shit out of money you have to pay back in the future. That can't go on forever. You can't continually do FDR programs or you just become bankrupt. The one thing FDR did that was good was the Hoover Dam, because the Hoover Dam may have cost a lot of money, but it produced electricity and it produced things. And as you know, part of Donald Trump's Make America Great plan actually is Keynesian spending, in the sense that he wants to borrow a whole bunch of money to create an infrastructure that's going to save money on trucking repairs and make it more efficient and all that kind of thing. So yes, I'm quite familiar with what's called Keynesian spending. It comes from a man named Keynesian, and the idea is to borrow and spend your way out of great recessions or depressions. All that was a recession, but it was really bad, so they call it a depression. But yes, you can, if you have credit, you can borrow your way out of that recession, but the money needs to be paid back, or eventually you go bankrupt.
See,
you know?
LaSurge can say something pretty decent, and then he goes right back to that. He did not call in 50 CEOs to form these policies.
Well, neither did Donald Trump. Donald Trump formed the policies first, and then he called the CEOs to fine-tune them and make them better, and you're absolutely wrong. FDR absolutely did talk to the CEOs of the cement companies. FDR absolutely did talk to the engineers building the highways and things of that nature. You're spewing a whole bunch of idiotic nonsense. FDR absolutely talked to the CEOs and the businessman of how to best implement his plan of building Hoover dams and highways, and how to implement a social security program and all the things like that.
See there? I mean, if you just look what these people say, man, it kind of lets me know, I don't want to make a blanket statement, but I mean, when they say stuff like that, you know that they're not too bright, man.
Right. They're just spinning things and trying to make revisionist history. That's what he's doing.
Yeah.
And yes, that is one of the improvements that Trump's trying to make on Keynesian spending, is rather than the Keynesian spending being all the part of the government, he's trying to get the private sector to pony up some Keynesian spending of their own, which is imagine if FDR had gotten the private sector to pay for everything and the government debt had been zero. That would be fucking fantastic. So Trump has improved on the Keynesian spending idea by modifying it with as much private money as the private sector is willing to pony up. Yes, you're right. Trump's Keynesian spending, FDR type policy is a very good idea. Not that he'll get any credit from our friends in the chat room.
See, and then he comes out with those. I wish he was up here because he actually talks better than he types.
Well, everybody does. That's the thing. You only have 200 fucking characters. What the fuck can you say anyway?
Right. He needs to come up here and just talk. And it would be interesting for LaSurge to come up here and talk, but it doesn't make.
Okay, well, let's back up on that statement right there. Wow. It doesn't make any sense to expect that a billionaire wants to help the impoverished. Have you ever heard of the Gates Foundation, sir? One of the two, both actually, of the richest billionaires in America created the largest fund to help the impoverished in the world, called Bill Gates and Warren Buffett. Why would you say it doesn't make sense that billionaires would want to help the impoverished when you have a demonstration of the two wealthiest Americans have created the largest fund to help the impoverished in the history of the world? The facts go against your idea that it doesn't make sense. Actually, it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
So what? He's never in his life known the struggle of the working class. He may have never experienced it personally. That doesn't mean he doesn't know of the struggle. It's like saying somebody who's never been homeless can't possibly care or help the homeless. It's a ridiculous non sequitur. Yeah, you're right. You're right, buddy. I don't even know why you're trying to get this guy to come in, because it's just going to be the same old flat Earth nonsense. Well, that's fine. I'm not saying you should endorse him in good conscience. What you should do, and what you shouldn't do, is wait for him to demonstrate something that you can complain about. What you shouldn't do is complain before that demonstration exists. That's what Ronan Kanushi's doing. is he's complaining about things that have not happened yet, saying they might happen. You know, oh, he put his trust in a revocable trust, so he could revoke it and do something bad. You know, what you're saying is you can't endorse him, which is fine. You shouldn't endorse somebody you don't have confidence or faith in, but you also shouldn't be complaining that he's doing bad things before he's done bad things. You know, you shouldn't accuse him of not wanting to help the poor and call him a liar when he says he does, without evidence that he's not going to help the poor, or that he's lying and he really doesn't care about the poor. I mean, the thing that's kind of bizarre is that every time you say these things, you know full well that the words out of Donald Trump's mouth are completely contrary to what you're saying he is like and what you're accusing him of. Basically, you're saying he's lying about everything he said, while at the same time, he fulfills one campaign promise after the next. The first president in history who comes on to demonstrate with executive orders that he's ordering the people in government to live up to his campaign promises, while calling him a liar and saying the things that he hasn't accomplished yet, he's lying about. It's an incoherent mindset. Are you drinking, buddy? You having beers or liquor or whatever? Because if you are, I'm gonna go get a beer and drink with you, I think.
Yeah, go ahead and grab you one, man. I'm letting the cat out and grabbing me some. Actually, V8 Splash is what I'm drinking.
It doesn't have any alcohol in it, but that's tasty. I like that stuff.
Yeah, man, it's real good.
Isn't that the one they claim like has fruit juice in it? It just tastes like a different kind of tomato juice to me.
No, it's they got all flavors now, man. They got mango peach, they got berry blend. Yeah, good stuff, man.
Yeah, my favorite is like the spicy V8. That is some good ass stuff.
Oh yeah, man.
Really
The original V8 tomato juice.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah, that's good stuff.
Yeah, shit kicks. And the thing I like about it is that it's really fucking nutritious. You know, it's not garbage. You really do get something out of it. And it's not like a Coke. I drink a lot of Cokes, but they're not nutritious. You know?
That's right. I love the V8s, man. Yeah, go ahead, Richard. I'll be right back to.
All right. Yeah, I'll be back in a few minutes. And check out my paint job while I'm gone, too.
Hey, Ronan, come on back up on the panel, man. But just remember, I'm living in fear and ignorance, so please be easy with me.
Oh, I'm back, buddy, if you're there. Calling buddy. You here? I have my mic muted, but I don't.
Yeah, I'm here, Richard.
All right, I wanted you to remember, so you can be my witness. If my wife comes home and sees 26 and a half beer bottles on the table, she's going to accuse me of breaking that vase when I was drunk. and I'm going to use you as my witness that I started drinking after the vase was broken.
Right, to be able to deal with it all.
That's exactly. I was going to ask you. You could throw that little lie in if you want to, and that'd be fine by me. You know?
Yeah, I'm going to say you have no idea how upset Richard is. Oh my God. He was working so hard on the house. He came in out of the hot weather, came in to get a drink of water, accidentally hit that vase, and then he was just unbelievably torn up after that.
Yeah, don't lay it on too thick. She's not like a complete idiot,
right.
You know. You know, she knows to me that it's just an item that we can go buy at the store and replace anytime we want. You know,
yeah.
But she gets really attached to every single thing she comes in contact with, whether it's an old newspaper, you know, an old pair of shoes that she can't wear anymore. She puts in a plastic bag and puts them in a box and puts them in the back. I threw away 10, you know, really big garbage, not like regular garbage cans, but the big, like square recycling kind. I filled 10 of those things over the course of a month with just old garbage she saved. And when she finally kind of noticed, she said, "Oh, you threw everything of mine away," sort of thing. I said, "Name one specific thing that you even remember you had that I threw away." I said, "Yes, there's a whole lot more room and there are a lot of things gone, but can you name any specific item that you would want and that you would use?" And she kind of said, no, not really. I just knew she had a bunch of shit that was gone, you know.
Hey man, just so you know, I know exactly what you're talking about. My wife will not throw one single solitary thing away.
Mm-hmm. She's not a hoarder because she doesn't like buy things that are unnecessary, but like you said, she just can't throw anything away.
And you know what? I think that's part of surviving in that culture through the years. It's just been handed down, and I understand it.
She claims it's because she grew up poor, and I don't know if that's a good excuse or not.
Well, I'm going to have to run with that one.
Yeah.
That's usually what I found when I kind of, you know, questioned things like that before. And that matter of fact, I think every single time it was basically that too.
So explain to me how it is that being poor is an excuse to have an entire drawer filled with 25-year-old panties you're never going to wear again. You know what I mean? It just, I don't care how poor you are. How does that make fucking sense?
Well, it's not just the panties. It's if you'll go look at the other drawers, you'll see everything saved.
Right, exactly. I know. Believe me, I know all about it.
Yeah, and if you walked in my house right now, you would have soon to realize I know all about it too.
Right. Yeah, it's just kind of weird, man. And I don't push the issue.
Yeah,
but every once in a while, my thing is I like an organized, nice-looking house. And when you save everything, it just turns into a clusterfuck of a mess. And I can't live like that. I really can't.
That's right. That's right. And I think for the most part, okay, so I'll say this on both sides of the fence. That's what's happened here, and it's kind of like, old habits are hard to break. But I will say this. When I rented a house on, I think it was called Vista Court in right outside of Marikina City over there, I rented that for 2 years, and man, I mean, I left everything in there so organized, and I had everything perfect before I hopped it back on the plane and flew back to the States, right? And man, all I heard out of her mouth was, "Oh, it's so wonderful! It's so wonderful! Everything's so proper and right." And she loved it, but yet those old habits are still hard to break. You know what I mean?
Crypt, what are you asking? You're saying, is that the truth, Richard? Is what the truth? What are you talking about? Come on in and talk to us, Crypt. You got a fucking mic. We talk. Come on, man. It's fun.
Let's see. Let me go. Good series. Let's see. I don't know what she's talking about either.
Yeah, maybe it's about the throwing the stuff away, but yeah, it's the truth, man. My wife will freak out. Like here's just a weird example. We went to our like around the corner Toyota dealer to talk to him about buying a new car, and they gave us a sheet with the prices from the Bangkok Auto Show. So, and said that that's the price they're going to give us. So my wife didn't care. We had to go to the Bangkok Auto Show. As it turns out, we got some free shit, and it was a little less great. But they gave us the exact same little piece of paper with the prices of Toyotas on it, which we brought. First of all, I said, why do we need two of them? Just because some guy's handing it to you, it's just going to be more trash in the house. You had to take it anyway. So we buy our brand new car. We get home, and for some reason, it's not for posterity. It's not to remember the trip, but she couldn't possibly throw away these two fucking completely useless pieces of paper that told us the price we were going to pay for our brand new car that we'd already bought. Any normal person in the world would have thrown that right in the fucking trash.
Yeah.
But she couldn't do it. Just has to save everything.
Same thing here, man. Same.
I even asked her, I said, okay, fine. How about we throw one of the two exact same things away? Oh, no. I have to save them both.
Yep.
And you got to pick your battles, man, with shit like that. It's like, okay, fine. Little pieces of paper don't take up much room, but, the whole box of, old shoes is gone. I can't tolerate some shit.
Right, right. It's just from habits of, saving everything and never disposing of anything because it might come in handy one day kind of thing.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. And whatever, people are different, and I don't mind as long as we have like a storage area to just like box up the old shit and put it in. But the problem is that the area where all the shit's boxed up in, I want to turn into a steam room, a sauna, and a jacuzzi room. And there's really no, I don't want to put it like around the back of our house. We have an addition, but it's not an addition with a foundation. What we did was we screwed, beams into the side of the house, and then we angle ironed it so that the weight of that is actually, being drawn. You know what I'm talking about? You know anything about construction? I don't, but yeah, okay. So that's how it was built. So I'm really worried that if we put too much weight on it, it'll fuck it all up and possibly even rip right out of the concrete of the house. So I don't want to store a bunch of shit in the back. I don't want to store the shit just to rip the whole fucking addition apart. That would be really fucking stupid.
Right.
So that's why I was kind of forced to get rid of a bunch of stuff, but I did it really slowly and carefully, and she didn't really notice until it was like all gone anyway. It was too late, to really complain,
Right.
But fuck me, we've got, she got a fucking webcam that will like only work on Windows 95. It's like there's no update. It's, I'm sure the webcam, if you can find a Windows 95 computer, anybody out there who's still using Windows 95 who wants a free webcam, just let me know. I'll send it to you. Okay. You know, which what the fuck is a grand total of nobody, you know?
Man, if you walked in here right now, okay, so I got these, you know, it's these office booths that I got out of a company that I worked at. They were going to throw it away, and it was like brand new, and this shit cost like $2,000, right? So that's what I have set up here. And Crystal's computer is beside me. She has her own thing with her own, you know, big cabinet up top and files down below and all that stuff. Man, just look in there. I mean, my God, it's just, she doesn't throw anything away, man, nothing.
Well, I had to buy a new, I don't know, whole cabinet thing, just to store the clothes. I said, honey, why don't you just take all the clothes that you have in the dresser you never wear, and we don't need to know. Oh no, and that fucking brand new cabinet is filled up, and she wants another one in the space of like 6 months. Just, it's just insane, you know. I'm like, what in the fuck are you talking about? You don't need fucking the clothes from we're not buying cabinets to store every single piece of clothing for your 90-year lifetime. Fucking forget about it, you know. I'm not doing that. Yeah. She wants to build a whole addition on the top of what I want to make an urban garden, pretty much just to buy more cabinets to put clothes she doesn't wear in. Fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
Couldn't possibly put a fucking jacuzzi out there and have a good time, you know? Fuck me. I don't know why I've been trying to pretend I don't smoke so much, so I flip the lid of my ceramic garbage can over and use it as an ashtray, and because I put my like nice glass ashtray on the other side of the room, pretending I don't need it, you know, as I chain smoke away in the chat room.
Yeah, I know, man.
Fuck me. But I went out and looked at the paint job. It looks perfect to get the final sanding and top coat on it, so it'll be fine.
Let me ask you something. When you're sanding, are you using a flat DA kind of orbital sander?
No, an orbital sander probably ripped through it too quick. I just use your basic third of a sheet sander, flat sander. I use a vibrating sander with the metallic kind of sandpaper.
You know what I mean? Vibrating, is it flat or is it round?
Flat. Yeah, it's not an orbit. An orbital would, I know they're really good and they sand really fast, but I actually prefer to take a little longer and do it with a flat one than an orbital. But I like orbitals. I've used them. They're great. They're fast as fuck. That's for sure.
Yeah, yeah, and usually when I do that, if I'm worried about that, I'll just put some real fine, you know, paper on and move quickly.
Yeah, I've done this kind of deal before, and it has a kind of a different look. It doesn't, when it's done, it looks more like you put an expensive cap over the top of it. It doesn't look like you painted the frame, and it's kind of has a look you have to like. You know, like if I was doing it for a customer, I'd make it really clear that in the end, it's going to look, you know, it's going to look, you know, the expression I would give them is it's going to look like you went out and bought a brand new plastic pieces and put them over the top of the wood, even though that's like an exaggeration. So if they say, okay, that's fine, they're going to love it. But it ends up, you know, being, you know, a different look. It doesn't look like you just spray painted the wood when it's all done, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
But I'll take a close up and all that and show you eventually when I get it all done, you know?
Yeah, man, I'd like to see it.
Yeah.
I'm getting ready to do another coat on the outside of this house that I worked on not long ago. Anyway, I had to redo the entire inside. Oh, God, man, you don't even want to know everything. Anyway, completely remodel. As a matter of fact, as we speak, new carpet. And what's the new fake hardwood floors? What do they call it?
I know what you mean. I can't think of the word either.
Laminated flooring or whatever. But anyway, He's installing that now. Actually, the tenant is doing that. He said, leave the floors for me, man. I want to do it. And I said, okay. But on the outside of the house, I've gone over the entire outside of the house because I wanted it to still have personality instead of just covering up with vinyl siding. And
Right.
so I redid everything, but I got this stuff from Sherwin-Williams. It's the old 6-inch. They used to call it German lapping, but I can't remember the technical name for the boards. But you know, because it's it wasn't maintained. It had like little cracks all in the boards. So I got this stuff from Sherwin-Williams, real good stuff, man. And I went over every board on the outside of the house. Took about 3 weeks altogether. And, you know, redid all the boards and then primed it all in and shot it with this real high dollar. What was that? I think I paid $180 for 5 gallons of that paint that I'm shooting the outside with. And, which is not real bad at all, but it's pretty good stuff. And now I got to go back and put one more coat on it, and it should be good for about 15, 20 years.
Yeah, I was responding to Crypt in the room. Like, one of the reasons I don't use an orbital sander is I actually enjoy sanding. I find it super relaxing.
It is.
And the you know, just the vibrating sander, it takes longer. You know, it's not because it does a better job or a worse job or anything like that. It just takes longer, and I get more relaxation out of it. I'm not in any rush. I'm not trying to make money. You know, I'm doing this both for exercise and just for personal entertainment. So there's no reason to rush all that, you know.
Right. Now, when I do the inside and I do patchwork with well, actually, the stuff I use is Featherlight. When I do patchwork, I'll use the screens. I don't use sandpaper. I'll take that plaster back down with the screen.
Right. Yeah, I've seen that technique before. Sure. You know, one time we did a job, and man, it was like this really fucked up where it needed a lot of mud, right? You know, the shit you use on wallboard, we call it mud, right?
Yeah.
Well, anyway, the boss bought this vinyl mud, and we didn't realize that it was like 300 times harder to sand than regular mud.
Right, you cannot sand.
Fuck me, dude. We didn't really pay any, you know, we just mudded it normal, thinking, okay, we'll knock it down with the spatula or we'll knock it down later and sand, no big deal. Fuck me, dude. And this was like an entire warehouse. And oh man, it was when it finally dried and we went to try and sand it, man. We're just like, what in the fuck did you buy, dude? And none of us knew that it was that fucking hard, man. And what he actually ended up doing is renegotiating. Like I said, it was just a warehouse. Thank God it wasn't somebody's actual house. And he renegotiated with the guy and basically gave him the job for free so he wouldn't have to sand it down, you know?
Right. Yeah, that vinyl stuff, I accidentally bought a little tub of it myself one time, and man, I was pissed. And I had to use, I didn't use an orbital to take that back down. I used a regular disc sander to take that back down.
Well, I was saying you almost need a fucking grinder. You know what I mean? It's like it is some hard ass fucking shit, man. It really is.
Regular disc sander for that spins, and that's how I took it back down.
No. Yeah, he was kind of surprised himself, you know, and I'm just thinking to myself, man, you know, and he was, you know, he basically what he was, the owner of the company I worked for. Basically what he didn't really have all that much experience. He just went out and bought all the equipment, and he bid, you know, he bid jobs to rich people at really high prices, and just told, look, you got to do a perfect job, you know, do this, do that, you know, everything we had to, you know, mass, you know, we were the guys you would call if you didn't want one single drop in the wrong place. And you know, this warehouse thing was just a complete fuck up, man.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
That stuff,
it didn't improve his reputation at all. And I called him I sent him some pictures of my house because he kind of taught me how to paint. And he's he's doing carpentry. He said, I got sick of all that painting bullshit. Carpentry is just way simpler and way less messy for him, you know.
mm-hmm. Yeah, the new techniques of putting in carpet is, you know, the old style is the old knee kickers. But,
right.
You know, now they've got that stuff down to a science, man. Quick, simple, and easy with the right, you buy the right machinery to put that in. It's quick, simple, and easy.
Do you still have to stretch it?
Oh yeah, it stretches.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're like marble and wood flooring people here, but you know, I told my wife I wanted to carpet my office, right? And you know, what I wanted to put in, of course, was like brown wall-to-wall carpet. I come back from vacation. I'll take a picture of this fucking thing for you too. And she bought a piece of carpet that, you know, I can sit. I have a pretty long desk, but she bought a piece of carpet and put my desk on top of it. And it's this like really cheap, weird brown with white. And it's like the exact thing I would never buy in a million years, you know?
Yeah.
But someday, when the dogs are fucking gone, I'll probably put some carpet in this house. Just 'cause I like a carpet is way better than hard floors of any kind in my opinion.
Yeah,
I'm a carpet guy.
It's nice, like when you get up to have, I don't know, some kind of little carpet or rug or something there. But I mean, I like both, but they both have their pros and cons, you know.
Oh yeah, if you got carpet, you better pick the right color. You better make sure that you're ready to vacuum and do the carpet cleaning thing every once in a while, or it's just going to look like shit in no time. You know?
Yeah.
Especially with me. I mean, fuck, I look down at my feet right now. I guess I'd need some kind of fucking black carpet. My fucking feet are so dirty that I'm not sure carpet really does make sense, frankly.
So, just for the hell of it, do you use those little straw brooms, those real fine straw brooms over there to sweep out with?
Yep, we got those little fan-looking straw things, and then the big, I don't know, the big ones are made out of like, I don't know, some weird kind of like little tiny miniature dowel sort of things. But yeah, we use, I know what you're talking about. That's what we use, sure.
Yeah, man, I was actually kind of impressed when I was in Asia. I was like, hey, that's those brooms right there do pretty good even for dust, you know?
Yeah, they do work good. I was kind of against them at first just because they were different, but you're right. They do a fantastic job. And my dad's wife in Florida actually uses the same thing. So they sell those things in America somewhere.
Yeah, probably at the international marts. We got one here, and that's where, like, anytime we make any, you know, dishes from, you know, from Asia, which I love sinigang. You know what that is, sinigang?
No idea.
Okay. Anyway, it's big, but it's all boiled, no grease, no nothing. You got meat. I think. Let's see. I think she's been putting just like the green lettuce in there, but I think she used to put bok choy in there. I think, but and of course, then you put that over rice. But anyway, it's anytime that we want anything, all the way down to, you know, our meals, like, and I love those meals because it keeps me healthier, you know.
Right.
But yeah, you can go up there and buy those, but I don't really know anywhere else that's actually selling those things other than there.
Does she have enough things from home that she can buy without ordering them on the internet locally to keep her happy? Or does she really, you know, not that she's not happy anyway, but is she a little disappointed that she can't get some number of things, or are the things that she really wants readily available?
Yeah, man, that international store I'm talking about has been the blessing for us.
Really? Yeah, because there's only a few places in America that me and my wife could live where she could find what she needs. Down in Orlando, they have a lot of Thai stuff. LA has like a big Thai, neighborhood. But if I was to like bring her to Montana, there'd be absolutely nothing there that, everything she wanted would be unavailable. You know what I mean?
Orlando
you could put Maine, Vermont, New Hampshire. You just rattle off the states, and pretty much you couldn't find what you wanted in the entire fucking state. You know what I mean?
That is correct. Orlando, just so you know, her aunt has been living there. Well, she's been in the States 40 years. She's been living in Orlando now about 26 years. And there's a lot of places in Orlando.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Sure. When we've been to Disney World down there, and, we're right off to the Thai restaurants. She's speaking Thai to the Thai people. She was happy as a pig in shit.
Oh,
but when we went to Las Vegas, we just like trying to figure out the closest thing she can find is maybe a Subway sandwich or something. You know what I mean? There's just no, there wasn't too many Thai places to go. There's no Thai grocery and all that shit. So it's a real conundrum. And basically we want to move to Italy anyway. So, whatever, it doesn't really matter. But I really love Italian food. But she has a lot of personal friends and business in Italy. And she's been there a bunch of times. I've been with her a couple times. And it's just a fabulous fucking place. It's cool. The food is good. The price is right. I mean, everything about Italy, for me anyway, is fantastic. The girls are beautiful,
Yeah.
On and on and on.
Yeah, and I don't know why, but there's a lot of Asians in Orlando now. I mean, just a lot.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, absolutely. It's a big it's kind of like, why are the Muslims in Dearborn, Michigan? Because there was 10, then there was 100, then there was 1,000, and then everybody said, oh, that's where our friends are, so we go there. That's probably what happened in Orlando.
I guess so. And I guess the weather in Orlando is more like what they're accustomed to.
All right, there you go. Yeah, and I'm guessing that the weather in Orlando is a lot more what they're accustomed to than the weather in LA, which is also a big Asian, area.
That is correct.
I mean, isn't LA a little cooler in most of the year than Orlando would be, right? I'm thinking.
Yeah. No, it is. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. There's a place in Canada along the Trans-Canada Highway. They have like a Chinatown. I think it's in Edmonton, maybe. And I like took a wrong turn or something and ended up in that place once. And it's like a whole different world. The gas pumps were in Chinese. And I'm like, where in the fuck? I thought I was in Canada. And I ended up in this fucking place. All the signs are in Chinese. I needed gas. The fucking gas pump is ripping along with the numbers in Chinese. And I'm like, fuck, do I need Chinese money here or what? It was fucking wild, man. It was really fucking cool. I'd like to go back there someday, just for the hell of it.
I've actually heard of that, but never been there.
Yeah, it's fucking weird as shit, dude. You're like, why? I know you want to have a Chinatown, but really go all the way to have the gas pump spinning in Chinese lettering? It's just cool. It really was. I thought it was just so out of place that you just want to like move in and stay there for a while,
Yeah, it was extremely iconic.
Yeah, it's fucking cool. Yeah, it was cool, Crypt. You man, I don't care who you are. If you go there and you're not Chinese, you would just think it's like the coolest thing, because you're just going through Canada. It's all English, and it's like America. And the next thing you know, you might as well be in China. Everybody's Chinese. Everybody's speaking Chinese. Everything's written in Chinese. What the fuck is the difference except the weather? It doesn't matter. It was fucking cool. It was really fucking one of the neatest places I've ever been. But I didn't really stick around because like I couldn't talk to anybody, and I don't really like Chinese food, and I'm on my way to Alaska anyway. You know, I'm like, wow, this is cool, but see you later. You know.
Right.
Yeah, I think when I ran into that place, I just built. My grandmother gave me her '74 Mustang, and I called the local gas station and told them to turn the 302 into a poor man's Boss 302. You know, put centerline tires on it and all that kind of shit. I spent about 10 grand on it, and it was pretty fast, dude. It was quick. It was quicker than it was fast, but it was a lot of fucking fun. And I was fucking ripping through Canada at, you know, average speed of about 100, you know, including the stopping, you know.
Uh-huh.
It was fun, dude. Real fun.
And what did you say you did in Alaska again, Richard? You were doing what there again? Working in Alaska?
Well, when I originally went there, I brought 2 pair of pants, 2 shirts, a sleeping bag, and I went to go fish sliming with the intention, actually, of only making a bunch of money and going back to Vermont for ski season, because the place in Vermont closes down, you know, 4 months of the year, and it was one of the months they were closed. So me and my 2 buddies went up to Alaska, but I decided to stay. So I did the fish sliming thing, you know, for a while until I built up a bunch of money. Then I got into managing restaurants, you know, starting with a small deli, and then I managed that pizza place that was raking in $1 million a year. And then I made enough money and savings and all that kind of thing to buy that chain of pizza parlors that I was the manager of, and ended up when I left Alaska, it was because we sold the chain to the Japanese, and I had a big bag of money. And then I started trading stocks during the kind of the bottom of the internet bubble, and never looked back from there, and have been stock trading ever since. That's the short version, I guess.
Man, that's cool. Yeah, I never knew, man, you know, so I never really got to the caliber of even considering stocks. I just always felt like it was a rich man's game that I didn't feel comfortable playing.
That's a load of crap, dude. You can start with $500.
Yeah, well, we did good as far as like I invested for a family member. And we invested in the nation's. No, I'm sorry, it was Wachovia. And man, next thing we knew, man, that was when Wachovia, you know, dumped.
Right.
And then it got bought out. And let's see, it got bought out by, wow, I can't remember now. But anyway, it split like 4 times.
Right, sure. Yeah,
and we were like, hey, wow. So it was like I think it was $750 between me and my father that we invested so this family member could go to college is what we were after. And just to pay for college when the family member got ready.
Was it in the tax-free college fund kind of thing they have for kids?
No, it was just investing in stocks in the bank. And man, it split 4 times. We ended up with 28,000.
Nice. Yeah, good. Yeah, I did. I had a live Google chat.
Here's the problem I had with it, though, Richard.
If you want to come sometime, buddy, I have a couple of friends from the flat, you know, round Earth people, but from the flat Earth place, and I do a live Google Hangout when I day trade. And what I do is I put lines on the charts to show you where the stock's going to end up 6 hours from now. And I explain exactly how you make money day trading, and I make live trades, and it's all live. I created a small account to demonstrate to these 2 guys, you know, how you can make 100% annual rate of return. And if you want to come when I do that sometime, just let me know, and I'll give you the link.
I will, man. That'll be cool. The one thing I wanted to mention to you that I was really upset about is that, and me not, you know, knowing this world very much at all, not one time during that investment into that stock did anyone ever tell me that if we went to pull the money out, it would be 28% tax.
Right. Well, if you that's a short-term capital gain. If you'd waited a year, it drops to 15. But yeah.
Well, no, it was like, wow, 7 to 9 years later.
Well, okay. Well, that's because you're that profit put you in the 28% tax bracket, not just you paid whoever paid the taxes would have paid 28% on everything, not just 28% on the stock. It just adds to your income. You know what I mean?
Right. And then I had a couple of people tell me, well, if you do it like this, they won't do that. They, you know, and you can put it over here and just pull a little bit out and then put that over there.
Right.
And I was
The
like,
smart thing, one of the things people do in that situation is they'll transfer the stock to the kid, because the kid's total income would be $28,000 and they'd be in the 5% tax bracket. You know what I mean? And that's perfectly legal, except you'd have to do it over 2 years because you can only transfer like 12 grand a year. You could actually have gifted and paid, and the kid would have paid no taxes at all at $12,000 a year, right? So what you could have done was give, and the kid, if you gifted taxes with big capital gains on them, the gifting part is actually only the amount the stock was purchased for, and then the kid is responsible for the capital gains. But since the kid isn't making 40, 50, 60, or 100 grand a year in income, basically, you see where I'm going with that? You can do that, and it's perfectly legal, and it ends up being way better. The kid going to college ends up with way more money than if you pay the taxes with your additional income.
right. But I just, the way I saw it in my mind, I'm kind of like just cut and dry after all the details, and it's just the way I'm programmed because I have to think like that in my career. But the way I saw it was, wow, that was $25,000 to $28,000, and really we're going to pull it out and end up with like 78 to 9,000 out of all that money. Wow, that means we never had it.
Yeah, and I'll tell you the thing that really fucks like long-term investors and people. And what happens is during the top of these bubbles, they say to themselves, well, geez, I'm going to have to pay 30% in taxes. So I'm just not, so if I sell the stock and, I'm going to pay 30%. If it drops 30%, it's no different. So I'm just going to hold on to the stock. And what they don't realize is then when the stock drops 50%, they're still going to have to pay taxes when they get scared and get out of the market on it anyway. But now they've lost 50% and they're still paying taxes. Or they lose 30% and get scared out. There's still some capital gains. They're still going to have to pay taxes. People, the one thing that I decided right from the beginning is win, lose, or draw, the whole tax part of it is not going to bother me. That if I have to pay taxes, I'll pay taxes. But the most important thing to me is taking profits. That's all I care about. Everything I do is the high end of taxes with the short-term capital gains, and that's just the way it is, and tough shit for me. I'm not making any decisions based on, well, if I don't sell my stock, even though I want to, I'll pay less taxes. I believe that to be a loser, but maybe people more educated and sophisticated than me would be correct in saying it's not,
Yeah, but so that kind of ruined me right there, man. I was like, wow. But here was the thing that really bothered me about it, Richard, was that I said, and I could prove it by the paperwork. I said, you and your organization, you never once stipulated in any of this investment paperwork that you would take 28% of this money if we went to draw it out.
Wait a minute. That's 28% your broker took, not the government in taxes?
Well, there was no well, now when you say broker, you mean who?
Well, who did you pay the 28% to, in federal taxes or somebody else?
Well, it was straight from the investment straight into Nation's Bank.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked up. Yeah, I don't know what that's all about
And
either.
man, I almost fought it because that was enough money to, go to court
Well,
about.
I don't know how all that worked out. I thought what you were saying was you paid 28% in taxes.
Yeah, we did. It did because 25 to 28,000 when I drew it out ended up being 78 to 9,000 somewhere in there.
Yeah, that you got robbed by somebody somehow. Yeah, that's absolutely not right.
And I almost, if it wasn't for the particular situation I was in my life at the time, I would have definitely done something about it because I looked in I even took it as far as take it to a lawyer and let him read the paperwork. And he told me right then, you got a case. He said, it's not in here anywhere. It's not stipulated anywhere that they can even do that.
Yeah, and what that was, who you said Nations Bank?
If I'm not mistaken, it's been several years back now, but if I'm not mistaken, it was Wachovia. And then when Wachovia plummeted, Nations Bank bought them out. And then,
No, I meant not the stock you bought, but the people that took your 28%.
well, it was directly from the holder, which, and I've still got the, it's a matter of fact, it was even in a trust.
Oh, okay. Well, trust. Yeah, okay. Now that makes sense because trust. If you're in a trust, depending who the it's the letters are TTFE. I forget what that actually stands for, but the trust administrator would be responsible to take that out and pay the taxes.
Correct.
So yeah, that's and trust taxes are very, very high.
Well, they told me, they said, now you can pay the taxes. And I said, no, I don't want to pay any taxes. I said, but where in my paperwork did you ever say that you were going to take out 28% and charge me tax? It wasn't anywhere. It wasn't anywhere on the paperwork. It was not.
Well, the problem, your lawyer's wrong with the case because the federal law stipulates that they have to do that. The fact they didn't tell you kind of, when you go into court and you say, well, they never told me, the judge would say, well, the fact they never told you doesn't mean that they can break the federal law and not do it. That's what they would tell you.
Well, yeah, I understood that the more and more I got into it. But they told me, we can send you the extra money, but you'll just have to pay it. You'll have to pay tax.
And the reason for that is that rich people will put money into trusts. See what you can do. Let's say you have $1 million in capital gains.
But here's the big lie to me, Richard. Here's the big lie to me. You're telling me I have $28,000.
Right. Before taxes and fees.
It's all a lie. All I have after taxes is only 7, 8 to 9. And the whole time they're saying, oh, you're doing great. I mean, it's split 4 times,
Right. Yeah, there's something, I agree. There's something, really, really fucked up about that because, first of all, 28% of, 28% of $28,000 all by itself is a whole lot less than that anyway. So,
right.
Yeah, there's some kind of scam going on. There's probably some sort of, you didn't give them a 6-month notice charge, or like hedge funds, for example, you have to give them sometimes 6 months notice in order to take your money out.
Now, I do remember, I'm glad you brought that. I do remember one of the people that I talked to said something about waiting after 6 months. I do remember that.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, what? They didn't never stipulate that in the paperwork either.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And I was bewildered, and boy, that burnt me right there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do know what you mean, and that would probably turn me off from ever investing either. But today, dude, you just open up your own account with your own broker, and you don't have to deal with any of that kind of shit if you don't want to,
Yeah. And hey, I'm all about taking, several $1,000s and sticking it in and seeing what they do with it. Because the way I would have to do it to feel comfortable with that, Richard, would be, okay, just to make sure it ain't no pyramid scheme or anything. You know,
Sure.
I would have to go, okay, there's $3,000. Let me see what you can do.
Yeah.
And then come back later and go, okay, great. You turned my 3,000 into 7,000. Cool. So let me have 5,000, and you keep that 2,000. Let me see what you do with that.
Yeah. You want my advice? I'd tell you to buy some shares of Nvidia and sell them at the end of the Trump era.
Man, I just watched an interview today, as a matter of fact, supposedly record highs in stocks.
There've been, I think they said 17 record highs since Trump has taken off, or no, since he won the vote. There have
Yes,
been consistently 17, and I think there's only one other president with more than Trump, and I forget who it was, but a couple more record high. If it keeps continuing the record highs, he's going to break the previous record here pretty soon.
and
But
which brings up another very interesting point, and I do not want to go back to this, man, but I just want to say, since it's the right time, look at all those positive things going on, man. I'm amazed with it. I mean, we actually have somebody telling us the truth for once.
right,
You know?
but the problem, the other thing you have to remember too, though, is we've been hitting record highs because we've been hitting record highs consistently for 2 years already in the Obama, because we've been above the high of the housing bubble for a long time now. What's interesting is the rate of increase since Trump took office. It's gone. It might be, if it gets to 3,000 points. It'll be the fastest 3,000 points after an election here pretty soon. It's right around 2,500, Trump points at this point. When it hits 500 more within a few weeks, it'll be a record.
Yeah, but my point was going to be, why is none of these? I'm just going to label it as opposing people and parties. Why are they not talking about any whatsoever of the positive things?
Right. Let's not worry about, things like the California pension being really secure and making a lot of money. Let's be concerned that we didn't like what he said at the press conference.
Well, do you remember one of his classic statements, which I'll never forget it my whole life, because it's exactly, for years, Richard, it's exactly what I felt. Okay. And I'll say this real quick. Okay, let me say what he said first, and then I'll tell you my life, just in 2 or 3 sentences, why I felt the total impact of what he said. He made this statement: the forgotten people, the forgotten American. And that's exactly what all of these blue-collar workers in every one of these factories that's closed down felt like. I know, because I was in all of them in every state closing down. I mean, I witnessed these people coming in, man, crying. They didn't know what they were going to do next. They were losing everything, losing all their stocks. The stocks were gone. Everything. Their 401k went to shit. And I mean,
and you know who the people were that were not forgotten? Who were the people that are headlining, and the people that were remembered? Who were those people?
As far as
let me tell you who they were. The people that you've heard about for the last 8 years. The people you've heard about are called lesbians, gays, transsexuals, and whatever the T stand. The LGBT that's all you heard about, instead of hardworking blue collar people.
Oh, absolutely. That was the talking points for the last 10 years.
lesbian, what is it? LG, lesbian, gay,
L-
LGB, oh, bisexual, right?
well, it's
So somehow the most important people in the country had to do with their sexuality. Hardworking people losing their jobs. It's like, let's not worry about that, you know.
yeah, and that
And
whole
of course, some of those LGBT people are also hardworking people. But
yeah.
let's concentrate on who's fucking who and why instead of all this other stuff, you know.
Yeah, and the other big spin thing for me is all I heard about during that exactly what you just said, but the other part that remained with that talking point was they come over here for love. It was all the talk about all the people from other countries that are coming over here and how we need to help on that, and everybody's out of work.
Right. Yeah.
What the fuck, man? I mean, no wonder I'm gonna be honest with you, Richard. I had no faith in my country whatsoever anymore.
Yeah. When they start, you know, the whole concept of what do they call those cities where they don't obey the law and let the illegal aliens in? Sanctuary cities. How is that even, you know, something that even came about? We're gonna tell whole cities
It was
to break the law.
corruption. It was under the table corruption at its
Right.
best.
Right, of course, because the agriculture industry, they're all for that. They got all them pickers out there, you know.
Yeah, and I'm not really one that really runs with the grape, the tomato picker, and the farmer. I'm not, because to me, Richard, that's at the very end of the problem.
Right.
I like to go back where the problem starts, and the way I feel about that also is there'll always be somebody. I mean, hey man, we're just talking about the illegal side of things. They can still come over here with a damn visa and pick your grapes and pick your tomatoes. We just want them listed in the database.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
So, I feel like they'll always be here no matter what. But I've heard that talking point, and the more and more I've thought about that talking point through the years, I was like, nah, that's the same. In other words, I'll tell you another talking point I never agreed upon. And not that it wasn't true what the statement said, but it's like so many details leading up to it that I never heard anybody talk about until in the last several years. All I heard while all these factories were closing down through the years was, oh, they're going for that cheap labor. They're going for that cheap labor, but not one fucking time. But I knew better. I knew what was going on. So I knew that our own country was selling us out. And but that's all I heard for years. No, they're just going for the cheap labor. No, they're going for the cheap labor because it's their last attempt to fucking stay alive and still operate, because they've made it impossible to do it here anymore.
Yeah, that's the part people really don't get. They really don't understand that.
Going for the cheap labor is the end of the problem. That's the end of it. That's their last feeble attempt. Let's get the hell out of here. There's no way to operate any longer.
Yeah, you can't make it so inhospitable. You can't put a whole bunch of shit in your house and expect people to come over for a party, and that's pretty much what we did.
Exactly. Between the high corporate taxes, all the EPA regulations, lobbyists and special interest groups selling us out, up there, making deals for foreign interests first, America last, the whole ball of wax to me for just the longest time, man. And because I figured it all out, or I felt like I had figured enough of it out, I hated my government.
Right.
I despised my government. And then you got some fruitcake like this, talking about, all these cheap little talking spinning points when, hey, man, where's your concern for the fucking country, dude? Where's your concern for all the American? that are out of work and can't even, you know, put food on the table. Where's your fucking talking points on that shit?
Yeah, it's you know, it's Trump kind of addressed. You said you're sleeping in Mississippi, but he kind of addressed the divided country. You know, and he pointed out that, you know, anybody that claims that he divided the country is an idiot. And he said, look, you know, you're right. I haven't started.
I'm gonna tell
You know,
you.
that's not on the top priority. You know, the top priority is getting some of these things done, and that in itself is going to bring some people together. But he basically came out and said, look, you're right. You know, the bringing the country together part is something that is going to be extraordinarily difficult. It's been, you know, 20, I don't know the number he gave, I'll say 20, but it's been 20 years in the making, and it's not going to get solved overnight. So, you know, don't expect it to get solved overnight, but also don't think that it's not a priority of mine, because it's very important to me.
Yeah,
Very important to the entire country, and I'm trying to make it better, you know?
Yeah, I'm not going to get off on all the division things that I noticed, but I'll just talk about this one. All the blue collar workers, and I mean thousands, okay, that I've known about on a day-to-day basis, personal level. The talking point was, how dare them let these immigrants, these illegal immigrants, continue to flood in here when we don't even have a way to survive. You know, that was one of the big division things right there. And see, she's right now. He's going to say fear and ignorance, fear and ignorance, fear and ignorance. That is not anything to do with fear and ignorance. That is reality. Because if I'm operating off fear and ignorance, then I guess over half of America is operating off fear and ignorance. But see, I call it being smart, figuring out what's really happened, and being damn upset about it.
Well, what he wants basically is to let the country be flooded by anybody that wants to come here, and he thinks that, you know, Bill Gates and Warren Buffett should pay for everything. You know, that's what they think. But you can't do that. You just can't. You can't overtax. It's not just Bill Gates and Warren Buffett paying for the shit. It's people with a lot of money, and when you overtax things, they just go somewhere else.
Yeah. And I'm just going to, you know, I'll just leave it like this. This is my opinion only. The fucking reason everything's like it is now is because of fucking fruitcakes like that that's been running the fucking place.
You know that, yeah, and that they really don't get it is the problem. They really, like when I asked him if he did 10%, get 10% done what he wants to do, he thinks that lowering taxes, keeping out illegal aliens, will make the country worse. You'll think we'll be worse. We're better off with more illegal aliens, no border, with not more jobs, not necessarily less. But it's just this extraordinarily ignorant idea that all that stuff doesn't matter because Trump's a racist. Like, I wouldn't even care if he was a member of the KKK. What I care about is, are his policies going to make Americans better off?
Yeah.
But even if he completely solved the problem and everybody had $1 million in buying power 4 years from now, he'd still be complaining that the president is a member of the KKK, so it doesn't matter. You know, he could completely solve, you know, nobody in the country would be in poverty. Everybody could have a job they were happy with, and it wouldn't matter because he didn't say the right thing at the press conference. You know, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Really ridiculous.
Well, at this point in the game, fucking D-back, she wouldn't hump him anyway. They're talking about Trump. She wouldn't bug him anyway. But anyway, you know what, man? Hey, everybody's got their own outlook, their own opinion. But in my opinion, after this election year, if it didn't go this way, I already knew it was dug too deep. It was never going to come back. And I said, fuck it, I'm done. After this election year, I'm fucking done if this don't work, because I mean, Richard, here's one more thing. I'm not going to keep talking about it all fucking night or nothing, but I just want to say this. Are you really going to try to blow that much smoke up my ass after you fucking sold all of our factories out and made it impossible to fucking operate here and everything's gone abroad now? Are you really going to blow smoke up my ass now and make me believe a fucking energy plan's going to put everybody back to work? You know?
Right.
I mean, that's what they did. That's what they did.
That is what they did.
And I'm sitting back going, God almighty, man, not only they're going to sell us out in every way, and now they're going to tell us an energy plan's going to put everybody back.
Well, you know that they came within a cunt hair of bankrupting all of the really good jobs because they put so much oversupply in the system that oil went from $100 to $30.
Right.
They almost bankrupted the entire fracking industry because it was too much, too quick, too often.
Right.
And that, the fracking was great. You could, if you were a young guy, you go get a job near my house. But, that was in the beginning when oil was $100. When it went down to 50, the price values and the amount of people they needed dropped so substantially that the values of the values of homes in my area went up 300%, and within a year they had dropped 50% from that because of the oversupply in oil. And there's another thing they just didn't think about. They didn't. Well, yeah, great. Let's open up all this fracking. Let's get the spigots going and all that. They really didn't consider that there wasn't enough demand for it. All they did was completely flood the system. At that point, there were whole tankers. The funny thing is that it almost came to a point where the oil tanker business looked like a good investment because they filled up virtually every oil tanker in the world and they just anchored them waiting for the price to go up.
Yeah.
It's just crazy. It got to the point now where OPEC actually, in the entire history of OPEC, they've never lived up to supply cuts or to drilling or, cuts in their production cuts. This time right now, they actually are, and everybody's astonished, they actually are verifying that they're having production cuts because they want the price to at least stabilize at $50 because their entire, Saudi Arabia, all these other people, like, really can't run their economy on $30 oil. And there are plenty of fracking companies that they have these junk bond loans. All these people, the whole fracking industry. I don't know if you know this part of the American story.
I do know that he talked a lot about OPEC.
The entire fracking industry was funded by junk bonds, okay? And what that means is it's just another situation like the housing bubble, in the sense that if the bonds were to drop 5%, that whole company is insolvent, right? And the bonds essentially go to zero, right? And the company's bankrupt. And what happened is when it started to drop to $30 a barrel, people got really nervous that if that whole junk bond market went to zero, we would be right back into a great recession again, because there's like $1 trillion in junk bonds that funded the fracking industry based on the idea that they would be paid back with $100 a barrel oil.
Yeah.
It was our country. People don't know this, but we were teetering on the edge of another great recession when oil hit $30 a barrel, because there was so much money in junk bonds that funded the fracking that the banking system itself, they didn't over leverage by giving people houses, because they'd already been through that, but they were all seriously over leveraged with these junk bonds on the fracking, because that's where the money was to be made. We came very, very close to, after QE 1, 2, and 3 and all this Federal Reserve shit, the banks were teetering on the edge of bankruptcy again because of those junk bonds.
Yeah.
Very, very close. If it had gone to $20 a barrel, because they just kept pumping it instead of a small number of them did go bankrupt, which is why it stopped at 35 or so. But if it had kept dropping, we would have been right back in the situation of the entire banking system being a systemic problem and being insolvent, and they'd have an emergency meeting and they'd done this, that, and the other thing. And people would have really freaked out because they would have said, now, wait a minute, I thought all these, trillions of dollars of funny money the Fed printed up was supposed to solve the problem, and it didn't. And, what do we do now?
Yeah. Well,
and we're not out of it yet, dude. We're really not out of it yet. The test to find out if what the Federal Reserve has done for the last 8 years is going to come when interest rates get to 3%. And we're at 0.25. We're going to go to 0.5 in a couple of weeks. But when interest rates hit 3%, we're going to find out if all this funny money that's been printed up can actually be paid back or not.
Right. Well, yeah, that's a whole big topic, and the Federal Reserve. But let's put I just for a second put all economic and all financial stuff to the side. Hey, Richard, I know you've been around, but I'll tell you where I've been in my life and the things that I found out about. And I won't get off in anything else, but I will tell you that I'll tell you this much. I had a top security clearance with the government, so I learned a lot. And I can tell you right now, man, if Trump didn't get in there this year, you could kiss this sovereign nation goodbye from now to eternity.
Yeah, I don't have an argument with that. I mean, it's kind of questionable as to whether it's a sovereign nation today. I think Trump needs to turn it into a sovereign nation.
I don't even know if I just know this. In my opinion, he's got the ball rolling in the right direction to try to save it.
Well, people that are in the chat room there, the text room, they don't want America to be a sovereign nation. They want America to be a piece of land that everybody in the world can come to and has some sort of right to be here.
Right.
They think America belongs to everybody in the world. That's what they actually think.
Well, I just wish they'd go back to the basics. If they just go back to the basics and go, it's kind of like this, Richard. Did you hear your whole life? Well, you got to take care of yourself before you can help anybody else.
Amen.
And if you don't have a strong nation, man, then you really can't properly help anybody else. So I say they're all.
That's for sure.
And they can be mad at me if they want to, but I say anybody who denies that is a total fucking fruitcake.
Yeah, amen to that. I mean, it's like people complain and say you're name calling and this and that, but if you're going to act like a fruitcake, being called a fruitcake is not name calling; it's telling the truth.
Yeah, I mean, man, just I mean, it bewilders me. And look, man, when I was 20 years old, I didn't have a fucking clue what this country. I didn't have a fucking clue. And I'm only 29 now, but don't tell anybody. But anyway, now that I've lived long enough and I've seen enough and I understand things I didn't understand before that I know college students don't have a clue of, then it scares me to ever think that they could ever even make it into a position to be part of running this country.
What's interesting is the mindset of, what works and what we should be doing, as Trump, makes things successful. Some of the people, hopefully all of them, but some of the more reasonable people than just plain crazy, mentally disturbed people will begin to reassess their ideas of open borders and giving shit away to people that don't want to work, and all these kind of liberal ideas that they think actually help people. When they see, when they hear some guy say, man, I've been on on welfare for 12 years because I couldn't find a decent job, but now, man, I'm working at the factory and I'm proud to come home. They'll really reassess the ideas. Maybe helping these people in the Trump way is actually better.
That's
They'll
correct,
be,
Richard. That's exactly right.
and when so he has to be successful for that to happen, of course. But
Right.
but he will be successful because it does work. So when that happens, I bet you'll see. And I'm really talking about millennials. Let's
Right.
go camp out at the against Wall Street thing, where they really don't even know why. They just don't like rich people, right? But when they realize that there is such a thing as compassionate capitalism, and even forcing people to some extent to get a job benefits them, they're really going to reassess this kumbaya, let's give everything away to everybody, and let's not really worry about our sovereign nation being solved. They're going to reassess those ideas because the reason they'll reassess them is they'll likely be astonished at the result of things they thought were going to be bad that turned out to be really, really good.
Yeah. Yeah, but see, I have learned, Richard, that these people that squawk that kind of shit, they don't even know where the money comes from to pay
Right.
for what they talk.
Right, I know, and I'm talking sensible millennials that can reason. I'm not talking people like Lysurge and Fruitcake. I'm talking about reasonable, sensible children that just don't know. They're not. They don't have knowledge. They don't have experience. They don't have wisdom. But they're going to live. They're going to live and see that what they thought would never work in a million years worked fucking swimmingly.
Right. I totally agree.
I mean, look at what happened when Reagan, took over from Carter. I mean, the whole country went bananas, positive. And the same thing, if they do it correctly, the same thing's going to happen here. People that claim that Trump's idea of 4 or 5% growth is too much in the business world are even starting to come around with, rather than, oh, that's just, a rosy campaign promise idea, they're coming around to saying, well, if this actually happens and that actually happens, and it might not, then that is not so outrageous. They're really changing their mind and coming to realize that 6% growth is not so outrageous.
And do you know why they're coming around, Richard? I'll give you just some quick. One is you never wanted to hear the corrupt politicians talking about all the fraud and abuse. You never wanted to hear them talking about the way all the lobbyists and special interest groups was selling us out. Okay. They never wanted to address the real corrupted financial problems going on, which is going to drastically help every one of those fucking areas that everybody wants to see get better.
No. Yeah, I wonder why these fruitcakes never think about, how much money did Trump save just on a few jets? I mean, what was that? Billions of dollars just in one fucking phone call. You know what they posted on? They posted that when he talked to that jet company, I think it was Lockheed Martin, he had Boeing listening in on the conversation, that if Boeing wanted to make a more competitive bid, they could have.
That's right.
That's fucking crazy. There's no president in our history, recent history anyway, that's that smart, that's gotten anything done that quickly.
I made this prediction about, I made it in here to Ronan one night too. But actually, I've made several predictions to Ronan, and I see them happening as I speak. He don't want to talk about it no more now, but I made a prediction about 8 months ago, and this is only because I knew Trump long before this election year. People fucking know who he is, Richard, and what he does and what his life's really about. They fucking know what he's going to do. That's why they didn't want him in there.
Right.
They fucking know who the man is already. Everybody's been knowing.
Wait a minute. You've known this asshat for 8 months, really?
Who, Ronan?
Yeah.
Let's see how long.
You sure it's not 8 weeks that seems like 8 months?
No, well, no, I made a prediction 8 months ago. Now, Ronan, I've known him. I've made some predictions to Ronan since coming in here, but no, I think the first time I ever saw Ronan was in Newsmax.
Okay. All right. So what was your prediction? You didn't say.
Going to be the best and most honest president that this country has ever imagined in their wildest dreams.
I see. All right. Yeah, I think his whole,
and
his whole rant against the press is going to be very productive too. I think that he's going to, what I hope is that he makes it clear enough that, Walter Cronkite is better than Bill O'Reilly,
Yeah, but, wow. So the small predictions that I made to Ronan was Ronan's, so his talking points in here for the last several weeks has been, or actually I'm going to say up to, I think it's been about 3 weeks or a month ago now. Trump's already reneging. I told you he's not going to build the wall. He's only going to put up a fence, blah, blah, blah. And I went, he's going to build a fucking wall. He's going to build that fucking wall. And then his next talking point about the wall.
But, the wall won't be high enough. It won't be thick enough. It won't be strong enough to be called a real wall, even though it keeps all the illegal aliens out, right?
Yeah, and the other talking point was then, yeah, but he said Mexico was going to pay for it, and now guess what? The taxpayer is going to pay. No, that ain't what Trump said. That's not what he said. He doesn't want to procrastinate on building the wall until it's worked out with Mexico, so he's going to go ahead and get securities first. He's going to secure the country first. Now, why would any red-blooded American not want a secure nation first before negotiations on paying for the son of a bitch?
And it really doesn't. Once again, it's a pedantic nonsense point. What matters is securing the border. Whether Mexico pays for it or we all pay for it doesn't matter. What matters is do we have a secure country or not?
He can take every one of my tax dollars and just rob me blind. Just get my fucking wall up.
Exactly. Secure the country. And the thing is it's a little bit like the Hoover Dam. Keeping the illegal aliens out is going to pay for itself in the long run, no matter how much the wall costs and who pays for it anyway.
So Ronan, see, when he says stuff like that, he also makes me very well aware that he's not worried about the drug cartels pouring all of the stuff into our hub cities and killing all of the children, ruining the fiber of America. He doesn't give a shit. His explanation for that is that the CIA brings more in by plane than they do through. Okay, that's fine. That can be addressed too. But they're also bringing it in on the fucking southern border, Ronan.
Yeah, that whole CIA thing, that was an operation with to pay for a bunch of shit. And yeah, they brought some cocaine in, and the cocaine, like everybody else who wanted to make some money, doesn't mean the CIA is, I don't know. I mean, and in some sense, there's more to that than meets the eye, because, the Vietnam War was about the drugs going through that country. Afghanistan is all about opium. I mean, there is something to drugs and the United States government connection. I mean, they're bringing plane loads of cash to drug lords in Afghanistan, Yeah,
but that's, see, he just wants to spin it off of the subject all the time.
Right.
Everybody's heard, the corrupt mob and the CIA being in bed with each other, and Kennedy, and AFK, and blah, and the stories go on and on and on. Everybody knows these things. But
And I kind of don't mind if the CIA sells a few drugs, so I have to pay less taxes anyway, quite frankly.
Yeah,
if they want to pay for their spying shit, by selling some heroin is fine with me, quite frankly. I don't care.
And you know this. What I don't agree. Well, and I know why they have to do it, because I won't even talk about it over the net.
Well, they have to do it because the shit they need money for is off the books, and the Congress isn't going to give them the money anyway. They got to find it somewhere else, you know.
That's right. They don't want it to be traceable. So anytime that anybody tells you that follow the money and you'll find the corruption, that's true, except for when you come to the CIA and these real secret things. You will not be able to follow the money because there's no money trail.
Right. There's a trail of exchange of some diamonds in your pocket that don't even show up on the scanner when you go through the airport, that can be worth $50 million just sitting in your pocket that nobody notices. You can't trace that stuff.
Yeah. In other words, it's the same as I watched the interview with the head guy at the Federal Reserve, and he was talking to Congress, and Congress cannot even question where all the money goes. Did you know that?
Oh yeah, the Federal Reserve is a system of private banks. You can't just walk up and order an audit to a private bank. You'd have to pass a congressional law, because they've already signed the contract, and in the Federal Reserve contract it says we're private and you can't audit us. But the thing is if you want to push that issue, you better be prepared for the no clothes the emperor is wearing, because what you're going to find out is that the Federal Reserve is so far in actual negative debt that you're essentially going to just prove that everything is worth nothing. So that's why nobody, and it's not just the Federal Reserve, it's every single central bank in the world has basically, just writes everything off. They're so fucking far in the red. It's just a numbers game. It's just an illusion. It's a bunch of nonsense. And if you force the issue, and let's say, for example, it was to come out and they said, okay, we did an audit, and the Federal Reserve is actually $500 trillion in debt. It's like, how is that, finding that out, going to improve anything? How is it going to make it better? The truth is that anybody that wants to force an audit of any central bank in the world is simply wants to bankrupt their country. That's what they want to do, because these people they have nothing. They are so far in debt because all they're doing is bailing out all these ignorant ass government problems with money they just create out of thin air.
Yeah, but
they don't have a choice. The Federal Reserve isn't the enemy. The truth is that the Federal Reserve only gives money to the Treasury because the Senate and the House spend money they don't have.
Well, and that's a whole nother issue, but I'll tell you what scares the hell out of me. I don't like any organization or division of anything, even the CIA, to be quite honest with you, where corruption is allowed to manifest itself to the highest degree.
Well, but in situations like running it depends on your definition of corruption, but are you telling me you don't want an organization that's capable of illegally assassinating people that need to be assassinated?
No, and that goes off to a new subject. But here's what I do want to say.
Well, but I'm just using that as an example. I come up with 100 different examples. My point is that I want what you call corruption, because some of that shit needs to be done.
I want that to be untraceable, but I don't like the way it is right now.
I mean, I want organizations that are off the books, that nobody knows about, that are able to go assassinate anybody on the planet that needs assassinating. I want organizations that are so powerful that they can demand, other countries allow us to put a base there if we want it there. I want that. I want that kind of stuff.
I do too.
That's why I have the symbol I have. My icon is what I'm referring to.
I understand completely, but I just want to add this to it. I would like that to be a little bit more coming from the side that I believe in more so than the dark side taking over. I feel like the dark side, Richard, has taken advantage of that and can actually pull off stuff that we don't want done.
Well, they could pull off stuff we don't want done. Sure.
So they have. And that's my problem with it. In other words,
all right. Right. I see where you're going.
I believe that we need it. But for example, for Congress,
I'll tell you, I'm going to take a pee and I'm going to tell you what the problem, why is that problem is so hard to solve. The reason that problem is so hard to solve is because the people involved with that, the only people that want to be involved with that, have a particular type of personality, which is the exact opposite personality of the type, basically they say a type A personality. And what you really want is those nefarious black operations done, but you actually want the type B personality to be in charge, but the type B personality is sitting in tech saying they hate America. That's why that problem is so difficult to figure out how to solve.
Yeah, hence the CIA and the mob being in bed with each other.
Right, they're type A personality. I'll be right back. Here's what's funny to me about like the CIA, especially. If you were to ask, 1,000 people, I don't care how many people you ask, who are the best soldiers in America? Some people say, oh, the Navy SEALs. Some people, they might have friends in the Army and say, oh, the Black Berets. Some people say, oh, the Rangers, right? But nobody is going to say the Special Operations Group of the CIA, which only takes the very best SEALs and the very best of the best of the best. It's like it's right out in front of your face. You could Google it. You could find out. Everybody should know that the very top soldiers in the country are in the CIA Special Operations Group, but nobody even knows that. But it's not like a secret. You know what I mean? But it's like they're so, somehow they have figured out how to have the best soldiers in the world, but everybody thinks it's the SEALs. It's just like ridiculous,
Yeah. What scares me about it all is, when those days started, the mob and the CIA was in bed with each other. And I don't doubt that that's still not going on today somewhat. But getting past that, what scares me is like when the head of the Federal Reserve is talking to Congress and they're saying, well, where did all those billions of dollars go? And and Federal Reserve is just sitting there right in Congress's face and going, I can't tell you that. That fucking bothers the shit out of me. And have you ever seen
the tape where Ben Bernanke essentially threatened Congress with bankrupting the country?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that was pretty bizarre. But like basically if you do that, you know, we're just going to, you know, I don't remember the exact wording. It was a little beating around the bush, but he basically threatened the people questioning him with saying, you know, fuck you, we'll just bankrupt the country if you don't like it, and shut the fuck up, you know?
Yes, yeah, and with that note, look at the monster that's been allowed to manifest itself.
But once again, let's back up a little bit. The only reason the Federal Reserve prints extra money is because the Congress spends it. They don't print up extra money on top of the debt that the Congress creates. The problem comes from the people selling you out in the government, not because the people selling you out in the government decide to sell bonds the Federal Reserve buys. It starts at the Treasury.
Yeah, well, there's more to it than that, though, Richard. In other words, if that was totally true from the Treasury asking to print more money for A, B, and C, then why is the head guy of the Federal Reserve saying that he can't tell us where the fuck the money's going if we're the one asking for it?
Because they're private banks and they don't have to. That's basically, or they might not have known. I don't know the specific situation you're talking about.
Let's carry that to another degree. So basically what they're saying is, if we want to give, I'm going way out there, okay? I'm just telling you what worries me the most, okay?
Sure.
Basically what they're telling Congress and telling us right to our face is, if we want to fucking lend money to fucking Putin in Russia, we'll do it, and there ain't a fucking thing you're going to do about it.
That's right. They're a private banking system. They can loan to anybody they want. Absolutely.
But that could be totally against America.
That's right. It could be. That's absolutely right.
And that's
so let me ask you something. Let me put it to you this way then. Okay, if there's no law against loaning money to Russia, why would you single out the Bank of New York and say that they shouldn't do it just because they're part of the Federal Reserve System?
Well, I don't like anything less the first subject that we talk about. I do believe in undercover operations, and let's just get that out of the way. The other organizations that are not part of that, okay? I do not like any. Okay, let's look at it another way. The government won't allow monopoly of industries in this country. In other words, if the phone company gets too big, they'll break it up.
Right.
There's a big fucking reason for that, Richard.
Well, of course.
And so what the Federal Reserve is telling us over and over again is, you're not going to fuck with us. And I do not like that, man. I do not like. I don't give a fuck.
What the Federal Reserve? No. What the Federal Reserve says is the Federal Reserve Act says this, and this is what we're going to do. It's not that the Federal Reserve is fucking the government. It's that the government signed a contract with the Federal Reserve and the Federal Reserve Act.
That's
and
correct.
If they don't like it, they need to change the Federal Reserve Act.
Yeah. Now, if we go back to that philosophy, though, Richard, they tried to implement it in the late 1800s, and they didn't want it. And then they came back in 1913. Study that 1913 deal a little bit. That was a rigged deal, what they did in 1913 to get.
Let me explain the history. But give me just a few minutes here to explain something to you, because you've been bamboozled by the fake news. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Now,
well,
hold on. Let me go, because you're going to learn something here, and you can.
Right.
I hope you Google it to make sure I'm telling you the truth, so you know I am.
I already know what I need to know. Go ahead.
All right. In 1776, our country was formed, and we set up a government that couldn't collect taxes. So Alexander Hamilton, being a smart guy he was, went out and set up the Bank of New York, because he knew the country would go broke and eventually they'd come crawling to him for money. Now, when we set up the Constitution in 1789, the first thing that we did was set up a Federal Reserve. It was called the First Bank of the United States. It included the same head of the Federal Reserve today, which is Alexander Hamilton's Bank of New York, now called the Bank of New York Mellon, because they merged with Mellon. But it was the same system with, at that point, since the country was smaller, It had 8 private banks. It had the Bank of New York, the Bank of Philadelphia, and stuff like that, right? Well, it had a 20-year charter. And at the end of the 20 years, the politicians argued, and because there was no central banking system, we had a great recession that got so bad that the people demanded we bring back the central banking system. So they had the second bank of the United States. So now we're into about what, 1789, so it would be in the 1900s or something. So anyway, that one had a 20-year charter as well. Well, naturally, at the end of that 20-year charter, they had the same bickering. We went into a same Great Recession again, and of course it got so bad they implemented the next one, which I forget the name of it, but it wasn't called the Third Bank of the United States. Now what happened with that is that one also, that charter also ended. Now here's where the fake news got you, right? Now what happened after that was in 1908 they passed a Senate resolution saying that we're going to study this for 5 whole years to make sure that we get it right. But instead of having 20-year charters, we're going to make this act permanent. The only difference between George Washington's First Bank of the United States and the Federal Reserve, which of course came along 5 years later, just like it was supposed to after 5 years of arguing, is that it was permanent. But the nuanced differences are the deal is actually better. The Federal Reserve is only able to keep 6% of the profits. They give 94% of the profits back to the Treasury, and it used to be much higher than that. Now, let me tell you the fake news about the Jekyll Island thing. What happened in Jekyll Island was that the head of the New York banking system, which is just the head because the richest bank in the country, what happened at Jekyll Island was they decided who was going to be on the board of each bank. But the fake news you hear on the internet is that the Federal Reserve was set up in secret at Jekyll Island. That is a whole load of shit. They passed a Senate resolution in 1908 and they argued about it for 5 whole years. And in 1913, it was implemented just like it was supposed to be.
Well, now, okay, that's the same news I got. Now, we may have a different view on whether it should be there or not, but that's the same story I know.
Okay, all right, good enough.
But I also know this: when that implemented itself, they made damn sure that the Congress people that were opposing it were not fucking there that day so they could push it through.
Well, do you know the whole deal with the Titanic too, which is kind of either coincidental or weird or whatever? Do you know that whole angle of the deal?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's kind of weird, huh? You know?
That is kind of weird, yeah.
A little coincidental, you know.
Yeah.
But you know,
but bottom line is,
I guess I'd put it to you this way. Every single country in the whole world has a central bank for a reason, and every single country that hasn't had a central bank has had nothing but huge problems. Now, I'm not for necessarily saying that the Federal Reserve Act is perfect. I'd like to see it made better. But until somebody comes along with a replacement that has a high likelihood, I don't want to say let's just get rid of it and have nothing, because that is proven to be dangerous.
I completely agree with you. Can't get rid of something until you know if you can substantiate yourself. But right. I'm going to leave you with this thought and ponder this a little bit, because you got some excellent, really excellent history under your belt buckle. Ponder this thought. And I'm just going to make the blanket statement. Ponder this thought. And I'm going to say it in a stupid way so you can understand the way I'm seeing it. So let's just take the money that's there right now and the debt that this country has, and let's let Trump run the shit and start printing our own money and do away with the son of a bitches. I'll bet you it'll fly better than it's ever flown before.
Well, the problem with that is the same problem I have with monarchies. You know, you have a really great fucking king, so everybody wants to give him 100% control. The problem is the next king that comes along later. And
Well,
the
no,
problem, now let me finish. The problem I have with letting the government also be the Federal Reserve is that when we did that, they stole all the gold and almost bankrupted the country and couldn't pay France back, which is why we went off the gold standard to begin with. My problem
I know about all that.
is that inevitably and eventually you're going to roll back to a corrupt government that now is not, you don't have that separation anymore. Now you have the people stealing the money who are also the ones printing it. And that, to me, I don't trust my government enough to be both the Federal Reserve and the Treasury.
I'm glad.
Yeah, it might work. I agree with you that if we let Trump do it, that might work just fine for 8 years. But what happens 65 years from now?
Well, here's what I'm saying. And the reason I made the blanket statement, so I knew that's what you were going to say. And I'm glad you did.
Right.
See, we have a history of not trusting our government. Why? Because it's real. The corruption is real, and we know it.
Right.
Okay. But what would happen if somebody that really gave a shit about this sovereign nation really got in there and started implementing honest organizations that are vetted to the nth degree? I'm not saying corruption. In other words, you know the old sayings: corruption will always, evil will always find a way. But fine, okay, but you can't let evil run you either. So, to put proper things in place to try to stop that corruption, I'll bet you with everything that I am, and trust me, man, I've never had any faith in this corrupt government at all. But with a sound mind thinking about it, let's just say that we could trust them, or we could.
Okay, I've got an answer for you. I thought about it.
Yeah, but let me get done. Let's just say.
No, you're going on something else. Let me answer your first question and then go. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, my answer is that would be great, and you could implement that. The United States could sort of go back to the greenback kind of thing, right? You could do that and still keep the Federal Reserve as a backstop without completely getting rid of it, and let the Federal Reserve be the regulatory agency for the banks in the federal banking system. What I'm saying is you could do both. You could do what you want, where the United States is in charge of the money and all that kind of thing, but you could still keep the Federal Reserve in case that failed without disbanding it, and simply say, look, we're taking away some of what you used to do and we're doing it ourselves, but we still want you to be the backstop. And in order to, make it enticing for you, we're going to still allow you to be the regulatory agency for the banks in your system. And should we need you, we'll call you, but don't plan on it because we figured out something better. You see what I'm saying? I would hold them out. I'd sort of hold them out a little bit on the line for a while until it worked really, really well. And until maybe someday came along, it worked so well, it looked like it was going to work permanently. And they might just say, well, I quit. We don't have to fire them. Once they become completely useless, they just quit.
Well, I'll tell you the only problem I got with that theory. I think it's gone way too deep and way too far. And I think if that idea of yours was implemented when it got started, it wouldn't be where we're at today. And I think that would have worked. But now, I don't think it would work now. But that's just my feeling on it.
But you see what I'm saying? I guess what I'm saying is I'd implement your idea slowly, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I understand, but I think the fingers of corruption is in too far and too deep, and I don't think they'll take no for an answer.
Well, the only part of the Federal Reserve that is a little you know, I guess people complain about are a little bit nefarious is the huge loans that they give to other countries that they don't disclose. And the reason that they have those recently is because of all those boxed up loans from the housing that fucked other countries. So what the Federal Reserve did is kind of prevent a huge economic or perhaps even World War III by saying, yeah, our bankers fucked you out of $500 billion, so we'll go ahead and give you two instead of nothing, and don't worry about it. That's kind of the backstory on all that. Those packaged up CD, so I can't think. You know what I'm talking about. The mortgage, the packaged up mortgage loans ended up all over the world. And when those people got fucked, what they thought was AAA ended up being junk. The Federal Reserve essentially, under the table, solved that problem rather than having a huge political backlash that, hey, your country just fucked us out of maybe 20% of our yearly GDP. You know, what are you going to do, President Bush? And instead of making it that kind of issue, the Federal Reserve essentially bribed them into being quiet. And I'm not sure that's such a bad thing.
I'm going to give you something to think about, Richard, okay? Go back to 1963, okay? Kennedy got his head blown off, okay?
Right.
He was starting to print money without going through the Federal Reserve. Now, I'm going to leave you with this thought. Investigate it, ponder the thought, and you're never going to have the answer because it's very, it's so hidden. I already know who gave the fatal headshot, and I already know that the mob and the CIA was in bed with each other. I already know the talking points as far as Sam Giancana actually giving the hit order for Kennedy. I know all that shit, but I'm going to give you something that's never been talked about that has finally hit me, and who I really think ordered the hit. You know who I really think ordered the hit?
I'm thinking and no. I'm trying to think of my no. I'm not real big on the Kennedy thing, so go ahead.
I think our own government actually ordered that hit and then went through the head mobsters to pull it off. You know why? He was trying to stop all those Asian ports. And back then, it was going to be chemical plants, fucking weapons of back then. Even you're looking at least $1 trillion.
Right.
Okay. The biggest. He was going to shut it all down, man. And so, because the CIA and the mob was in bed with each other, they wanted to run that gamut. And for years, I actually believed it. I believed that the mob was actually the one that ordered the hit. But who I really think ordered that hit and then sent it down through Sam Giancana and all those guys?
Before you say it, I'm going to tell you who I think. I think Al Capone did it, personally.
Well, I don't. I think that they were given the order, and then they took the heat from, in other words, from that point down as far as you could trace it.
I see.
I think our own people did it because he was shutting down the war industrial complex. He was going.
Yeah, I think my theory is that he reneged on a deal over alcohol. He was a big alcohol guy, of course, a rum runner guy, and he had a deal with Al Capone that he reneged on. When he had a deal with Al Capone that when he became president, I'm a little drunk now, but he had a deal with Al Capone that he was going to do something with the alcohol that he never did. And Al Capone got really mad. And whether he actually ordered the hit or not, I don't know. But that part is at least true. And that's who I think did. I don't think it had anything to do with all this other stuff. I think it was a petty disagreement with Al Capone, personally. I really believe that.
I think the richest people on the planet went through the head people of the mob and ordered the hit.
That could be. How much do you think that the Rothschilds are worth?
I have no fucking idea, man.
I know. It's like the number doesn't really matter. It's just like 1,000,000 times more than, the next 100 richest people combined, right?
Like the Rothschilds, because money means nothing to them anymore. It's about control and power.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, the young guy, I forget his name. He's like kind of this weird liberal dude, man. Evelyn de Rothschild, he's just a whack job, man. He's like the old guy that owns it all. But yeah, like the whole. Are you familiar with the opium war thing in China that they were all involved with, man? That's just nuts, man.
Yeah. So
It's
when you
fucking nuts.
think about all these things, Richard, and you regardless of if we can trace it all the way back to, you know, exactly who did it. Look at all the corruption. God bless Trump with that size of a set of balls.
Well, I can trace it back. I can trace it back to 1789 when the expression was we want to set up a nation so powerful we can dictate the terms of the new world to the old world. Our whole country is based on the idea of setting up a powerful dictatorship. I trace it right back. I blame it all on Alexander Hamilton, quite frankly, and he didn't get shit of what he wanted, but he was hugely influential. He wrote his own constitution, and his idea was to have a president who had 100% power, and the Senate and the Congress were an advisory body. He'd be appointed for life, and he basically argued for all the stuff that might have actually given you rights and protected you. He's the guy that sort of argued, and the compromise ended up being a constitution of nonsense. But it all goes back to the idea that in 1789 we wanted to set up the world dominating country to dictate what we wanted to everybody else. I trace it all the way back to that particular statement made by, of course, Alexander Hamilton.
Right.
All the way back to the beginning, the goal was to basically tax the piss out of the people in America to build up an army big enough to dictate whatever the rich people wanted. George Washington had $500 million. It all started with these rich scumbag slave owning fucking weirdos that wanted to dictate, have a nation so powerful they could dictate to everybody. They said the old world because Africa and that shit just didn't matter. They didn't even know about some of the places, of course, right? But our country was set up, think about it. The first president had $500 million fucking dollars. They're all rich, crazy, slave owning scumbags, and they wanted to have set up a dictatorship under the guise of freedom in order to collect enough money from the suckers that believed them to create their powerful dictatorship war machine.
Right.
It goes all the way back to the beginning.
Right, Richard. Hey, let me change the subject for a minute. You see why I want LaSurge up on the panel? The guy's completely stupid. He actually says something in here that that he's right about for a change. Chicago is murder capital. Okay, bad gang situation there. And then he goes on to say, really rough area almost across the board. And, Chicago as a city has more murders last year than all of Canada. Okay. Actually up on something and actually stating something that I feel is correct. He's exactly right. And LaSurge, do you know what Chicago is? It's a fucking sanctuary city being funded, and they're doing all kinds of fucked up shit there, and they always have been, and it's been corrupt ever since I was a little boy. So
here's something interesting that most people don't realize.
Right about that. He is right about that.
And I know you're going to disagree, buddy.
Not necessarily.
Not necessarily, you're right. But one of the bamboozlements that the scumbag founders of America did was they originally set up the Second Amendment with a colon between the first part and the second part. And that with that colon, in legal terms, a colon, anything after a colon is a standalone sentence. So what is this? Can you off the top of your head say the Second Amendment exactly? It's let me Google it real quick to make my point. But anyhow, they originally set it up properly so that everybody did have the right to bear arms. But what happened is somebody noticed that. Let me hold on a second. I just want to get the exact wording so I don't fuck it up here, fuck up my explanation, and just help me to look at it in order to. Okay, text. Here we go. Okay. So the text is now listen to this really, really carefully. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state, comma, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Now, most people mistakenly think they're talking about individuals. Now, of course, the militia by the Supreme Court has been ruled to be an individual, and that's fine. But what this actually says in legal terms is that a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of the state, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Now, what that actually means is that your right to bear arms is really only whatever they don't regulate out of existence, you have a right to keep. But the only reason for that is because of the security of the state. And anytime the state, which is the nefarious government people, feel that their security, not the security of individuals, but anytime the government feels that the security of their state is at risk, the right of the people to keep and bear arms can be infringed on with regulations. They were very, very tricky in the way they set it up, making it seem as though, well, the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. But the way a legal sentence is set up, the first part, when it has a comma, overrides the second part. So for the very first part is the very first important word is regulation. So regulation is the most important part. A regulated militia is the most important part. The second most important part is the security of a free state. The last and who gives a fuck part is the right of the people. If the state is happy, if they like the way the militia is regulated, then you have a right. That's the fuck job on that amendment that they made.
Yeah. And so what part don't you think I'll agree with as far as the right to bear arms for what the reason?
No, I thought I don't know. I just, people don't really know how legal sentences. They go, oh no, I don't know. I just didn't think you would agree with my synopsis on that because most people don't. That's all. No, not anything to do with you personally.
Maybe in a more layman way, I would say, without reading that, in a more layman way, the way I see it, as far as the present. Okay. I think our founding fathers always knew corruption and evil could set in. And I think they wanted to put something in there that gave, basically, when you say the state in those terms, in layman terms, I just want to say I feel like they put it in there for, hey, if the evil starts to override the good, man, here you go, fight your ass off.
But see, it's exactly backwards of that. What they're saying is that anybody that is a threat to the government, they can regulate, and only if, you know, you have it backwards. It's not the people that they care about. It's the state, which is the government they care about. What that amendment says is that we're going to regulate you in any way we like. But if those regulations are not good enough and our security is threatened, we will infringe on your right to bear arms. Your right to bear arms is dependent on our being secure.
Yeah, the way I interpret that is that you us
Mhm.
is the state.
Right, and it's not. I know. That's what most people think. That's exactly right. That's why I thought you would disagree. No,
Well,
the state is this federal government. If you look through the Constitution, the word state is used as the federal government, not as an individual state, not as all the people. They were very clear because they use the word state when they want to, and they use the word people when they're actually referring to the people. Most people think the way you do, but if push came to shove, and I will tell you, man, I don't care if it's 100, 200, or 1,000 years, someday it will go to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court will say, oh yeah, what it really says, exactly what I said, the way a legal structure is, they tried the regulations, now you're threatening them, and I'm sorry, but they can regulate you more, and the regulation of them wanting to take your guns away is perfectly legal in the Constitution because of the security of the state part.
yeah, the way I interpret that is that we, the government, me, you, our uncorrupt, I'm saying in a perfect world, our government trying to be overthrown by another evil group, militia, government, whatever, that we have the right to bear arms to fight that.
Then why did they remove the colon on purpose? Because it was originally written to say that the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed as a standalone sentence.
I can't answer that colon question.
Well, I can answer it because I know what the founding fathers were about. They were the most corrupt, most nefarious group of politicians we have ever had.
Okay.
Okay, let's look at another thing. Why do you suppose instead of saying that warrantless searches are unreasonable, therefore the police need a warrant? That would ensure your right to not have an illegal search or seizure. The police searching you without a warrant would be unreasonable, right? That would protect your rights. Instead, what they said is that unreasonable searches require a warrant. Well, why did they do that? They did that because they knew that over time they could chip away at the word reasonable. It started off that all searches needed a warrant, and then they said, well, wait a minute. How about people that might be throwing evidence away? Let's say they don't need warrants. How about in an emergency situation? Well, we don't need a warrant for that. How about when people are lining up at airports? Well, that sounds good. That's reasonable. We don't need a warrant for that. You see what I'm saying? They set it up in a way where they knew full well that what they sold to the people it sounded really good. Oh, great. You need a warrant for a search. That makes a lot of sense. Let's vote for that. But what they really did is they worded it in a way so that eventually, any search they want, even a DUI checkpoint, they stop you and search you, whether you like it or not, with no probable cause, not even reasonable suspicion that you might be drunk because it was deemed reasonable. Oh, drunk driving's a problem, so let's stop every single driver at a roadblock because it's reasonable and you don't need warrants. Because they were nefarious scumbags that knew that kind of shit was going to start happening eventually.
I think one thing that's tied into this whole topic, though, is laws have had to be refined for population growth and new issues and new types of things that have implemented themselves into society along the way. But I do agree with you that, they've always bent that their way as far as, cop pulls you, cop pulls you over and they go, hey, get out of your car. I'm going to search your car. Why, man? I hadn't done anything wrong. Well, I just think I smell some pot, so get out of your damn car.
Right, and that's because that would be reasonable. If you smell marijuana, then that's reasonable to conduct a search. But if they had said that all searches require a warrant or they're unreasonable, that cop would have to go to a judge, and the judge would have to believe him that he smelled marijuana. They didn't want to do that.
Yeah,
They wanted a police state. They wanted a dictator nation, and they wanted their government, police, and military powers to dictate, not to be reasonable. That's why everything is the word unreasonable, not that, that you have the I mean, look at the First Amendment. That's the first thing to go.
Okay, when this stuff was written, tell me the year.
1789.
Well, that's why, because you did have everything you just described back then. However, I think since then, due to civilization, more and more A, B, C, D, E, F, G, I think you did. I mean, hell, I'll even believe that, Richard, exactly what you just said. If you go back to that now.
Well, let me ask you a different question. How can you believe that nefarious scumbag slave owners were good people to begin with?
All right, hold on. That's a whole nother topic. Let's go back. Let's go back to what you just were talking about. Because I've been in dictatorship countries, and I see exactly what they do. For example, the fucking Philippines. Hell, what's that, Marcus?
Well, wait a minute now. I'm saying that they're more clever than it's not. I'm not saying America's a dictatorship. What I'm saying is they set up a system to dictate in a very clever way to bamboozle the people to pay for it, and to bamboozle the rest of the world into thinking they're not. How could you possibly say that America's not dictating its terms to the world? I mean, it is.
Basically, your topic is this. You're saying it was well designed in a way to make you believe it was for us, but really it was done for ill will intention.
And the rich, absolutely, and the rich insiders and their posterity. Yes, absolutely, I'm saying that. Absolutely. And it's not me saying that. They came out and said that in their own words at the time.
Back in the 1700s, I would tend to believe you. I would tend to believe that. Yeah. And
it's possible that Trump wants to change. I'll tell you how I would solve the problem. I'd solve the problem with a couple of things. The first thing I would solve is there's an article in the Constitution. The reason the IRS gets to make up its own laws, the TSA gets to make up its own laws, the EPA makes up its own laws, is in the Constitution. It says that the Senate can delegate lawmaking powers to any of these three-letter organizations, right? So what the Senate does is they give the IRS power to make up their own laws, and then they stand back and say, oh, you have to prove yourself innocent to the IRS. We didn't make that law. It's not our fault, Oh, the TSA is doing something, that's not our fault. They made up that. And they're actually called regulations. They have the weight of law. I would change that and say that the only people that can make laws are elected officials, not appointed officials. And what the Constitution actually says is that any